Echo or Dark Destroyer or Magispectors, although good luck summoning this thing against Magispectors in the first place, and getting 1 revival and 800 burn damage isn't really that impressive. However, I am willing to cut Thor some slack because the synergy between Nordic beasts makes him significantly easier to summon than Loki, giving you a bigger beater with an effect that's arguably on the same position.
Not much, man. Just trying to solo queue and win some games.
Finally, moving on to the last branch, Nordic Ascendants and Odin, we start off with the card with the most specifically restricted effect in the universe. Valkyria of the Nordic Ascendant is a level 2 tuner with this effect. When
have you ever played
summoned,
Comp before?
Controls a monster and you control no other cards, you can banish 2 Nordic
could you play,
I usually just go Sage.
Tokens, which are level
if you want to play Sage, you can. But
Sage would probably help.
Or if you're
Sage.
So do I go Sage?
Yep.
Considering you're watching Yu-Gi-Oh videos on the internet, you might deduce the 2 plus 4 plus
imagine
4
he's like a smurf and he's like shocking Sage.
But the cost behind spawning these
seen that guy?
is so absolutely out the ass,
actually
it ultimately
insane.
doesn't pay off in the end. Probably the only way this could ever be useful is if
Yo,
you're
leaving,
going
are
second and the
you
opponent
throwing?
has an established
I mean,
field,
dodging?
and even then you need 2 more Nordics in the hand to pull it off. I think the biggest crime with this card is that you can't
Oh, he's not. Oh, good.
because if you're already in a hard minus and drawing to this, it's dead in your hand because you need 2 more cards to even make it work. Next up is Mimir of the Nordic Ascendant, and this guy should have probably retired while he still didn't have the beard. Once per turn at the start of your standby phase, if you control a Nordic monster, you can discard 1 spell card to special summon this card from the graveyard. I might have tolerated this if he was a tuner, since level 2 is a pretty good one for those, but not only is it not a tuner, the problem is also in the fact that Nordic monsters rarely stay on the field after the opponent's turn for this guy to go off. Oh, and if you thought discarding spells is something Nordics would benefit from, I'm sad to inform you that this is not the case. He has that specific cost
Sage, do you know any wall lineups?
Think of any other specific cost. The final Ascendant monster is Vanadis, and for this one Konami decided to pull their head out of their ass for a moment and actually
so basically you
make
could
something
boost
usable.
yourself on
It's
top
a
of
level
certain
4
walls to
tuner
get
with
like
the following
off
effect.
angles. So like if you put your wall on top of this wall, then you could like classic jump and like get some hits through here. But it's hard.
Once per turn, you can send a Nordic monster from your deck to the graveyard to change this card's level to the level of that monster. See this?
Do it like next round with the Bucky.
Archetype exclusive tuner. It's got it all. It can be used as an alpha or a beast. It's limited to its own archetype and has a level changing ability which allows for more variety in synchro.
Alright, 2 here, 2 here. I'm gonna play Bowhouse. Yo, comms.
Sova, never mind.
Finally, we come to Odin, father of the Aesir and the bossiest of the Nordic. It requires a Nordic Ascendant tuner and 2 or more tuners. It has
Are they on site or still in garage?
Yeah, they're on site, Oh, one of them just... I think one of them is throwing. I think Phoenix is throwing. He's on site, she's on site. She just mollied Jet.
Well, I would argue that the revival effect is pretty neat because it's one of the very few ways this deck can plus. What eventually pains me about the first effect is that it's not a quick effect, meaning that if this gets targeted by something like compulsory, for example, you cannot respond to it with the immunity effect and you will lose the monster. This almost puts the effect on the same scale as Loki. It will
if you buy a Bucky and put your stage wall right here and you like get on the stage wall, like so like put your stage wall like vertically, and then buy a Bucky, and then you could like jump up and just shit on them completely. Yeah, dude.
Sova arrowed mid.
Gotta do it early round though. You hear me?
It's a level 4 with 2000 attack and defense, and while it's on the field, it's the only Nordic monster your opponent can attack, but if there is no other Nordic monster on the field, the card is destroyed. Just not worth it. Everyone and their mother nowadays has access to
Sage, you stay here. I think I'm gonna push up.
He would be nice if he also protected from effect targeting. The fact that he blows up if no Nordics are on the field makes it completely worthless. Yes, this guy's not tier 1. For the last 2 monsters, we have the duo of Fenrir the Nordic Wolf and Jormungandr the Nordic Serpent. Why duo? Because their effects on their own make absolutely no sense and are obviously meant to be used in tandem. Fenrir is a level
Sage was
lobby. So was behind boxes. So was behind these boxes right here, right? Oh,
I
so was
killed
dead.
Sova's dead. Sage was lobby B.
If there are no Aesir monsters on the field, destroy this card. Now the following part obviously refers to
Oh,
the
they're
opponent's
rotating, they're
house and
rotating.
areas in
Here,
their
cut them off
control.
through
At the
here.
start of your battle phase, change all defensive
30秒
control to attack
敵
position.
残り1名
Both players take damage involving this card. Does this look completely pointless to you? Well, here's your Moonguarder. It also cannot be normal summon, then you can give it to your opponent if you control an ice tier monster. If it's changed from defense to attack position,
I hate
the controller
this.
takes 3000 damage, and this effect
I
can
am
only
so
be
bad.
used.
He
Ato
is.
10
He's
秒
in.
Down. You need to work your ass off to summon a level 10 synchro, then give your opponent
最後の1人だ
Yo, just don't die, just don't die, just run.
Yeah, just chill right there.
Good shit.
Your opponent for 3000 damage. True, if they destroy the ice seer monster, they both blow up, but seriously.
And Reina, when you're shooting from that far, try to tap shoot more.
Yeah, I was being stupid.
Oh,
Sorry. That was like.
No.
I'm a
Nah,
bot.
it's all good, it's all good. It's
just-
You're finally done with the monster
Trust me, I'm
fight.
better than
Needless
that.
to
Just
say,
just
it's
don't
not
take that
impressive.
into
I'm
account
bad.
at all.
Obviously, not much can be done
Funny
to solve
words.
Yeah,
the
nah, I
effect
trust
at
you, I
this
trust
point,
you.
But hey, it's my show, and over here we scrape the bottom of
I
the
was
barrel
debating
for
on
every
using
piece
my
of
ghost.
bullshit support made for the cards we're talking about, and we might as well start off with the field spell, the Nordic Light.
Why didn't find me,
Nordic
bro?
monsters in the field cannot be destroyed by battle. If this card on the field is destroyed,
Help me!
destroy all Nordic monsters in the field. Because battle
Silver's on Cat
precisely
again.
what
I
they
guess
do.
he
No,
just
but
gonna
you
push
said
that
someone
down.
let me buy it, then you
Just
let me
Greece here?
birdie.
Well, now you can't. Oh, and also your whole field dies to MST. Good job. Next up, we have the equip spell,
Spike will
Nordic Relic
set.
Dropnir. You can equip it to an ice here or a Nordic.
Don't push in too hard.
You can counterattack, and
Why
if
is
you
the
have a
Odin?
card effect, you can add a Nordic Relic from your deck to your hand. It's a decent but irrelevant stat boost, and the reliance on it getting destroyed by an effect to perform a search makes it very
Alright, so he's playing for.
March towards Ragnarok
for
is a contest that
main.
lets you control a tier monster you control and make it unaffected by spell
Go on.
effects until the end phase. At the cost of its effect.
Alright, Jets, go house.
Kinda baffles me
I think
they
Sage
made
is on
separate
side.
敵残り1名
tier monsters.
This
This
boss.
one is decent due to being equipped with a protection card.
Dude.
Nice.
Good fucking round, boys.
You have an ice tier monster on board, so it can result in some major damage.
Anyone want to note it?
No, I'm good.
American is humanly possible. Okay,
Yeah,
here
so
we
we
go.
should take into the wallbang strat.
Got her Damarang, which does the
金はあるぞ。
following. Target one ice seer monster you control. Give control of that monster to your opponent. During your opponent's end phase, destroy that monster,
Thanks.
and if you do, banish all cards your opponent controls. Okay,
I'm
the
gonna
card
save
is
for
bad.
op for
It gives
next
the
round.
opponent a huge monster along with the possibility of making you get OTK'd, and that's only if you had that huge monster in the first place. But I absolutely love how balls to the wall the effect is if you manage to pull it off.
金はあるぞ。
In my entire experience of playing Nordics, I only successfully
Cancel.
resolved Gather
I hear it.
Got it.
rank once against the drawing card
Someone's grabbing the old point A.
Alright, I'll go A.
If you want to do anything worthwhile with the deck, but do run it if you want to give yourself a stupid fun challenge. Well, the
All on
spells
A,
are
on
good,
side.
so let's look at the traps, which mostly consist of the earlier mentioned Nordic relics.
Spike will set. Reload.
Starter pack material. It's not even direct Nordic support, but if this was a few years ago, I guess I'd consider running it to get revenge.
死に
Right now, though, it's really not.
Can you cut ours?
最後の1人だ
You controlling one monster your opponent, the
Ah,
attack of your monster equal to the opponent's monster's original attack.
No
Oh,
way.
yeah.
A whiff.
It's supposed to be support for, because it certainly ain't Nordic. The only use I could think of for this thing in this specific archetype is activating it while Nordic Lights is on the field, but as we already established, you won't be
Wait,
running
what?
Nordic Lights unless you're a complete dope.
You say I have to
Nordic
leave,
Relic Megingir
Sova?
lets you double the attack and defense of a Nordic or Icy monster you control
Nah,
until the
he's
end
a good
phase,
try.
but during that turn it
Oh,
cannot
wait, you gotta
strike
go?
you
Oh. Damn.
directly. I'm a bit on the fence with this one. It's
I
a
hope he's
fantastic
kidding.
boost, it can help you get over lots of nasty
His name is
stuff and
Leaving.
decent protection in battles,
Bruh.
but you usually
Bruh.
don't want to have face-up
No, he's
Nordic
not.
monsters on the field during the opponent's turn where you could activate this, and Icy monsters will very rarely,
What the
if
fuck?
ever, need to double their attack balance.
着敵する。
It's not terrible, but considering the balance, it's surprisingly situational.
How?
Nordic Relic
Yo, pick up my
Gungnir.
op.
Banish one face-up Nordic or Icy monster you control, then target one card on the field. Destroy it, and during your second standby
He's at
phase
catwalk.
after
Spike will
effect
set.
activation, the banished monster returns to the field in face-up attack position.
Hello, Sage?
At B.
Hey, don't look at me. I don't know what they were thinking either.
What'd I do?
Next up, we
No,
have
no.
more exclusive Ice support cards.
What'd I do?
With Divine Relic
Push
of
on the
Wisdom.
side. Just go. Just go.
One Ice monster you control attack twice this
Yeah, push now.
Simple enough and with up to 4,000 damage.
Ah! Tell me to go.
Just save. Fight's already halfway.
Because what's it worth having a Mjolnir in the hand and a ghost on the field? Odin's
Let's
Eye
just
is a
get,
continuous
kill
trap
some
that during
spiders.
each player's standby phase lets you negate
No, just right there.
all cards in the opponent's
最後の一人だ
interesting to say the least, and it can reveal a lot of failures.
There's an op at mid.
Trap cards or flip monsters, and I
欲しい
appreciate
の
the
は
fact that it's
敵
a
の
continuous
命よ
card so that it doesn't
あ
make a
なたた
minus,
ちじゃなく
but it's only for Iceers. The scenario I'm imagining to go with this card is summoning an Iceer monster, activating this during the opponent's turn, seeing they have a bunch of cards in their hand that can completely destroy your face, and letting them
Sage,
activate
come
them
here.
one by
Sage,
one,
come here. Could you wall me up here? Please, please, please.
messenger of your
Please,
impending
please,
doom.
please.
It's not necessarily a
Oh,
bad
okay.
card, it's just what we call a...
Do a vertical wall from here to there.
If you
Right
can
now,
pull
right
it
now.
off,
Just go.
nice, but
Just do
if
it.
you can't, it
Vertical
probably
wall.
made a bad situation even
Go.
worse. Oh god, I can
Oh, you
almost
did it
feel
wrong.
like only 2 cards remaining. And
Oh.
oh boy, a dog card is not on the limited list. Yep, thanks for being a nice new support card for some reason. Maybe this guy's actually
Jetson
only
mid.
got all the fancy shit on him. Anyway, it's another continuous trap that prevents one Iceer monster you control from being targeted by card effects, but this
仲間は
card is
死な
sent to
せない
the graveyard during your second
Fuck.
standby phase after activation. I'm just gonna point out that if the
Easy
Iceers
Bucky
were made
time,
today,
boys.
this card wouldn't even be a thing, and the targeting would be a built-in effect they would have in the first place.
They're probably
So
coming
much
through
like
cat,
the
so
other
watch it.
support cards, while not necessarily bad cards. The limitation of only affecting monsters that are super hard to summon makes them not worth running ever. And the final and quite possibly the funniest Nordic card is Fenrir.
Come, Phoenix. They're right here.
One Nordic monster from your deck. The funniest? Because it's a search card.
Good shit.
that
Okay,
adds a
I don't know where
normal
Sage is.
trap card.
Oh, Sage
You
is
brick,
dead.
but you drew 3 Gleipnir? Well, wait a turn, hope you don't get OTK'd, and then proceed to start making plays. The biggest insult to injury in this case is that yes, Gleipnir is a definite 3-of staple in the deck because there
Ah,
is
to
barely
30
any
秒
search power in it at all.
Oh, she got
I
spike, I
cannot
think.
imagine how Nordics feel knowing that ice barriers have a better search card than they do.
Yeah, he's damaged.
got
He's damaged.
spike,
He's
I got
damaged.
残り1名
He's coming up, I think.
Required you to control an ice
最後の
barrier.
一
He's
人
coming
だ
up to B. Coming up to B.
So now
Just
that
like
we've
that,
seen
you got it.
Insane.
pile of cards,
Yo,
let's
leaving
make
with the
some
4K. I see you.
Consistency. Well, there's Gleipnir.
暗い場所で
Seriously
この
though,
世
if you
界
open
に
decently, you
私
can
の
make a
名
good first turn ice monster, but opening decently with Nordic
Hopefully they
happens
come
once in
B,
every
because I'm
6
just gonna
blue
dink their
moons.
heads up, oh house.
Regarding power, the same thing I said about mech lords a few videos ago works here. You will rarely get to the maximum power output the archetype has in store, but considering the fact that the Iceer monsters have ginormous attack values along with a lot of super strong relic support cards, the potential to hit hard is certainly there, so yeah, that's half a point. Comeback ability.
Hello,
Well,
hello.
the synchros tend to
Thank you
stick
for tuning
around
in.
for a little bit after they're destroyed, but once they're taken care of, there's really
Alright,
not
mid.
much you can do besides literally none of the support cards help out in this case. As for the protection, oh, they have plenty. It's just all completely wrong.
Yeah, this
Nordic
fucking-
Lights
this
goes
Sage is
against the
not
logic of
fucking
several cards
This
in
whole
the deck.
team's
Sage,
Summon
shift when you
Authority
push
and
up.
March towards Ragnarok give great protection but only work on
Guys
Iceer
fucking
monsters.
trolling.
Oh, and speaking of Iceer monsters, their protection effects are flat out rendered
Phoenix,
meaningless
anyone
by
on
the
you?
fact that they're not quick effects.
I
The
don't
protection in
hear
Nordics is
anyone.
like a soldier charging
I can tell
headfirst
you
into
that.
battle while only wearing armor and
We got
has
no
a
one
hit
watching
in the back
mid,
of
so
his
that's not
ankles.
good.
And versatility...
Oh, spikes down on cat.
Hey, I did say Garmer is a total no versatility. These guys are
敵残り1名
Yay!
It's time to outline how those problems
Nice
have been
ass
fixed.
round.
First of all, for the love of God, more searching, better searching. A single
I'm praying for a B.
a monster from the deck was barely enough in 2011, let
I
alone
did.
today.
I did good
Then
that
the deck
round,
needs a
right?
way to come back from a beat
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty
Revival
good.
spells that would either bring
How many
back
kills did he
main
get that round?
monsters Or the synchros, or maybe something akin to Valkyrie, but
2?
without
Nice.
Thanatos' costume.
Solid.
There also needs to be way more focus on the effects of
Oh,
the
this
main
is my
deck.
last
So many of them
match.
are so incredibly slow and passive and barely have
Four
any
ranked
chances to
they're
work
gonna
in
be.
synergy with each
Oh
other.
no. I won only
Outrunners
like
shouldn't
2
be
games.
treated as tributes to a tuner,
Lost
but as
2.
companions.
I'm
gonna
get
get
probably like a bronze to it,
By
maybe
making it
then.
impossible to synchro summon without
Yeah,
making
I
a
agree.
minor.
Okay, it's B by the way.
After you've synchro summoned, you'd expect that the monster you called forth would return.
お遊びはここまでだ。
Monster is just removed by anything and everything these days.
針の時間よ
It's made into something that would represent a problem for the opponent to deal with, as opposed to being a minor hindrance. For starters, you can fix the thing. And for the last point, don't make the best support cards exclusive to the boss.
Oh, I didn't think him.
敵残り1
Alright,
名
he's right there.
Someone's
He's
split, he's split.
Good shit. What you hold?
And another that helps them out once they hit the field. It's really not a scary thing to consider, you know.
Why they get damage?
Alright, fuck this. I'm hopping.
Relics are probably the prime example of both how the adapting of anime archetypes used to be handled several years ago, as well as the all-over-the-place nature of a lot of archetypal synchro decks developed.
Shit, you want me to request my
It's all
op?
there. Big, underwhelming synchros,
Oh.
a huge number of main
Yeah.
deck monsters of which only like 3 can be considered even remotely
Thanks.
good, a bunch of spells and traps that just don't do anything, and
toxicity
an
here,
uneven
no
balance
toxicity.
between the good and the shitty adaptation of anime.
即敵する。
I really wish they took time to wait and make this archetype into something good, because I love the theme. Norse mythology is such a rich
It's a
pool
B
of content
push.
you can adapt into amazing cards that live up to their legacy from the stories, but no, instead they gotta run
Go on,
the
Tenkai.
anime card collection that served only to fill up backspace with comments. Oh, and speaking of backspace, you know why people even bought the set Nordics for
Wow.
Christine, which was fucking themed after them?
I really suck.
Hint, it wasn't Nordics. It
Sage,
might have been
you could
something
res me.
considerably more
Do you know how to res?
Ladies and
Thanks.
minutes of my rambling about traffic cards. Also, thank you for getting me to 600 subscribers,
回復を。
and be sure to subscribe for even more rent and content. See you next time. You wanna know the meaning of catharsis? Hey, go now, bitch.
目を奪うわ
Oh, the filter
Architect
is
through.
covered on
Phoenix
the
is
show
left
by
side.
now. I think you are-
最後の一人だ
Jet right there.
Oh, good job.
Oh.
The actual protagonist in the first anime. It has had loads of alternate artworks, retrains,
And,
reimaginings, and so many reprints that jerking out this character any longer would leave skid marks on the man's dick.
Alright, I got this.
Surprisingly though, there hasn't been that much support centered around this card, at least not nearly as much as you'd expect from something with this much relevance to the franchise. Let's go over each wave of support in order of release. with
Sage,
relevant
can we try that
background.
wall boost one more
We'll
time?
start of course with the most vanilla of all
Yeah,
monsters,
they're gonna get
Wise
Odin.
White Dragon. It's a level 8 light dragon.
I know,
with
just
2000
wall
attack and
boost, like
2500
from
defense,
this wall.
and that's
Go,
about
do it
all
now.
you need
You
to
can do it
know.
now.
To this day, it's the strongest normal monster in the game in terms of attack value.
You gotta jump.
although not in
3,
terms of
2,
overall
1.
stats, because its defense is outclassed by
Cancel.
what this thing is supposed to be. It's a big stupid leader.
Jets,
it's a
A.
big
Oh,
target,
Asobi,
it's
Koko
a
Mada.
attack is based around it, so there's rarely a moment when
Yeah,
it's in
zombie.
your hands, so there's very little place to have less than 3. If anything, they however,
damn!
残り1名
Damn!
Dragons on the
Easy
reality
ace.
Fusion, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. This bloated piece of crap
Roll,
requires you to
Tenkai.
fuse 3 of the original Blue Eyes, for which you get a 4500 meter with no effect. I understand it was 1999 and the concept of boss monsters in this game was still entirely based
steal
on
it.
immense effort for big numbers, but the baseline of Japanese work philosophy doesn't really develop quite the right way. Much like Yu-Gi-Oh! Black Dragon.
Yeah.
Guys.
Exactly longer than after receiving a retrain 2 years ago, there is very little incentive to play Ultimate Dragon, unless you're focusing on 2 certain cards which are centered
Eat
around
shit.
it, which we'll get to soon
20
enough,
bomb
but
is so
spoil
by
the fun.
carrying.
Even with those cards, the most relevant victory you'll be pulling off will be against a 10-year-old at your locals who is
What?
probably playing a completely different card game. Adding on to that, we have Dragon Master Knight, which is a fusion of Blackluster Soldier and Blue Eyes Ultimate
Request.
Dragon, another level
Yeah,
12
I
monster
wasn't
with
go this
5000
long.
attack
It's
and defense,
very
which
hard
must
to
be
stay in.
fusion
Bro,
of
see,
Soldier
you can sell that and
attack
I'll
for
buy
each
for you,
other
just
Dragon
request
type
it.
monster you control. If you're
Oh,
looking
okay.
for the most convoluted way
Alright.
to beat over the Tokyo
Thanks, man.
Lightning, this is probably your best option. Mind you, this doesn't
What
say
the
Blackluster
fuck?
Soldier on way at the beginning, because that would be a good card. No, it requires the vanilla ritual Blackluster Soldier, which has absolutely zero correlation with Blue Eyes, so Dragon Master Knight ends up being nothing more than a bad
It's
adaptation
co-op.
of an anime card that existed only
It's a
for the
3 push, I
spectacle.
think.
Yeah, the anime version was actually better. It gained 500 attack for dragons from both sides of the field and in the graveyard as well. The character was just effective back in 2002, so it was properly balanced.
敵残り1名
Controls their first ritual monster is
Bro, it's an oddball.
It's not a head, it's a beam. A level 4 with 1900 attack and 1200 defense,
Then
which you
have
can neutral
Dai
summon
Shu
this
round.
ritual.
Right.
At the start of
Yoshi
the
Mia
round,
Surunayo.
this card attacks a phase on defense position
The
monster,
Vandalay.
destroy that phase on monster. You can tribute this card, special summon one Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand or deck, with Blue Eyes White
Just with
Dragon.
the
I can buy
greedy
anyone anything if
White
they
Dragon
want.
Ritual is just
Yeah,
a
same, I'm at
binary visual
8,000.
summoning spell that offers no additional benefits or graveyard effects. This
There
is
you
the
go.
first dragon talented monster in the game, and all things considered, it wasn't bad.
Could you get a shorty?
It instantly pops face down monsters
Oh,
and
that's
gives you a cute shortcut to Big Boy, but 16 years later, it's not exactly the kind of ritual monster you'd want to put in a blood. Trust me, we'll get to those. If you really want to run it because of emotional
I think
attachment
some
or
of them are
something,
B though.
you can try a pre-prep variant, otherwise don't bother. It finally gets a bit interesting with Blue Eye's Shining Dragon, a level 10 main monster with 3000 attack and 2500 defense, which cannot be normal summoned or set, and must be special summoned by tributing one Blue Eye's ultimate dragon.
Peek,
It gains
Phoenix,
400 attack for each dragon type.
Molly upside.
When a card or effect is activated, the target is discarded,
Or
you
the
can
map
gain an
beat.
effect. Which is something you couldn't do in the TCG for about 40 years, because they somehow released Shining Dragon before the monster you need to tribute to summon the goddamn thing. Apparently, the minimum acceptable summoning condition for a targeting immune beatstick back in 2004 was tributing a level 12 triple material fusion monster. What you get for that is usually a 4000 plus attack leader with some tolerable protection, but aside from the sleek visual design, it's absolutely not worth the grueling effort. Much like attempting to watch the movie which it came from and never appeared again. I used to think this was the coolest shit when I was a kid.
Market.
残り1名
Same.
最後の1人
Onside, onside.
Well, then it's your funeral.
Going back a few years just to get it out of the way, Blue Eye's Toon Dragon is a thing, go watch the Toon video for that, but there's absolutely no reason to talk about it in the context of this archetype. Something relevant to mention though is Lord of D. Why did I do that? This is a classic monster used by Kaiba which prevents dragons getting felt targeted by card effects, as well as the Flute of Summoning Dragon, which allows you to special summon up to 2 dragons from your hand if you control this monster.
He's coming behind you.
This used to be a pretty popular choice of cards back during the very
Ato
first
10
format
秒
of the game.
Insane.
It was a build which sacrificed consistency for power, and it had enough impact in the anime and the actual game.
攻守を交代
I wanted to hit him with
And we should win this.
Now we move on to the GX era, which granted the Blue Eyes
Let's
Archetype
do.
a grand total of 1 support monster. One
Hey.
that looks like this, and its name is Kaiba Man, so basically everything is
make it
forgiven.
equal.
It's a level 3
Come here.
warrior with 200 attack and 700 defense, which can contribute to special summon 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand. It's like Black Dragon's Check, except cooler. Honestly, I wish a design like this wasn't wasted on such a horrible victim of power creep, as tolerable as the card was during the time of its release. It used to be one of the easiest ways to put a Blue Eyes into the field, but there's no reason to run it nowadays other than
Hold on, give me
style.
Gawk real quick.
Which, to be
Look what
fair,
Raina
is
says.
sometimes more admirable than quality deck building. That helmet is seriously fucking with me though. The Synchro Age was
Impressive.
the absolutely unremarkable Malefic Blue Eyes White Dragon, but also the much more interesting White Stone of Legend. It's a dragon tuner with 300 attack and 250 defense, and if this card is sent to the graveyard,
Oh my
add one
God.
White Dragon from a deck to
I
your
just got
hand.
ass
Keep in
railed.
mind is that
No,
there
it
are
was just
restrictions
Soba,
on
but he literally fucking penetrated me in the anus.
in any conceivable way, use search of Blue Eyes, unless like you have something in the field.
No point in going
Since you
B, they
won't
walled
exactly
it.
want to vanilla sustain the deck 100% of the time, White Stone is a good option to secure some in your hand. Cards of Consonance was pretty much made with White Stone in mind, to the point where it's on the freaking so it's also a decent choice in the deck. However, players would proceed to get blue balled by this white ball for 5 years straight, as Blue Eyes wouldn't get a monster to summon with their own level 1 tuner for whatever reason, until the Saga of Blue Eyes structure deck came out and introduced some other tuners along with the Synchro monster. Maiden with Ice is Blue, aka when this card is targeted for an attack, you can negate the attack, and if you do,
Leaving him died to their smoke.
then you can special summon 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand, deck, or graveyard. During either player's turn, when a card or effect is activated to target this card, you can special summon 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon from your graveyard. You can only use 1 main blue effect per turn.
Both on A. All on
Phoenix
A.
is like garden area. I don't know what it's called.
Phoenix is on tree, and then the top two are
Your
heaven.
opponent interacting specifically with Maiden would
You got
inevitably
6,
result in a
5
free
bullets. Do
3000
not shoot
attack
that
leader
much.
on your field, but as the second effect applies during any
最後の1人だ
cards like Wonder Wands to equip the Maiden, not only summon a blue, but also
Then you
get
can
2
do it.
cards like that. Some of the future archetypal
No.
Wow.
specifically designed
They
around
actually
the
beat us.
effect, but compared to most of the newer Blaize cards,
We
this
could,
is essentially been running Maiden nowadays due to her somewhat unreliable effect. This still works about as well as she used to, and you can pull out some genuinely impressive needle fiber combos on certain builds by employing her effect. It's just that these builds tend
Alright,
to be more
let's
on the
full
gimmicky
push
side of
B.
things. But if you do end up running her, watch out for the lightning. Another card in a similar vein is Rider of the Stormwinds, another level 1 dragon tuner which you can equip
gonna
from your
flash
hand
out.
to a dragon you control.
Yeah,
to enable
but we
it
need to
input
peek
music
angles
damage, and
together.
destroy
We
the
can't
place
just
of
die
the
because of the
monster.
same shit
It
every
is
single
full
time.
of strong,
Yeah,
like a
my-
double
Because every time
There seems to
we
be a
die,
one-off
it's
background
because
the latest
someone
one
peeks
has
an angle,
absolutely
they
no
die, and then
use
the next
nowadays.
person peeks
One
if
of
they
the
die.
all these level 1 tuners is
Fuck
the level
this.
9 synchro, Azure Eyes Silver Dragon. It's not
Let's get
exactly a
this.
part of the
Go,
archetype,
3, 2,
but
1.
given the name, effect, and the reference to the Blue Eyes Outro featuring the titular dragon with
I
a
thought you were
spinal
gonna
cord
peek
fracture,
that
might
angle.
as well be. He's got 2500 attack and 3000 defense, requires 1 tuner and 1 non-tuner normal monster, and if this card is special summoned, until the end of the next turn, the player can target dragon monsters who actually control the effects. Also,
I
they can
dinked
have
her. Shoot this wall.
once per turn.
You're insane.
But the protection can still
My
save
heal's
your ass.
not ready.
Lying out.
Some of the future support helps out with summoning to using your quick attacks, which makes the protection effect a bit more reliable. It's a good one-off, given that the extra deck space is we'll talk about later.
Oh, wait, Sage is on site.
What is this?
Being a somewhat competent
Alright, let's just
linear
push
beast
on.
often seen in combination with dragon rulers. During early 2016, Shining Victories introduced what was arguably the most important lineup of Blue Eyes support to this very day. However, the first card introduced in the aforementioned lineup didn't exactly give people much hope at first. Priestess with Eyes of Blue is a level 1 tuner spellcaster with 0 attack and defense, Big Milky, and when a card or effect is activated that targets this face-up card, you can send one effect monster you control to the graveyard, and if you do, add up to 2 Blue Eyes monsters with different names from your deck to your hand. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target one Blue Eyes monster you control, shuffle it into the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. You can only use one Priestess with Eyes of Blue effect per turn, and only once that turn. It's just a bad version of a spell that was released almost 2 years before. See, the main
What happened?
discard one card, add up to 2 dragon monsters with 2000 or more attack and 2500 or less defense from your deck to your hand. It was effectively designed with Blue Eyes in mind, and the discard cost is far less
Yo, what?
the ass to pull off than it comes
How's
with
he
the
on site?
condition of Priestess. Alongside this, her recursion offers way too little payoff for way too
Yo,
steep.
you saw him heaven,
There's
bro.
absolutely
You
no
saw
point
him
in running
heaven.
through over middle.
They both dinked. Oh shit.
Yeah, 103 and 112. Last one's 103.
And when this card is normal summon, you can special summon one level 1 light tuner from your hand. You can target one effect monster, send it to the graveyard, and if you do,
Nice,
special summon
Odin.
one Blue Eyes monster from your hand. You can only use this effect of Protector with Eyes of Blue once per turn. Special summons another tuner, but you can fiber around, I'm not exactly still the most optimal monster to run, seeing how half of its effect is almost entirely based around
Sorry, I'm doing really bad.
Priestess, cards which most people don't even use in modern Blue Eyes decks. Even if you want to pop off a Gale Fiber,
Yeah, for
there's
real.
enough field set up in the archetype to do so without Protector. It's not terrible, but it doesn't benefit the deck in a way that
Oh,
you
my
don't
bad.
mention. However, the Eyes of Blue series was finally kicked into motion by Sage with Eyes of Blue, another spellcaster
Alright,
with 0
let's,
attack and 1500 defense. And
some
when
people
this card
go
is
B
normal
mid, some
summoned,
people
you
go
can
A
add
mid,
one level 1 light
and
tuner
then
from your
we're
deck to your
gonna
hand,
push
set
on to
Sage with
tree,
Eyes of
which
Blue.
is
You can discard this
this
card,
thing,
then target one effect monster you
and
control,
then
send it
we
to the
get onto
graveyard.
site
If you
and
do,
plan.
special summon one Blue
Sounds
Eyes
good?
monster from your deck. You can only use this effect of Sage with Eyes of Blue once per
Just
turn.
peek this
These
angle with me,
violent looking
please.
sons of bitches finally get a searcher, and a damn good one at that. It fetches not only every Blue Eyes tuner, but also every single level 1 light tuner in the game, which includes around 30 monsters, and most amusingly among those, Effect Railer.
Dead?
A man.
Two dead,
To
nice
put it
picks.
simply, this guy searches combo pieces, discard fodder, and hand traps. It's almost like I'm talking about Destiny heroes. If that wasn't enough, his own discard effect tends to be pretty useful, as it can not only trigger the full defense of some of your monsters, but casually dumps a Blue Eyes onto the field while doing so. You mostly want to max out on these
Alright,
guys,
plant,
but they're
Sova.
not exactly necessary in the ritual center builds. The last monster whose eyes happen to be
Jet's
blue
probably
for
coming,
is Master with Eyes of Blue.
Heaven.
Plant there, plant there.
How quantum mechanics plead God is a woman. He's got 300 attack and 1200 defense, and when this card is normal summon, you target one level 1 light tuner in your graveyard, add it to this card from your graveyard
That
to the
one.
deck, then target
One
one
coming
effect monster
through our
control,
flank.
send it to the graveyard, and if you do,
Teki,
summon one
nokori
Blue Eyes monster from
1名
your graveyard other than the Sent monster. You can only use this effect of Master with Eyes of Blue once per turn. It's basically Sage if all of his focus was put into the graveyard, which is not
hell.
a good amount of recursion and makes for a pretty good combo with Sage. The guy who won Rolls with Blue Eyes back in 2016,
Nice
even
round.
yeah, this deck won Rolls 2 years ago.
Next guy.
We'll get
射
into
撃
that
の
later.
調子が悪くても
Anyway, Master is usually
やれることは
accomplished.
他
Let's
に
do
も
it
ある
again.
Is the White Stone of
The only
Fate.
reason we won that round is
This
because
egg is not a
we
monster
got
type,
2 picks
with
at the
600 attack
beginning.
and 500
Those
defense
2
and the
picks were
following
vital.
effect.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
In the end phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can special summon one Blue Eyes monster from your deck.
Signature
you can banish
gun.
this card from your graveyard, then target one Blue Eyes monster in your graveyard. add
Wait,
it
so
to your
you're new to
You can only
Valorant?
use this effect of the White
No.
Stone of Ancients once per turn. The end phase effect seems vaguely slow at first, but it actually does wonders for the deck. It pumps out
I
cards
definitely
straight
have
out
to
of the
peek
deck
this
with
with me,
good
peek this with me.
phases. It's not a hard once per turn, so it has the potential to
3, 2,
fill
1.
up the field if you get multiple copies into the graveyard.
お遊びはここまでだ。
Also enough, have pretty sweet effects when summoned this way. This is one target for the effects of save, master, and counter, but also for the recovery and counter. The second Finally, a target you lost control of special summoning effects of the different monsters is Dragon. 2500 attack and 2000 defense, which is
最後の一
I
人
thought you
だ
killed it.
What can I do? I did, but then there's another
Dragon
one.
Spirit of White that I absolutely had to omit to phrase my life. It's not even a TCG quirk, the Japanese cards are the same. Anyway, this card is you can target one spell attack card your opponent controls, banish it. During either player's turn, if your opponent controls special summon one Blue Eyes by Dragon from your hand.
Yeah,
There's a
for real.
bit to unpack with
We
this
need
one.
more
First
smokes.
of all, he's treated as a normal
Could
monster
everyone
when in
peek with
hand
me on
and
mid,
which
though?
heavily accentuates the
So we
use
could
of
kill all the
Silver
people and
Scry,
not
which
get
revives any normal
completely
dragon
utterly
from the
shat
graveyard,
on.
as well as Dragon
Actually,
Fire.
no,
Once
I'm
you
gonna
send
lurk
any
at
dragon
B
from your deck to the graveyard,
and
if
try to
it's
get a
a
pick
normal
and leave.
monster, you can dump one
You guys
more.
try to get the
Basically,
spike
the
point
normal
at A.
monster property is more important to the deck's overall playstyle than it might initially
Makes
seem.
you
Adding
lose
on to
B,
that,
we'll
when
try to
summoned,
slow
Spirit
push,
banishes a piece of the opponent's deck though, which can be pretty nasty given how much resources the deck can offer you to simply put this guy into the field. He even sends himself to the graveyard to dump a free Blue Eyes from your hand and enable himself for repeated usage. This guy will fucking die for it. Dragon Spirit is in front of the opponent.
They were there.
Throw into it, and he's got a fair amount of self-recycling. And because there had to be a point behind all these goddamn tuners, besides a little lines in 2013, here's Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. He's got 2500 attack.
Sage, if you grab that ult point behind you, you can res.
Neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. Once per turn, during either player's turn, when an effect of the card in the graveyard is activated, you can negate the activation. During either player's turn, you can synchro summon card. Special summon one white dragon from synchro monster.
I'm dead.
Except Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Spirit Dragon is what I like to call a format assassin. It's a card that has effects which are either completely irrelevant or absolutely busted depending on the context. The first effect was most likely suggested by somebody whose entire family was massacred by
Fuck this. Why do you?
It was like a finish.
Sacling ABC Dragon Buster.
最後の一人だ
The graveyard negation is a bit more versatile since a lot of decks to this day focus
that
on
corner,
floating
get that
effects to make plays. The most interesting aspect of this card is absolutely the last effect. At any time, Spirit Dragon can tag out into any lightning and
Nobody
not
see
need to
me.
be properly special summoned. Most relevant
panic,
options
don't
here
panic.
include Black Rose Moonlight Dragon, Stardust White Dragon, Michael the Arclight Thorn, which is a
Bro,
dragon.
you gotta
because
chill out.
JD really wants to spot the damage. And of course, Azure Eyes, which protects itself during the enemy's destruction. A commonly practiced play is to tag out into one of the level 7
Yeah.
monsters during your turn, then use
Alright,
one of the
yeah.
level 1
I was
to
backseeing a little.
summon Crystal Lake. Alternatively, you can try going into
Anyone want to
Castle,
trade
reviving Spirit Dragon,
Prime
throwing
for
to
something
true
else?
Thunderfall
Like a
Calamities.
skinny
While
Vanish?
Terra format Spirit Dragon was specifically designed to assassinate, it was the
No?
2016 World
Leaving.
Championship. The
Could
special
you buy
summon
Vandal?
prevention killed pendulums, the graveyard negation killed burning abyss, and the tag out effect provided quick and
Good?
easy access to
Oh.
bouncing, protection, and monster effect negation. It was a slaughter to the point where the grand finals ended up being a Blue Eyes mirror match, resulting in a double brickfest
Yeah,
which was
do that.
tedious to watch. It was the very deliberate design of Spirit Dragon's effects and the neutered Meadow Bronze format that allowed
Go.
Blue Eyes as a deck to stand out as hard as it did and take first place. This monster is still absolutely the centerpiece of the Blue Eyes Control Toolbox variant and should be ran at 2. Regardless of all the new support, it was a bit strange how there was no attention put into the fusion focus Blue Eyes were most commonly known for in the anime, so a quick solution to that problem was introduced in the form of Blue Eyes Twin Burst. It's a level 10 with 3000 attack and 500 defense, requires a fusion of it must be either fusion summoned or special summoned by sending its 2 materials from the field to the graveyard.
Ah, right there. Why am I lying?
Attacks from monsters during each battle phase. At the end of the damage step, when this card attacks an opponent's monster,
Ran into
but the
something.
opponent's monster was not destroyed by the battle. Although not the most competitive of the bunch, Twin Burst was often seen as an option, not only due to being able to attack twice in that but also because there was no need for a bricky fusion spell which would clog up your hand multiple times. Summon used twice offers not targeting non-destruction.
Dude, I'm 3 health.
It's overall a nice monster.
Fine.
You'll probably see more play, but Blue Eyes extra decks haven't been as tight as they were. Before moving on, I shortly have to point out the structure of the dragons, which introduced some very important dragons.
最後の一
Mainly
人だ
Arc Brave Dragon, which still finds
あと
itself inside
30
the
秒
occasional Blue Eyes build, as well as Return of the Dragon Bird, an overall special
Nothing I
summons
can do,
any level
bro.
7 or 8 dragon from your graveyard, and it can be banished from the graveyard to protect the dragon.
There's no way we're getting smoked this hard. Come on, we have to win this.
There's rarely any reason not to run 2 or 3 of these. It's a non-once per turn revival of the majority of your beaters, along with amazing protection. It also
try
gives
it.
you
We're-
Sage
We're
Goliath
kind of,
until
yeah,
the
we're kind of growing a little.
So evidently, the great
Let's
Blue
actually
Eyes
try.
circle jerking of
And like when?
Did not end on Shining Victories or the structure deck. No, you see, there was a movie coming out. A movie which greatly focused around Seto Kaiba doing Kaiba things, which meant even more Blue Eyes. The Dark Side movie pack came out shortly after Shining Victories, almost a year before the movie even premiered in the US, and the reason for this
Flash right here,
is
flash right
because
here.
Blue Eyes absolutely needed a certain support card to be out in the TCG as soon as possible, that being Blue Eyes' alternative White Dragon, named after his eccentric music taste. Must first be special summoned from your hand by revealing Blue Eyes' White Dragon in your hand.
Get on, get on.
Special summon Blue Eyes' alternative
Plant
Dragon
Phoenix.
is returned this way. This card's name becomes Blue Eyes' White Dragon while it's in the field or in the graveyard. Once patrol can target one monster or opponent controls and destroy it. This card cannot attack the turn this effect is active. This was, and still is, the archetype's #1 way of easily dumping a level 8 dragon onto the field. With this level of searching and drawing, the summoning condition becomes piss easy and actually makes level 8 vanillas in your hand useful, while the destruction is simple and handy, and the downside is not often a setback, seeing how alternative
Help me, please!
synchro, Xyz, or link material.
Nakama
The
wa
worst thing about the
shinasenai.
card is that it has to be properly summoned first using its own conditions, so you can't probably count like you take most of your other dragons, but it's still a fantastic card, and it's also gonna max out on.
最後の一人だ
Bro.
Not the case.
残り1名
Stupid ass Odin.
Control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's
Oh, she might have not gotten it.
Dragon type monster in your graveyard. You
No,
can
she got it.
summon this card from your hand, and if you do, inflict 600 damage to your opponent for each dragon type monster with different range.
Bro, why is she
If
Odin?
this card is normal or special summon, target one dragon type monster in your graveyard. This card's attack becomes equal to that monster's. If this card on the field is destroyed by a card effect, destroy all monsters your opponent controls. It's interesting, is about the best thing I can say about it. Deep Eyes is very much a fancy, explosive anime card, which was designed more around spectacle and flair, as opposed to being genuinely helpful to the archetype's playstyle. It's basically a collection of mediocre effects, which make for a slightly above mediocre card at most. The summoning condition
Sova,
is,
can you
range,
arrow
the burn is
one of the windows so that we can
the
see
attack
on B
poking
side and
is
we can just
vague
spray
and
them with the Odin?
serviceable, and the floating is impressive, but the activation condition is a tad specific.
Talk
If you
things through.
really feel like satiating your inner Kaiba,
I
think
ain't
of
someone
Blue
come.
遊びはここまでだ。
I guess it's true. That being indeed this of course confirms its Neo the Magic Swordsman.
I have
version.
spike.
It's a level 12 with 4500 attack and 38.
Guys, get off the side.
And at the end of the damage step, if this is the only place this fusion summon card attack, send one twice fusion monster to the step in the graveyard, this card can attack again. This is effectively the Regator player's turn.
最後の一人だ
Activate the target's Blue Eyes monster you control. You can banish this card from your graveyard, negate your being teased for quite a while.
Oh my
before
God.
it's revealed, with quotes such as, "It
Bro,
has
no
the
one
power
pushed
to
onto
win the
site.
duel in one
I
turn."
literally planted the
So
bomb
does
and you guys were
Armitile,
just staying
not really
there.
providing a very exciting reference point. The funniest thing is that this effect was initially revealed at the bottom of a passenger seat on a Ferris wheel at a theme park in Japan. Make sure to check under your neighbor's truck for some unreleased Exodia support. But back to this. The conditions for the multiple attacking effect
Can I get
are
a buy
downright
leaving?
baffling. To an extent, I can understand
never
dumping Blue monsters from the extra deck with each successive attack, because it can set up the graveyard, send copies of itself with the protection effect, and it would be just a tad silly to have a 4500 beater with a casual triple attacking ability with no downsides. But why does it
Don't let them win this
absolutely
round.
have to be the only face-up card you control? You'll most likely be going into an awful minus to summon this thing anyway, so why salt the wound? You can't even summon it by contact fusion like Twin Burst, which means you'll have to run some dubious fusion spells and basically end up making an entire deck full of honest.
Oh my God, you're camping in the fucking corner.
It wasn't such an issue to get it into the graveyard from the extra deck in the first place. Sure, it's better than the vanilla Ultimate Dragon, but the bar wasn't exactly set high. In fact, the bar was on the ground and Neil was kind of clumsily hopped over. Thankfully, the movie pack introduced another boss monster for the archetype, which kinda came out of nowhere, all things considered. Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon is a dark level 8 ritual monster with 4000 attack and 0 defense, which you can ritual summon with Chaos form. Must be ritual summoned and cannot be special summoned by other
Omen,
ones.
TP to A.
If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict double
TP
piercing
to
damage to your
B.
opponent. Chaos form
No,
allows
not
you to
that.
ritual summon any chaos or bloodluster soldier ritual monster,
Bro.
as long as you tribute monsters from your hand or field, or banish dark magicians or Blue Eyes graveyard, levels exactly equal the monster you're summoning. The max, in all caps, in this card's name isn't this is what they call big dick
Ace?
energy. Extremely beefy body, surprising amount of protection, and a level which makes the card immensely easy to ritual summon in the deck, and of course,
Also,
the double
30秒
piercing effect that obliterates any occasional stray zero defense chocolate out of existence. Summon scapegoat now, bitch. For a considerable amount of time, Chaos Max Turbo was the best variant of the deck to play, mainly because, well, nothing could get over it. If you didn't have access to the lightning or character, you basically Combos and more of a fan of sitting anything within your line of sight. When you add Manju, advanced ritual art, and incantations to the mix, the ritual build arguably becomes way more consistent in the toolbox. People used to run Swords of Concealing Light to put things into defense position just so Chaos Max could punt them harder and get the rest of your monsters into OTK range. Today's more common method is Ibli linking
Match
into Mermaid into
point.
defense position Ibli in the opponent's field. This bitch will also die for you. Overall, Chaos Max is a morbidly powerful monster that has absolutely zero reason to exist, and that's why it's so good. And finally, we reached a short lineup of new support which prevented me from working on this video until all of it came out. We start with Blue Eyes Solid Dragon, a level 8 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and it looks like this because it's modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And the last wave of Blue Eyes support didn't look mechanical enough. If this card is no more
Let's just go first minute, please. Just don't die.
Controls, negate its effects. The Regator player's turn, when your opponent activates its counter effect, you can shuffle this card into the deck, and if you shuffle some one Blue Eyes like that, you can only use each effective Blue Eyes Solid Dragon once per turn. It's offensive.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Much like Dragon Spirits, but these effects are a bit less substantial. The monster effect negation is permanent, which is nice, but seeing how you won't be summoning this dude during your opponent's turn very often, it loses much of the practicality to the cat as a quick effect. Tag out with another Blue Eyes is fine. Best case scenario, you can use it to dodge targeting, but it's nothing to write home about. I would run one at most, if any. Should have called it Blue Eyes Middling Bread. Final Blue Eyes this time is, again, out of absolutely nowhere, Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. It's a level 8
Where?
Ritual summon, it cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and if this ritual summon card using a Blue Eyes White Dragon as material attacks, you can change the battle position of all monsters your opponent controls, and if you do, the attack and defense of those monsters become 0. Also for the rest of this turn, if this card attacks a monster, inflict piercing damage to your opponent. It's not often that a weaker counterpart of a big boss monster is released way after I'm just gonna assume Chaos Mini over here, hit a case of stage fright and wait for Daddy to clear the room before he steps out. There's not much I can say about this one, besides that it combos well with Chaos Max if you can manage to get them both into the field. Many events demand Max turns a new asshole, as simple as it gets. Again, given how much setup and searching the ritual variant offers, you most likely won't be bricking nearly often enough to consider Chaos Mini detrimental to your playstyle. I just wouldn't recommend maxing out on it. That's what Max is for, even tells you in the name. Finally, we get to the spell and craft lineup. We start off with the oldest piece of Blue Eyes support, Burst Stream of Destruction, or in the voice of the legendary Kenjiro Tsuda. It's a normal spell which you can activate if you control Blue Eyes White Dragon, and it destroys all monsters your opponent controls, so Blue Eyes White Dragon can attack. As far as early signature attack spells go, it's pretty sweet, and it's searchable by a few other spells in the archetype. It's a bit gimmicky and absolutely not a staple, but a single surprise copy could catch the opponent off guard in some fun ways. Blue Eyes didn't get archetypal support for quite a long time after this, specifically until the Shining Ritual is back. It introduced a very curious field spell, Mausoleum of One. During your main phase, you can normally summon one level 1 like
Bro, is no one gonna peek?
Once per turn, you can target one face-up monster you control. Send one normal monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, and if you do, the targeted monster gets attack and defense equal to the level of the monster sent to the graveyard times 100 until the end of this turn, even if this card leaves the field. If you manage this card from the graveyard, add one Burst Stream of Destruction to the back of your hand. It's less of a Blue Eyes support card and more of a guys exclusive. To be honest, they should have called it what it really is. Please use Maiden for the love of fuck, just please play Maiden, Jesus Christ! Right, the card is packed with good effects. You got your double summon, graveyard trigger Maiden's effect, and even a spot. This combination of effects is pretty insane boards with a good hand, involving summon sorcerers and needle fiber shenanigans, which should be further assisted by Fairy Dragon, but it's not bad overall, it just focuses a little too much on Maiden to be a staple of the deck. However, if you don't mind some brick potential, builds that revolve around Mausoleum can make some absolutely crazy fields, so feel free to experiment with it. After that, we have the quick play, Majesty with Eyes of Blue. Send one Blue Eyes monster from your hand or graveyard, then target one face-up monster in the field. It cannot attack while it's face-up on the field. You can only activate one Majesty with Eyes of Blue per turn. Well, it's graveyard setup and it can trigger Maiden's effect, but it's not like we don't have enough of those by now. If anything, at least it's a quick play so you can delay the opponent's OTK a little bit. I'm kinda grasping at straws here. It's harmless, but I wouldn't play it. The same kinda goes for the Equip Beacon of White. If you do not control another Beacon of White and you have 3 or more Blue Eyes monsters in your graveyard, target one of them, special summon it and cast Spectate it, also equip it with this card. When this card leaves the field, banish the equipped monster. Other monsters you control cannot attack. Also, if you have any number of Blue Eyes monsters in your graveyard, the equipped monster can attack up to that number of times during each battle phase. It's a fun little OTK card, which is just obnoxiously unsearchable and outclassed by most other OTK stampedes you can pull off with this deck. I'd say don't play it, but you could run a copy or two if you want to reenact this quote in a real duel.
If at first you don't succeed, blast them with your blue eyes again!
Neutron Blast is a normal spell which you can activate if you control a fusion summon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. This turn it can make a second and third attack during the battle phase, and it prevents the opponent from activating cards that are
last game I was doing so fucking good.
Instead of printing this garbage,
with the Vandal
why
for
couldn't
no
this have
reason.
been the effect on the Ultimate Dragon? Triple 4500 to the face, Armada is shut down while doing so, we'd all be fine with that. But no, instead let's force people to build decks around the vanilla fusion, which is older than the majority of the player base.
I like the Phantom better.
My ass. Next. Oh, here's
I like
a
the
fun one.
Phantom,
We're getting into OCG
but sometimes
territory
when I want
again.
tap, I like the Vandal.
Go! Let's you reveal 3 of the following cards from your deck. Your opponent randomly chooses one for you to add to your hand, and you
feel
shuffle
that,
the rest
that.
back into your deck. The cards
Yes,
can be Blue Eyes
because,
monsters,
you know,
or
from
spells and
further
traps
away with the
specifically
Phantom,
listing Blue
it
Eyes
only
White
does
Dragon or Blue Eyes
140 for the
Ultimate
head
Dragon in
tap.
their effects, except Bingo
But with the
Machine
Vandal
Go.
it does
You can only
160
activate one
all the
Bingo
time.
Machine Go per turn. If you had told me 6 months ago that a card
Quite
named
nice, quite
Bingo
nice.
Machine
Agent
Go
を選べ。
2 exclamation marks and all would be the Blue
You
Eyes
picking
equivalent
someone,
to
Leaving?
Pantheism,
Or are you
told
leaving
you
us?
to go as far
I think he's
away
good
from it as
dodge, yeah, he's
possible.
dodged.
But apparently a card based on Kaiba's Battle City Bingo Machine can go a long way.
Yeah,
Looking
it's
at the
a-
sheer amount of stuff this thing
Have a good day,
searches.
guys.
Gimmicky signature attack spells, janky boss monsters from ages ago, most things down to the basic members of the archetype. This card is especially ridiculous in ritual builds, being able to search all of the ritual monsters, as well as chaos form itself. Regardless of the build, this is a fantastic choice at 2 or 3. Go gargle those balls. But that's about where the praise ends, as now we have Rampage with Eyes of Blue. It's a quick play which says, during the turn you activated this card, you cannot normal summon or special summon monsters except Blue Eyes White Dragon. Banish all cards in your hand, field, and graveyard face down, including this card, and if you do, special summon up to 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons from your deck. It seems like a funky last resort type of card at first, but then you read it again and realize it's another one of those you have to dedicate your entire deck towards. It special summons only from the deck, meaning you'll probably have to activate it as soon as possible. It gets rid of everything else you own, and for that you get a trio of 3000 attack vanilla beaters, which can only put you into OTK range if the opponent has no monsters in the field, or their only monster is in attack position and has less than 1100 attack. Less than 1050. It's stupid and silly, and unless you're role-playing, just don't use this one. Similarly, there's the final Blue Eyes card, the normal trap. Target one Blue Eyes monster you control. This turn, the face-up monster is unaffected by card effects, except its own. It cannot be destroyed by battle. Also destroy any monsters that battles it at the end of the damage step. If you normal or special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon while this card is in your graveyard, you can set this card to your field, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use this effect of the toughest, the invincible, the unbeatable once per turn. It's not terrible or anything. Hell, it's the type of protection most archetypes would kill to have. For a turn, your targeted Blue Eyes is virtually invincible, so to say, but most people would rather save up spots in the deck for combo pieces rather than a protection card with a tangible focus on the win more aspect. Run it if you want to yell out its name really loud. Lastly, a shout out to the King of D, because of course that's his name, and Dragon Revival Rhapsody, which is not the worst thing ever, but I don't see it being a staple in the deck in any foreseeable future. And finally, for those scales, they're dragons after all. Well, according to Red Eyes players, it should be a 5 in power and 1 in potential. But for the actual grading, consistency gets a 3. There's quite a few search and draw options, and the ritual build somehow ends up opening decently a lot more often than the combo or toolbox variants, but the amount of bricks and mediocre hands still knocks it down a notch. Power gets a 4. The attack values are high all across the board, and Chaos Max Turbo focuses on mindless hammering into things, but the focus of the archetype was never specifically centered around OTKs and insane attack boosting, so it's just a tad below the top. Recovery is present in the form of some generic support, but the archetype itself has quite a few graveyard manipulation tools. Not a whole lot, but enough for a grade of 3. There's a lot of variety in the protection department, although it's not really abundant. The most relevant pieces in this regard are Chaos Max, Azure Eyes, as well as the graveyard effect of Return of the Dragon Lords. It's good, but there's not a whole lot of it, so that's another 3. As far as versatility goes, there's quite a few ways you can go about approaching Blue Eyes builds. Link spam, invoked variants, ritual builds with or without Chaos Mini. Hell, you could even go for a fusion variant if you don't mind how janky Neo Ultimate is. Despite this, the focus is most often put into tagging out into shit with Spirit Dragon, making generic rank 8s to negate and beat over things, or making Chaos Max to beat even harder. There are quite a few ways you can go about your strategies, but the toolbox box mostly remains the same as it was a couple of years back. This is very much teetering on a tree, but I decided to be generous. Here's a combo-oriented variant, which uses a lot of
対戦を確認
based around building the field by using Jet Synchron and Mecha Phantom Beast Lion, assisted by Needle Fiber and Summon Sorceress, but it tends to brick every now and then. And here's a ritual version, which is a lot more consistent and not very convoluted. Blue Eyes White Dragon, as a card and as a concept, has arguably left a more noteworthy mark on the general public perception of the franchise than on the game itself. If someone only vaguely knows what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, chances are they'll know Blue Eyes as well, and will probably burst into hysteric laughter if you show them images like these ones. On the other hand, in the actual game, Blue Eyes is hardly more noteworthy than most other archetypes centered around beatdown and control, save for that one time it's One Worlds because Konami wanted to promote the movie. I don't dislike it though. I think it has enough variety in its options to accommodate for a whole bunch of different playstyles. The artwork on its support is absolutely gorgeous, and I'm a big fan of the whole medieval majesty theme it's got going on, as opposed to simply aping random cards Kaiba used in the anime, lest we get Blue Eyes Rude Kaiser. Given the card's astronomical popularity, I sincerely don't think the tides of support will ever die out, and will merely slow down to make room for the new hotness until the flood starts again. So to any genuine Blue Eyes enthusiasts in the audience, you'll get yours. God knows if you haven't gotten enough already.
Hey everybody! Recently incarcerated Ogama Ryan here. As you can see, I fought the law. And the law broke both my legs.
エージェントを選べ
To return my calls, I need your help. I can't afford the preceding litigation or spell it, so I'm relying on donations so that I can get enough tokens to use the for 10 minutes. So for a limited time, I'm doing a special commission offer. For just $10, you'll never have to hear
Okay, so we have no sentinel. Okay.
restraining orders for a deal like that.
Do we really need one?
I'll come to your house.
I don't think so. We will see.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, I gotta go. It's penis inspection day, and I should probably find one of those. Does anyone know what a penis is?
Okay, that one took a lot longer than I expected. Regardless, thank you all for watching this episode of Archetype Archive. Follow the Twitter, the Patreon, and the Discord server. Subscribe if you feel like it, and I'll see you next time.
I'll play.
Yo, Viper, where are you going? Okay.
What's up, everyone? It's remake time once again.
Another
Today,
interesting one.
we're revisiting Pokemon's very own Iron Man, Scizor. Scizor intimidated us with his villainous role in the 4th Pokemon movie under the ownership of the Iron Mask Marauder. Viciously
Hop in an A
fighting
side.
Celebi.
They're mid.
And, yeah, I don't want this intro to be that long. I'm sure you've already seen it.
敵を発
I'm gonna rotate to B other.
Right into
We're giving up A. Mid and B main.
I'm
And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats. Scizor started his competitive career in the 2nd generation as a baton passer that by sending and when passive threats like Marowak and Machamp games
Reload.
could potentially end really fast.
Watch
Unlike
heaven.
other popular baton passers like
Could be
Smeargle and
C2.
Sylveon, it scared out Exeggutor with the threat of a clean 1 KO from his
壁を消すわ
stab hidden power bug. Its normal
敵を
resistance
発
also changed.
最後の一人だ
Jesus Christ, they're all there.
Snorlax. The issue, though, was that of getting phased by the two most common phases, Whirlwind Skarmory on defensive teams and Roar Steelix on offensive teams.
Oh, good try, man.
To make an appearance in any given games. Well, luckily, Scizor wasn't the only Pokemon that those two got used to counter. They were also
Right.
used to check the Snorlaxes on Scizor's team. Snorlax could force Skarmory to rest and could cripple Steelix with Lovely Kiss, Body Slam Paralysis, or heavy damage from Earthquake or Fire Blast. And from there, Scizor could pass in peace. Plus, against offensive teams that relied on Tyranitar as their phaser, Scizor was immediately threatening, as Tyranitar wanted nothing to do with it. Unfortunately, Scizor was purely relegated to baton passing, as the presence of Pokemon like Zapdos, Gengar, and even Sleeping Skarmory made it too difficult for it to sleep on its own. However, without Scizor, baton pass teams don't work at all, and as such,
Mid
it has
again.
a legitimate important role in the GSC metagame. Scizor was once again relegated to full baton
Nothing A, I'm gonna rotate off.
although his was stable as it was.
B.
It was mostly outclassed by Mawile of all things, who resisted rock and flying, had Intimidate to solve soften blows, and even pack taunt to prevent Skarmory from phasing it. Scissor's Earthquake and access to agility were useful, but Mawile was more consistent given how terrifying
Almost lit.
Swordsman
Killjoy's hit for 100.
最後の一人だ
Oh.
too special, as it was mostly outclassed by Heracross.
Alright, we buy up here.
Scizor had was an immunity to
I was rough.
Scizor. This allowed it to potentially run an Endure plus Reversal, allowing it to Swords Dance safely, then survive any attack in order to gain a speed boost from Selactberry, and jack its Reversal's power up to its max of 200 in one fell swoop, with its Swarm ability adding fuel to the fire by boosting its stab hit and power bug. Scizor was potentially scary, but had several severe issues. Scizor lacked coverage against flying types and couldn't even outspeed Aerodactyl after eating its Selactberry. While Scizor was sadly not good enough to be OU, it was definitely far too powerful for you, and thus it languishes in Gen 3 still. In Gen 4, Scizor still wasn't anything special in Diamond and Pearl.
Nothing good.
Platinum skyrocketed to being easily the most used Pokemon in OU. Question, why? The answer, Bullet Punch. With its new Technician ability, this new
Be careful on Heaven and
to
B.
an effective 90 base power, which was
Flanking
stronger
middle.
than the previous standard
Okay.
and was incredibly good for revenge killing purposes with Choice Band. Scizor also has Stab on another incredible Choice Band friendly move. Suddenly, the
I'm dead here.
entire metagame seemed to be
Yep.
banded Scizor, firing
There's
off
two in
Scizor
sewers going
all
A.
game long, until it was time to
Sage just hit
revenge
for
kill the
40.
incredibly dangerous Salamander.
They're rotating A for sure. They're
And
gonna
as
come
if it
sewers.
didn't have enough going for it already,
You hear
it
them?
also had access to a dynamically boosted pursuit, allowing it
Brimstone's
to
lit
use
as
its
well,
steel typing
on
to
his side.
resist the OU newcomer Latias and its Draco Meteor, and KO Latias as it attempted to switch out. Any given OU game had ridiculously high chance of at least one player using Bandit Scizor, and it wasn't exactly a surprise for both players to be using it.
あと
either.
30
Scizor
秒
shaped the metagame around it, with sets like Protect and Hidden
One
Power
round.
fired
スパイクを設置最後の一人だ
You're fucking crazy for just walking through that smoke. Yeah.
Something like Salamence could have used its absence. And look, it's simply impossible to overstate how
フィル
common
ジョン
and
の
important
存在自体がレディアン
Scizor's
トに
U-turn
対
was
する
such an
侮辱
automatic
よ
move that it wasn't even uncommon for Blissey to stay in and soft boil the damage off, even when Scizor threatened to one-hit KO it with Superpower. And speaking of which, Superpower was another one of Platinum's gifts, as now Scizor had a terrific fighting move that utterly destroyed Kaki Heatran and could even smash Skarmory attempting to roost, as Skarmory would lose
You gonna
its
flash
fighting
this
type,
on them?
becoming pure steel and thus
I can,
Scizor
but I have a
was
shotgun.
Alright, yeah.
absolutely everywhere.
Okay.
And while it just about always used Ban, it eventually took a look at the and began running Scarf itself. This allowed it to more safely touch Latias, even when it was
All
at
in.
low health, and it completely dominated Gengar and
Brim's hit
Scarf.
50.
Scizor also checked all variants of Swords Dance Guard, unlike Scarf Tyranitar, who fell to both. Scizor even
Calm
was
down.
a fairly decent lead, as it completely
Get
shredded
back
two
up.
Azel variants. Huge focus that in favor of
Close left.
beating Machamp. And then
敵残り1名
and one of Scizor's main targets disappeared. Now it was still needed for the ever-dangerous Salamence, but then a few months later, Salamence itself was banned. The metagame shifted, and suddenly...
Good shit.
Not only were the top Pokemon in the metagame that was so good at dealing with were gone, but its nemesis Heatran was now the new #1 in town. Plus other threats like Infernape, Breloom, Zapdos, and Kingdra were rising, and Scizor wasn't as reliable at revenge killing the Salamence replacing Dragonite, thanks to Dragonite's higher physical bulk. Scizor didn't exactly disappear, but it became noticeably less common. Scarf sets were still quite solid, especially as Subsplit Gengar was considered nigh uncounterable, and Scarf Pursuit without being weak to Focus Blast like Tyranitar made Scizor was one of the best.
Oh, man, can you put a smoke like here?
Eventually, Scizor came roaring back with a new set, bulky Swords Dance with Roots, with the excellent Heart Gold and Soul Silver edition of Bug Bite as its newest set.
Bro,
Also
you
had
smoke.
technician boosts. Turns
It's
out a
gonna
lot
be
of
A
Scizor
again, for
sets
sure.
like Vaporeon, Wish
Viper
Combo
just rotate.
Jirachi, and Heatwave Less Zapdos, that is to say, a lot of them, considering how popular substitutes
Roll in, man.
Williams wished a lot as its finisher. Thus,
残り1名
Ah, stupid. Good play, Breach. That's fucking filthy. Good utility usage.
充電しなきゃ敵の命
ありがとうよ。ありがとうよ。 usually reliable champs in Gyarados and
今ならおごってやるぜ。
装備を
to survive almost all the hidden power fires in OU. Plus,
Yo, Viper.
Viper Kibanu.
to reliably use its bulk to check dangerous threats to most
I should have bought that.
It's all good.
Trick Room Bronzong, Dragon Dance Kingdra, and even Subsplit Gengar. Bulky Swords Dance Scizor became one of late DPP's most dangerous sweepers.
B.
It was a great finish for its breakout generation. And as if it wasn't enough, Scizor was even great in the tier above OU. Turns out Ubers has a lot of Dragon types spamming their Dragon type moves, with the only resist being Steel types, and the only Uber Steel type is the also a Dragon, and thus doesn't pack the resist. So Ubers tends to dip into OU for its
逃げた方がいいかもね
it of course packed its ever-useful Bullet Punch for revenge killing many Pokemon, most notably Deoxys Attack, weakened Rayquaza, Darkrai, Mewtwo, and Ladyhood, but also potentially Giratina Origin, and even Rock Polish Ground. Stab turns threatened
101. Killjoy back.
相手にならね
This pursuit was also useful for catching the tier's many psychic types attempting to flee from Utah.
They didn't plant it before.
スパイクを設置
Yeah, I was stalling.
敵残り
Back,
1
back.
名
You see
Oh
it?
my god.
Backside, backside, backside.
Just low.
Good job.
Oh
guys.
my god.
That was really good.
Perfect ult.
Deoxys Attack, Crosslash, and even Darkrai, thanks to Lumberjack. The main difference between Ubers and
残念だったな
was that it required a lot more special defense investment in Ubers, even on choice band sets, although it was also
風を
excellent with
道を示して
overall Scizor was a
銃がある
incredibly important defining member of the
装備が欲しい
銃があるわ
Scizor's title as Pokemon
What a
Gunslinger
waste.
translated fairly well to doubles, where it
あ
was
りがとう
able
よ
to put its technician bullet punches to good use, picking off low HP enemies and enabling functional 1v1. However, unlike in singles, Scizor was able to make good use of its more neglected type in doubles. While both
油断す
Wanna
るなよ
flash this breach? Push up.
types anytime soon, Scizor's
How aggressively.
technician boosted bug bite is
目つぶしだ
facing off against the big and for
フラッシュマンだ
absolutely annihilates the queen of HP, Cresselia. Scizor
I think that they're gonna push B side. Yeah.
his teammates forget their worries about Protect and enjoy the bliss of
I'm coming through sewers.
regrets. As such, Scizor saw VGC play from the very early days of standardized doubles tournament, where it
Second I decide to use
in the ancient VGC in 2000.
Oh my god, already outside.
残り1名
Spike down.
Placed third at Worlds. However, without much
No
Bro,
way. I
the last
just
one.
Oh man, come through here. Come through here. Come through garage.
if it can hit something that doesn't resist it. And while Bullet Punch and Bug Bite are incredible moves in their own right, the offensive typing isn't exactly top of the litter. Scizor sadly
毒の壁よ
to break through Ponytail's legendary defenses, especially with enemies such as Groudon and Ho-Oh being as
can't believe I died to this guy.
And let's not forget Kyogre. Scizor struggles in general
Respect.
against bulky water types, and the Lord of the Ocean certainly won.
壁を消すわ
Nice.
5 ranked
スパイクはここよ
Three.
a top tier OU. Early in black and white, especially defensive swords and
I didn't get the album, sorry.
emerged to handle Darkrai, which had been let loose in OU.
It's okay.
Scizor exchanged Lumberry for leftovers, and
ありがとうよ
it was already defining the tier with
Oh, it's
his
just
set.
by
It
yourself.
made for an excellent
I bought him
iconic
up.
pairing with Swords Dance Glencore, who had similar defensive utility to
No, I
his
mean,
potential, and even helped
never
Scizor out by
mind.
baiting in and shutting
Green,
down
I'm gonna
his
flash
strong
them
range
here.
taunt. Scizor was of course as important defensively as ever, keeping in check over
Alright.
like the
You
Lightning,
wait a few
while also
seconds before you do it.
combating new terrors such as being
Just
threatened
smoke.
to be served. Eventually, its old choice band set returned and did the exact
Nice.
same thing,
恐れるがいい
becoming the most used Pokemon in the metagame.
他に耐えられるか
No way. You smoke.
待ってられるか目つぶしだフラッシュマンだ
Forcing the shipping them and keeping them
飛びな
the best players in the metagame scratching their heads at it was so
I'll be
They're
rotating.
rotating.
目つぶしだ
banned or limited in some way. The two were everywhere, and so it
ここだ
remained until Black and White 2, when Garchomp was re-released into OU in the wake of the Sand
Planting.
ban, and Garchomp had
Planting on B.
regained its Dream World ability once again.
パイクを設置。敵残り1名。
Contact moves such as Scissor's U-turn seamlessly sting with recoil, and it could even block Rotom's Volt Switch without being weak to a potential Hydro Pump, so the combination took a severe hit. However, Scizor had more tricks up its sleeve.
パーフェクト。
It lured in its counter, Rellicent on sand, and Tadpole on ring, and obliterated them. This was incredible support for the dangerous new Keldeo, who found himself stuffed by both macros and
リロード。
defining elements of offense.
リロー
To counter safely and fulfill its intended
ド。リロード。
However, Scizor eventually hit a wall, almost literally. Dedicated Spikes teams with Magic Art Psychic types became incredibly popular, and Scizor was unable to deal with it, getting almost permanently walled by Skarmory and worn down with ease by all the residual damage from Kazuma. Even with Roots. This made
At least you guys
Skarmory
on me.
pose a successful lost its high-ranking place in the metagame. To succeed with the proliferation of those teams took over
Backing up from that.
a lot of main
They have mid. They're gonna come and be heaven probably.
Already on B. On
They're
heaven.
on the side.
They're on site.
仲間は死なせない。3人目。
No way. 104 on Raze. She ropes.
They're gonna go
We're gonna
beat
take a
A on
ropes
me.
to Raze is fucking 46 HP.
敵残り1
Awesome
名。
plans.
Nice. Let him get the
スパイクを
6k.
設置。
Give the 6k.
Nice. Good shit.
銃があるわ。
Where'd the body go?
びっくりした。
had something tucked away for later. Early Scizor sets were basically what you'd expect, focusing on bulk and power to better boost Bullet Punch and Bug Check.
Good shit.
Also introduced the
I'm gonna keep playing an AR. I feel like I'm not really getting a lot of picks with them up.
via flying gem
Okay.
Back feeder.
which did neutral damage to most of Scizor's checks. One notable user of flying gem
装備が欲しい。
Nosh Mangle Soul Sunny, who took fourth at
Viper,
Madison
buy for
and
Breach.
third at Nationals.
ありがとうよ。
Acrobatic bug.
Now her eco's fucking crazy.
Scizor sets focused on parry for obvious reasons. One other interesting Scizor strategy involved a different parry, Lum Berry. While Prankster Thunder
They're pushing me.
was most notorious for disrupting the enemy team with its mix of
I'm nothing A.
Oh, they're low. They're all fucking low. Killjoy 117.
敵残り1名。
Sova is like full health.
リロード中。
Story goes, Aaron had been using a modified version of one swift J.
あなたの命。やっていただくわ。
What she thought was too defensive.
スパイク発
In the
見。
midst of the practice, Wolf suggested
あ
to Aaron that
お
he
待ちかねの銃撃
So
戦だ
easy.
ぜ。
usual Scizor variant, Sword Stand Scizor, a complete novelty to the metagame. However, that novelty ended up being monstrously powerful. Aaron's strategy was to bring in Scizor against some of the many Pokemon that can't check Scizor easily and Sword Stand. Of course, that strategy might seem too simple, and it is. But if you bring in a Scizor counter who can handle a +2 bullet punch, no big deal.
いけるぜ。
Where this set's
I feel like they're gonna go A this round.
it's another
Just know
gem,
it.
but not the common flying gem. Instead, Aaron and Wolf went all in on Scizor's still lightning.
Good knob.
待ってられるか。
Steel gem backing it, a +2
逃げられないぞ。
Once those threats are removed, Scizor takes a shot
I will.
敵残り1名。
Spike drop.
Pick up my op.
感謝。
Aaron also devised an HP spread that lets his Scizor function well.
チャージ
攻守交代前。最終ラウンド。
銃がある。
Quake from his team, letting him launch an all-out assault without worrying about collateral damage.
Probably gonna be A.
Aaron and Wolf ended up winning US Nationals with their sneak attack.
I have lineups for attack.
Seniors and Wolf in Masters, and they changed the shape of the 2012 metagame in the process. Aaron's team of Garchomp, Smalltop, Tyranitar, Secret, Scizor, and Cresselia ended up being quite ubiquitous, with Aaron's brother Brendan Babytron Zhang using a variant to place third in the juniors division of World, and everybody finishing fifth.
I'm assuming it's A.
Wolf opted for a different team
Yeah.
for their Worlds campaigner, the puke green Scizor that took Nationals
I'll watch mid, but you can rotate.
A signature master stroke of one of Senior's most lauded player on his way to becoming one of the
Okay, we're going back to mid.
Aaron even said he regretted not using his scissor team anymore, although looking back, that may have been a wise choice. After Wolf and Aaron showed just what scissor could do, many players opted to prepare for scissor, and this most frequently took the form of
Was she ramp?
Celia into a pseudo fire type by swapping one of its other moves such as ice.
Yes, no.
Yeah, it's gonna be it.
That's a commit.
They're committed it.
Yeah, she's ramps. She's careful, she's in there.
Why you steal my kill? Why you steal my
Well
kill?
played.
Sorry.
I hit her for 140. Why?
Alright, let's just rush B, get this fucking game over with. We should run through
Alright.
middle to B heaven. Just drop a smoke vents for us, Omen. And then maybe use your wall, like, can you still wall through heaven, like here?
Yeah, I'm smoking that shit.
Yeah, wall that shit off here. We just fucking bomb through mid, go through B heaven. Just don't stop, you know? Do it quick.
Wait, you want me to smoke heaven or rafters?
Rafters.
Alright.
I want our Omen to just smoke vents. Save your other util for site. Nice. Go, go, go.
One more. One dance. Nice. Heaven. One last one heaven.
I'm 16 if that helps.
Rafters.
Bro, I'm bomb. Hit 60.
Nice.
Nice. Free.
I'll try the.
Alright.
Alright, I'm full buy.
I'm gonna force an AR. I don't really give a fuck. This game's over. We could literally do the same things, but just with ARs. I mean, play for B. Play range on him. Let's actually just play for a pick and then maybe rotate.
Okay.
Depending on how many we see. Yeah, Omen just smoke offensively. I don't want one.
Spike Kako.
Including Polytoad, Thunderous, Hydreigon, Kingdra, and Breloom.
Hiroshima!
To establish dominance. Milan in Milan, while Alberto plays top seed. Then Alberto quite a few other Europeans also use
CT, one CT. Killjoy CT.
Passing CT. Just died anyways.
Bro, they're down bad.
I mean, they should, but like.
Yeah, they're not gonna.
Alright, what are we gonna full execute?
We could just let's just play for another fucking pick. I was gonna say we could go away, but I don't feel like running over there right now. He gets pissed.
One heaven.
You can just go
Straight
away.
through smoke. Yeah, we should. Go all the way through smoke. I gotta pick vents, but they're gonna think it's B.
Omen is already on heaven, so
Yeah.
let's just push.
default.
Another one coming vents.
From then, just hold.
敵残り1名
Just dead. Last one's on your left. Nice.
Probably.
マッチポイント
とどめを刺すぞ
Pull right there.
Yeah. Omen, just drop a smoke. Smoke off screens and then one like deep heaven.
I can smoke off heaven and screens, but not rafters.
They're Killjoy and Brim plays here.
Yeah, I'll do that too. I'm gonna ult and push into heaven, so fuck it.
我が妹のため
It's a Nico around, yeah, we just fucking bomb through we kill this bitch. Bro, what the fuck, dude? We're all sitting heaven. Oh, come on. We don't have to peek anything. Maybe just play it. Play it.
敵残り1名
Alright, never mind. Good shit.
アタッカーの勝
Did
利
you guys?
Yes.
Which was otherwise nearly impossible to safely handle without a Chansey, and unlike Chansey, it couldn't be tricked by choice Latios sets. Some players even ran dedicated Pursuit Scizor variants, recognizing how difficult it was to safely sweep with Source Dance, and instead preferring the extra defensive utility. Getting rid of Lati was especially useful for a teammate like Helios, and Scizor could even super effectively pursue Mega
対戦を確認
Stab Bullet Punch was also key in staving off the metagame's defining threat, Calm Mind Clefable. Funnily enough, Scizor's newfound special bulk it received from its Mega Form was so impressive that it could even survive a Calm Mind boosted flamethrower from Clef, which is somewhat mind-boggling given that neither its HP or special defense are that high, even when the 6th generation had nerfed the move's base power to 90. By extension, Scizor could survive Magnazone's Hidden Power Fire with ease, even with Stealth Rock. It could even do the same against the immensely powerful Mega Diancie, whom it then threatened to shatter with Bullet Punch. Eventually, Sticky Web teams became powerful metagame forces, and Scizor anchored them. It didn't have to worry about Heatran running enough speed EVs to outrun it when the web would slow it down anyway, and Scizor could finally comfortably run a fully offensive set with an adamant nature, which would outrun a slowed down Scarf Magnazone as well. Offensive Scizor with Sticky Web effortlessly cut through many a team and added another set to the extensive list of things Scizor could viably run. It was always present throughout the 6th generation, never at the absolute forefront of the metagame, but always an important part of it, being able to run a plethora of sets and being able to use them well. Finally, Mega Scizor had an important niche in Ubers, checking the unequivocally most dangerous Pokemon in the tier, Xerneas. It resisted its Moonblast,
エージェント選択
coverage in Thunder and Hidden Power Ground, stayed healthy with Roost, and most importantly, smacked it with its super effective stab priority, meaning that it didn't necessarily have to be in perfect condition to deal with it. Scizor's pursuit was also excellent in opening up Primal Kyogre,
対戦を確認
and its ability to trap Mega Gengar was nothing to sneeze at either. Putting Primal Groudon, Mega Salamence, and most Arceus forms on a timer via Toxic extended its general usefulness significantly as well. It wasn't a glamorous role, and the Mega competition in Ubers was stiff, but the role was an important one. So
Yo, we got mics, boys.
In the metagame.
Yes, sir.
Yo, Melf, if you want to rock like, if you want to rock like a controller, like a Killjoy or a Sage, and then me and Marco can go like frags if you want. It's up to you though.
With its particular Mega giving a huge boost to attack and
Yeah.
defense, and a nice pump up to everything else except HP. Hidden Power was also
Go Killjoy then.
base power from a potential 70, giving Scizor a bit of breathing room when it came to tech carried specifically to beat it. On the flip, Mega Scizor's boosts weren't game-breaking enough to justify using it most of the time, and Scizor paid the price for his new.
Alright, he'll play. Okay, he'll play Sage, then we can go entries. So it's up to you.
You can play Ascent.
The lack of a bug bite move tutor.
Yo, if you wanna, can you go Randa though? I'm better at Phoenix, to be honest.
Stab's choice. It doesn't end there either. 2014 had even more intimidate in the meta than 2013. even though Dangerous was gone for the moment, Mega Mawil's near total dominance.
Jet's fine.
Jet
Jet erase, yeah.
Didn't have Mawile, then Salamence, Mega Manectric, or Gyarados would fill that role. As Steel-type no longer resisted Dark, Scizor both had to contend with opposing Sucker Punches and face competition as a priority user from Bisharp and Mega Mawile. And finally, the addition of Fairy typing, while a good sign on the surface, was actually a big problem for Scizor. While it's true that Steel is super effective against Fairy, if you actually look at the Fairy types that were common in 2015, such as Azumarill and Mega Mawile, yeah, they don't care about Steel typing at all. In fact, what Fairy functionally did was bring a one-time nearly useless typing into prevalence, and it wasn't one Scizor wanted to see. That's right, Fire types were here to stay, especially the demonic.
Yo, Milf, what's good, dog?
Powerful Mega Charizard Y, Scizor's worst nightmare, and with Fire
Yo, we got
types
mics.
comes Burns, which is Scizor's other downfall. All that put together made for a much more unwelcoming metagame for Scizor and its bullet punches. Its one saving grace was those punches, which still did fairly well in, well, punching holes. Metagame, if Scizor wasn't intimidated, especially the odd Gardevoir. If running a Swords Dance set, Lumberry was nearly mandatory. Scizor still saw some scattered success in the early days of the format, though it was a far cry from its past power. Matt Coyle brought it back from 2012 to finish 14th at the Virginia Regionals. At Winter Regionals, it actually had quite a few good placements. In Salem, Alex Evan Falco Ogosla finished second, and Tony Chian finished third with Choice Band Scizor. Jonathan Mendoza placed 11th at Long Beach Regionals, while Andy Garcia claimed 21st, and Michael Shaw ended at 10th in Orlando. Brandon Akin Tokyo also won the Nintendo UK Winter event with Source Dance Lum Scizor, but he didn't use it. Sort of sums up for Scizor this season, huh? Nevertheless, some players still stuck by it into spring. Seattle became Scizor Central, Sean Webb finished 8th, and Tony Xiong and Randy R. Inanimate Qua made it in all Canada and all Choice Band Scizor finals, with Randy's own Scizor having been inspired by Tony's in the first place, with an eclectic moveset of Bullet Punch, Feint, U-Turn, and Protect. The spread which Randy copied from Tony was designed to live Talonflame Brave Bird, and then just click Bullet Punch and do big damage, especially to something like Gardevoir, while Thief hitched Aegislash, one of Scizor's biggest problems. Other than that, it was all power.
Charge complete.
What you would expect from a Choice Band set. In the end, it was Tony who took it home, winning his second unofficial Canadian championships. That was a spring victory, though. Ben Irons finished first at the Overland Park, Kansas Regionals, where Aaron Grubbs also took fifth. In Athens, Georgia, Isaac Van Name took Scizor to 15th. Scizor also had a few international results, with Luke Tam finishing 14th in Brisbane, and Carlos Rendon adapting Randy and Tony's Choice Band Scizor to a Life Orb version to claim third out of 300 players at Mexico City's Premier Challenge. Life Orb freed Scizor up to use its other moves to good use, with U-Turn KOing Hydreigon, Thief preventing Aegislash substitute, and Feint able to pick off weakened Talonflames, as well as breaking Protect. In fact, Life Orb Scizor's versatility was so valuable that Randy switched to it for US Nationals while he placed 16th, only adjusting his spread slightly to outspeed Ludicolo out of rain and hit it hard with U-Turn. Come Worlds, most players had given up on Scizor, as it only had 2 Day 2 appearances, with Tiffany Stanley finishing 37th and Kelly Mercier White ending at 52nd. A far cry from its past 2 years of top 8. Patrick Donegan used it to place 11th at Philly Regional, closing out the season. But Scizor's 2014 was dramatically less successful than it was used to. Luckily for Scizor, 2015 switch to Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire at least gave it one tool back in the form of Butterfly. Forever. In fact, Scizor made a big at the hands of but with an upgraded Source Dance Mega Scizor, adding knockoff over Bugfight. However, Scizor remained a niche in somewhat effective, as the problems that Gen 6 had introduced remained, and it was really only safe from the very prevalent burns with Lumberry as its item. Andrew Hovis placed 12th at the Missouri Winter Regionals, while William Bioski Hall took 2nd at the California Regionals, ahead of other Scizor users in 10th placer Eric Holmstrom and Dane Zyman. In Florida, William Collins finished 3rd, and in the Northwest, Josh Krieger and Gary Quinn took home a pair of 10th places in Oregon and Washington, respectively, both using Lumberry. Josh Berry also finished 7th at the Utah Regional. Scizor also popped up in Europe, with Simon Paralili placing 5th at the Italian Regional, while Alberto Gini revisited Scizor to take 6th. When Nationals rolled around, Adrian while Tursa Bukafuoko finished 13th in the United Kingdom. Rachel Anand also relanded to place 18th. James life incredibly hard. As such, this was still a very neat strategy and only had a few high-level players, with Ricardo Lucia finishing 7th at the UK Nationals by carrying Scizor with Mega Gengar, while Dinesh Selva Kumar used it on a very unorthodox team in Sydney, featuring Mega Mewtwo Y, Swellow, and Crawdon to finish 6th. Other Scizor players included Alexander Kunz, 11th at German Nationals, Esteban Benito's 5th at the Chile Regionals, and Blake Boston's top 16th finish at Worlds. The 7th generation came around and Mega Scizor was an excellent Pokemon once again. Early on, it was notable as the one reliable check. They absolutely loved Tapu Bulu's grass terrain, providing it the passive defensive abilities were incredible. Even these. Pick off offensive teams who relied on Z-move Heatran lacking recovery and the frail Greninja to withstand its powerful bullet punch. However, many teams wanted the turn Scizor's bulk afforded it to result in more than just getting one, and thus Scizor provided key defensive utility for many teams in the fog. Scizor was pretty much the same Pokemon as it was in ORAS, Bulk, Swords Dance, Roost, and U-Turn, except this time it didn't go on the pure offensive because its defenses were just too important. It was an absolutely crucial Pokemon in the OU metagame once again, holding many teams together against a slew of absurdly strong threats. Regular Scizor was now tiered separately from its absurdly good, blowing past many top threats such as Terrakion and Mega powerful, protecting the always dangerous Gladiator. Some players felt Scizor should have been banned. Overall, it was an incredibly oppressive Pokemon, even if one didn't consider it ban-worthy, and was absolutely one of, if not the biggest threat in the tier. Scizor had quite a rude awakening to 2017. While it certainly had more fairy types around with the Tapus, it actually had matched up very poorly against most of them. Both Tapu Fini and Tapu Koko didn't mind bullet punch and could hit back with their own weapons. Just as in singles, Scizor's true worst enemy was Tapu Lele, who completely nullified bullet punch against any grounded opponents with its cycle terrain, severing Scizor from the tool that had defined it from nobody ran there. The prevalence of Celesteela and Arcanine and, geez, Rick, and its other good tool, Bug Bite, it lost that again.
Generator.
Because there were no move tutors. Lane out, Tosa. Notable placement throughout the season as a throwback to its old unfairness. Well, honestly, the amount of investment put in just to get a wand that still couldn't do anything to Arcanine or Celesteela just wasn't worth it, and Scizor fell into irrelevance for most of 2017. However, for what seems like the first time in ages, Scizor actually managed to raise its usage in 2018. While it did get bug bite, it was also due to the newly boosted 2018, which is of course a huge boon for Scizor. While Rain had its place in 2017 in the form of the Ducks team featuring Golduck and Pelipper, 2018 reintroduced Polytone as a significantly more powerful rain setter, allowing Scizor to flex its offensive muscle once again. Of course, 2018 also gave Incineroar the full toolkit that turned it into the beast it is today, and Incineroar absolutely demolishes Scizor. As such, running Scizor outside of range was tantamount to throwing the game. Early in the season, Felipe Mendez of Chile won the Chile special event and placed second at the Hopamex special event with his Mega Swampert and Scizor team, and JS Deo placed second at the special event with Mega Scizor. Scizor's big breakout, however, came at the Latin American International Championships, while Rising Star Source Dance Mega Scizor was Arterium Z Ludicolo and Assault Vest Special Lander. Scizor once again had sparse results at Worlds. Carson championed it with better results than it had seen in years. He replaced his Bisharp with Stack Attack and placed top 16 at Worlds as the only Scizor player with a top cut performance. 2019's return to the restricted format meant less Scizor usage once again. Although it still had a very small bit of experimental usage as a Xerneas counter, players had a plethora of other options to choose from, such as Dustmane, Necrozma, Stack Attacka, Kartana, Lunala, or Nihilego. With Xerneas not quite as dominant and more answers to it, Scizor had no place in a restricted metagame. It might as well have not existed at all, actually. And now, of course, it no longer does exist in VGC. And even if it were to come back, it's hard to imagine it having much success in Worlds. As long as Incineroar is around, Scizor will have a hard time ever establishing itself in the metagame. And even without that, there are now better skill types and good fire types out of the meta for the time being. And that's it. So how great was Scizor actually? Well, it took it a while to hit its stride as its limited move pool held it back in the first two generations. But once it received everything changed. It was suddenly the face of OU, and that repeated itself in the next generation, while its Mega Form was the top tier Pokemon in the two generations after that. Regular Scizor found itself in UU in Gen 2, but it absolutely dominated there. It's had viable stints in Ubers as well. Sometimes in singles it feels like there's nothing Scizor can do. And even in VGC, Scizor had been excellent thanks to its well-rounded blend of defensive earlier generations. Scizor has been one of the best OU Pokemon for most of its career, and as such, we can say it is truly great. And despite losing its Mega, it will likely return to Scizor. Thanks for watching, everyone. And as always, if you like the video and you want to see more, be sure to subscribe to False Swipe Gaming for more weekly Pokemon content. And in the comments, I want to know, what do you think about competitive Scizor? How would you change it to make it more VGC viable? And of course, thank you to everyone. And follow my crew on these social media platforms. And that's all I got. See you next time, everyone. What's up, everyone? Yes, your eyes didn't deceive you. The day has finally come. It's remake time. Remakes happen pretty often amongst Pokemon. I like doing this. Also, a lot of you requested we redo old videos. One and only Dragonite. Dragonite always carried an aura of mystery. Its evolution very like the original Dragon types, and there were no others in the first generation besides
Team Beacon の範囲内には
You know whoever's Dragonite's boss has got to be really powerful. There's also, of course, Lance's myriad of Dragonites. Who could forget that? He literally has 3 of them in Gen 2. Like most popular Pokemon, we could be here forever on this intro, listing the countless times it's appeared in Pokemon media. But today we're going to examine the original pseudo-legendary's effect. So, without further ado, how great was Dragonite actually? And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats. Dragonite isn't a definitive of the original OU metagame, nor is it particularly common, but it's one of the most terrifying Pokemon around on the rare occasion it does show up. Not only does it have Wrap, which in its first generation form is one of the most infuriating difficult to handle moves in history, but it also has agility, so it can't be outsped, which is normally a common way to handle other rare Pokemon like Victory Bell. And thanks to Red, Blue, and Yellow's mechanics, even if Dragonite is paralyzed, it will still outrun everything if it just uses agility again. For the uninitiated, Wrap doesn't allow the victim to move for 2 to 5 turns, and if you stayed in versus Dragonite and he outspeeds you, Dragonite can just Wrap again and repeat the cycle, provided he doesn't miss. Some players wanted wobbling, Wrap banned, and Dragonite was the main reason why. Now, you might be wondering, if it was that good, why wasn't it used more often? Well, the answer to that is, Dragonite was as high risk as it was high reward. First of all, Dragonite wasn't too usable on defense. Not only did it have a nasty quadruple weakness to ice moves, which were everywhere, it also generally wanted to remain at full health, so its sweep wasn't halted. Most notably, staying out of Tauros Blizzard range.
あと30秒。
It wasn't going to switch in very often. Even using its earthquake immunity was risky, given how bad could mess Dragonite up. This meant Dragonite realistically only came in on an and this was a far cry from the more consistent cycle of the tier.
狙いを定めて突入する。わかった？
Zapdos and Slowbro that also preferred to remain healthy, Dragonite was heavily luck dependent. 85% on Wrap isn't bad accuracy to have, but when you have to chain a ton of Wraps together and any one miss can ruin you, then it's understandable to see how Dragonite could be frustratingly inconsistent. However, if its aim happened to be good that day, it was absolutely devastating, especially because it had a brutally powerful Hyper Beam to finish off weakened targets, as well as a strong Blizzard to smash Exeggutor, Zapdos, and the rocks. Even if it ran out of Wrap PP, it would have left the opposing team so bludgeoned that its teammate Tauros would have ridiculously easy picking. And when Dragonite was paired with other well, you can imagine how nasty that can be. Dragonite is one of the most hated Pokemon in history. With Cheese being the politest of them. It often ran to fully maul the other team, but overall, despite mostly laying dormant due to its many flaws, it was one of RBY's most dangerous threats. Now, funnily enough, it was actually used, but it was less notable there, given the plethora of Blizzard spamming water types that dominated the metagame, meaning it really struggled to be a consistent threat. The second generation turned Wrap from terrifying to terrible, but Dragonite didn't mind, as it became a genuinely solid Pokemon in its own
Goofball,
right,
you got a mic, you fucking faggot.
Good matchups and succeed. While it wasn't a good stat move, it was a powerful offensive threat with the famed full beam coverage, though it used over Thunderbolt.
No, I got a mic.
Oh, you're a stupid cunt.
No, I want us to play as a team and like not bait
You want
each other.
us to play as a team, but you haven't talked once until I approach it. That makes real sense.
Well, now I'm talking and I just want to play as a team, so you could drop your attitude and just communicate. That's cool.
Alright, goofball.
What?
I said alright, goofball.
Alright, let's go.
There's a reason your main is in silver.
What?
前半最終ラウンド。
What?
お金ならあるよ。
There's a reason what?
Zapdos was hugely abusable with slower offensive threats like Marowak. And Dragonite itself wasn't used
No, it's not.
too far against faster teams, as not only did it struggle to break
Oh, he entry.
its ability to help check threats like Steelix, Machamp, and Vaporeon was useful. Dragonite wasn't the
目を狩りの時間よ。
他に耐えられるか。
スパイク設置。
just an offensive. One of the most annoying, seemingly
見てないよ。
敵残り1名
Good work.
Completely, endlessly walled and PP stalled even the most dangerous physical attackers in the game.
攻守を交代
Talking about belly drum Snorlax and swords dance Marowak. Even something as threatening as Curse Machamp was utterly helpless against it. This Dragonite was reserved for the most hardcore of hardcore stall teams, as it absolutely required its teammates to actually damage the other team, mostly with spikes and toxic. Once again, it wasn't the most popular Pokemon, but any good GSC player knew just how infuriating it could be to face. Overall, GSC Dragonite was understated, but quite effective. Gen 3 Dragonite wasn't a bad Pokemon. It's just that a newcomer named Salamence had arrived on the scene. It was better than Dragonite in every single way, especially since Dragonite had lost extreme speed in the generational shift. With higher attack stat, higher special attack, and higher speed, it was far better as an offensive Pokemon. Dragonite's superior defensive stats were to no interest, plus with Intimidate, which is a far more useful ability than Dragonite's focus. Salamence effectively had better physical and drop attack stat. Salamence even had a better rock slide, allowing its Dragon Dance and Choice Band sets to slam Aerodactyl and Zapdos. So with all that being said,
スパイクを設置
unlike Salamence, it could survive Ice Beam and Ice Punch from bulky Gengar thanks to its superior special defense. Being able to giving it another boost.
最後の1人だ
Nice try.
Doing it better, given how crucial Rock Slide's coverage was. Another one of Dragonite's advantages over Salamence was its access to Thunder, which 2-hit KO'd Milotic and Suicune, and 1-hit KO'd unsuspecting Aerodactyl. Its problem was never having enough coverage. It wanted Hidden Power Grass for Swampert, Brick Break for Tyranitar and Blissey, Ice Beam for Zapdos and Salamence, and Fire Blast for Metagross and Giraffe.
Let me know if any of them go cat.
Hugely important targets. Salamence is set up
I'm not gonna be super peaky in mid, I'm just doing it so I can smoke both sides.
Okay.
Water target, but was otherwise vastly superior due to significantly higher power and speed. So Dragonite was
Hard B.
finally find a niche worth in its choice. Now this might seem odd given that it was still weaker.
Phoenix won't call it, but they're mid.
Was one of the metagame's top threats, but what Dragonite had that Salamence
They're pushing on B side.
absolutely crushed Swampert, hitting at least the mid.
Mostly in B main. Phoenix tagged once.
Whereas Salamence's hidden power flying topped out at 4. This meant Dragonite immediately went to highly abusable levels by teammates such as Dragon Dance Tyranitar and
敵残り1名
Focus Punch also hitting at least in the 60 and potentially doing up to an astounding
スパイクはここ
This meant that Dragonite did not require Magnetism support alongside it.
Reload
whereas
up.
Choice Band Salamence did. This provided a genuine beat that Salamence could not replicate, as well as opening up freedoms in team. But with this said, Dragonite finally established itself as its own Pokemon and a legitimate advanced Pokemon. No longer
水分補給と弾の補充を忘れるなよ
Fortunately,
戦いは終わっちゃいないぞ
Salamence's shadow for Dragonite in the 4th generation, having access to the buff outrage was nice, but it was nothing compared to Salamence's better offensive in a metagame that was faster and stronger than ever. Then Platinum came around and gave Salamence outrage too, so Dragonite was completely forgotten until Heart Gold and Soul Silver came out and re-gifted it
ついといて
extreme speed. While its Dragon Dance mix sets were still inferior to Salamence, being weaker and slower, Extreme Speed's priority allowed it to bypass the
Don't play.
Focus Sash Azel, Aerodactyl, and Infernape, the latter of which couldn't even fake out thanks to Dragonite's inner focus. Dragonite's strength was that,
Tyler.
at worst, it ensured that the opposing lead could KO it, or it could get a Stealth Rock, but it couldn't do both. In addition to the Focus Sash leads, it did this against Swampert, Metagross, and Heatran. This was just about every lead out there besides Rosemary, who wasn't even a bad matchup, as Dragonite could wake up and then dish out massive. Dragonite also got a lot better than Swampert wasn't guaranteed to KO with Ice Beam after Light or Recoil, even if Dragonite used a rash nature, and it never did against Metagross had to use Aqua Berry, or it would just straight up beat 1-hit KO. Dragonite quickly became one of the most
スパイクを設置敵残り1名
run in EV spread.
最後の1人だ
But outside the lead slot, it still lived in its shadow. That is, until Thank you. It was finally, at long last, a top OU threat. Originally, it was content to imitate Salamance's best sets, which are Dragon Dance and a mid-game mix attacker. It did both quite well, which was to be expected, as those sets were never bad, just worse than Mets, which is a high bar to try and match anyway. However, eventually a new set emerged that Salamence never ran, and that Dragonite made its own. Once again, Choice Band. Lead Machamp had popped up and was absolutely everywhere. It would survive Life Orb Draco Meteor and KO back with Ice Punch. However, Dragonite adapted and blew Machamp away with a ridiculously powerful Outrage. This set wasn't just a good lead though, it was excellent mid-game as well. Being able to turn it to check threats like Infernape and ability to launch a brutally powerful attack or two, and having an incredibly powerful extreme speed for general revenge kills against set of sweepers like Gyarados and
Spikes it.
and that's coming from 350
Raise that B.
One power.
Could also run an excellent bulky that took advantage of its defensive utility against threats like Gengar. Unlike most walls, it threatened sweep. Heal Bell made it.
残り1名
One of OU's most important Pokemon, and arguably even its most dangerous. Black and White came around. Salamence.
最後の1人だ
Dragonite no longer lived
Heaven.
in its shadow, while Salamence
Tree
was
room.
still very good.
あと30秒
Thanks to, of course, Multistreaming, which made it incredibly difficult to KO. It was OU's go-to Dragon Dancer for its ability to set up and sweep with Berry to offset Outrage Confusion. Sure, it did have its own multi-scale with Life Orb. However, later in the generation, it began experimenting with Dragon Gem to give its Outrage even more of a gift against key targets such as Gliscor, Slowbro, and Tangrowth. It also sometimes went in a bulkier direction, as Roost was a natural complement to multi-scale. And what spawned from this was one of the most obnoxious, difficult to defeat sets since, well, Dragonite itself from the first generation. Substitute Dragon Dance and Roost. Since it was attempting to obtain multiple boosts, it didn't need extra coverage and could just go with its Dragon Slap, only resisted by steals. It was well worth it. Substitute not only turned the omnipresent Ferrothorn into
She's hit 132 raise.
in conjunction with Roost, it allowed Dragonite to set up on, well, everything pretty much. That sounds like an exaggeration. You know what I'm
Nice.
It was able to PP style things that one would assume would beat it one-on-one. Like Starmie spamming Ice.
Oh, wrong click.
Burns hit.
Multiple Dragon Dances and sweep with ease. And if you need a picture of
Hell, one hell.
Dragonite was with multi-scale, well, it's
残り1名
Generator,
スパ
generator.
イクを設置最後の1人だ
HP and some and if it could shrug that off, anything was possible. Dragonite wasn't just a Dragon Dancer though. It was the tier's defining choice bander. Because as everyone knows, Gen 5 was all about weather, and Dragonite was able to check just about every rain and temperature with its massively powerful bandit extreme speed.
攻撃は最大の防御なりってね
You name it. Its resistances and natural bulk were also key in letting it switch into those threats. It was incredible defensive utility that wasn't easily found elsewhere, and was more or less required for weatherless offense teams that couldn't fight back against sun or rain with their own weather, with Dragmag being a notable example. It was also massively threatening against sand teams, as Outrage rampaged through everything that wasn't a steel type. But Dragonite, of course, had moves that would send steals back to their Pokeball. It was generally one of the most consistent Pokemon around, as it really had no effect. It was useful in getting buffed, as it now had +2. So even though Dragonite was slower than Pokemon using a priority move against it, it would hit first. This was especially nice against Thundurus and Thunderwave while it was in the tier, and beating Ice Guard was also potentially game-changing. It wasn't just an entirely physical attacker either. The old Draco Meteor mix variant saw some
スパイクを設置
It
名
which Tornadus severely lacked. Plus, there was the surprise factor. Dragonite could and often did run choice band and
最後の一人だクラッチ
the physical Dragonite checking Skarmory also resisted Hurricane, but got dropped by Dragonite's accompanying Thunder. And Tyranitar couldn't even safely switch into Dragonite to reset the weather, because all of Surf, Aqua Tail, and Superpower were viable choices on it. It just went to show that Dragonite really could do anything. It could fit on any style of team, sun, rain, sand, weatherless, even hail, and run pretty much whatever set it wanted, and it would do well, being an offensive menace, protecting most of the dangerous threats in the metagame. Overall, Dragonite was one of the most important defining Pokemon in Gen 5 OU. While in singles, multi-scale was the determining factor that lifted Dragonite out of irrelevance. It's significantly less useful in a format where the opponent can simply double target down your Pokemon. Now don't get me wrong,
最後の一人だ
without the same value that multi-scale brought in singles, Dragonite would struggle to establish itself as a dragon worth picking when compared to its draconian brethren such as Hydreigon, Garchomp, and Haxorus. What's more, physical dragon types can have a hard time at doubles anyways. With Outrage being extremely unreliable, Dragonite has to rely on the disappointing base power of Dragon Claw. Its main remedy for that low power, Dragon Dance, is much harder to pull off in doubles. Doubles moves much faster, making it difficult for Dragonite to set up the move in the first place, much less using its bulk to get off multiple dances and patch up its low speed. Some players would still try to make it work, especially taking advantage of its other In fact, the few players who actually did make Dragonite work forewent the ability
マッチポイント
MVP は俺がやる。A nominally useless move in singles that has immense utility in doubles for its ability to power through fake out or even rock slide flinches. The first player to put up a significant Dragonite result was VGC veteran TJ, who used a Yacht-Berry Dragonite carrying Dragon Claw, Extreme Speed, and Safeguard on his unique Trick Room Moody Artillery team at the 2013 US Nationals. Dragonite's ability to shut down status, taking on opposing Latios, and function equally well in and out of Trick Room with extreme speed and a little bit of speed investment made him a good team. While TJ missed time,
お遊びはここまでだ。
狩りの時間よ
and inner focus, but invested in full HP and
爆発注意
fire punch and letting it
リロード最後の一人だ
次はドイツだ。
アタッカーの勝利
were Terrakion, Rotom, and Yanmega could effectively create deadly pits through the use of Terrakion's Rock Slide and strong attacks from Rotom and Yanmega. Because these Pokemon lacked bulk, they would frequently trade 1-for-1, even if they got a KO. But at that point, Dragonite could come in and fire off an extreme speed at the opponent's weakened Pokemon, either KOing or forcing a Protect, leaving the other sweeper free to use its power as it pleased. Jonathan's Metagross served the same purpose of providing powerful priority. What's more, each of those sweepers took care of specific checks to Dragonite. Yanmega beat Dragon Gem Latios and Landorus, Terrakion beat Hydreigon and the Sand Core of Excadrill and Tyranitar, and Rotom beat other Terrakion and Rain teams. Jonathan's goal was to chip down the opponent with his powerful sweepers, then use the threat of a powerful priority to force 1v1 turns where his sweepers could thrive. And that game plan paid off, getting him 24th place at Nationals. But other than those two performances, Dragonite struggled in Gen 5 VGC. While multiscale may have led to its rebirth in singles, its lowered effectiveness in doubles simply didn't justify bringing a dragon that was slower and didn't hit as hard as its competitors. The influx of fairy types knocked Dragonite down several pegs. No longer could it blast through everything with Outrage, and its offenses were no longer as impressive next to the new Megas, most notably Charizard X. Dragonite was often passed over in this stronger, faster metagame, but it did show up occasionally, and on those occasions, it reminded everyone what a monster it could be, even in this harsher environment. When Hyper Offense gained popularity, Dragonite was there, the playstyle's proclivity for denying the opponent's Stealth Rock consistently, allowing it to abuse multi-scale, and generally posing an immense threat with a simple Dragon Dance 3 attack set. Now some wondered, how could it choose 3 attacks when in addition to Dragon Dance and Outrage, it still had to choose between Earthquake or Heatran and Mega Metagross, Fire Punch for Ferrothorn, Skarmory, Armory and Mega Scizor, Extreme Speed to beat Talonflame's Brave Bird, and also Iron Tail for Clefable. Well, there was no perfect answer, but it wound up not being a choice between 4 moves, just 3. Dragonite didn't end up needing Iron Tail, and that is because of the amazing new item Weakness Policy, which gave it a +2 attack boost upon being hit by a super effective move. This worked perfectly with Multiscale, and allowed it to power through Clefable with Earthquake after Clefable had attempted to Moonblast it. It also turned the tables on Landorus Therian's Hidden Power Ice. Dragonite could even live 2 of those if Multiscale was active for the first, thanks to Hidden Power's nerf to 60 base power. By being able to crush its most standard checks, which also happened to be the most popular Pokemon in the metagame, Dragonite rampaged through many a team. Sure, it had to be careful of status and revenge killed by a fairy type after locking into Outrage, but Hyper Offense didn't need Dragonite to sweep. Just breaking a hole in the opposing team would be enough, and with Weakness Policy triggered, that hole was often quite large. This Dragonite set did only fit on Hyper Offense teams, but eventually another variant emerged that was just as terrifying and fit on more so-called regular teams.
It's bad funny.
It could no longer get away with Dragon Claw as its sole coverage, so it actually resorted to the popular in-game move that most burgeoning competitive trainers quickly learn is not a good choice. Fly. Turns out the 2-turn effect was a boon to Dragonite, as it was massively helpful in PP stalling the opponent's attacks alongside Substitute and Roost. If at 94% HP or higher, Dragonite could get Multiscale back while going on the offensive with Fly, since it could avoid attacks for that first turn and have leftovers heal it to full. It was an absolute menace of a set that managed to set up on the most absurd things and come out on top, like even versus something like Mega Metagross spamming Ice Punch, which sounds ridiculous, but Dragonite found a way. Overall, it was more of a sleeper pick in Generation 6, but make no mistake, when wielded correctly, Dragonite was just as threatening as OU's more defining Pokemon. While Dragonite's scales might have needed more sheen in Gen 5 VGC, Gen 6 gave it just the opportunity it needed to make use of its strong ability. The newly introduced Weakness Policy meant that Dragonite's ability to tank a hit was suddenly extremely useful, as it could garner huge boosts in an instant that made its extreme speed supremely scary and made Dragon Claw a move actually worth being scared of. If you click Dragon Dance on the turn that Dragonite gets hit by a super effective move, you suddenly have a +3 attack and +1 speed Dragonite. Pretty scary, especially when you consider how many spread moves can activate Dragonite's Weakness Policy, such as Blizzard, Icy Wind, Dazzling Gleam, and Rock Slide. Well, sort of. The problem is that if you know what's coming, this set is extremely easy to counter. While it might bear some resemblance to the Weakness Policy Dynamax sets running around Gen 8 VGC currently, the fact is that you can easily deal with Dragonite by simply not hitting it with a super effective move. If it Dragon Dances, you probably only have 2 offensive moves to worry about off a +1 attack, since it will likely have Protect, and a +1 Dragon Claw is still pitifully weak. And if it has move coverage, well, then it's not getting a boost, so it's still weak. Now that's not to say Dragonite was complete garbage, just that its strong strategy also had strong counterplay, especially if you burned it or brought out an Intimidate user to further drop its already shaky attacking prowess. Nevertheless, multiple traders were able to bring it good results, especially early on in the 2014 season. At the Long Beach Regionals, Tiffany Sarah placed 15th, and Colton Liebert made top 8. At the Orlando Regionals, Ian Packer managed to place 8th. Ian Packer improved on that placing by finishing 6th in Athens, Georgia, while using the same core of Dragonite, Greninja, and Mega Kangaskhan. And Dragonite also put up a handful of good results throughout the season, including the 4th placing by Josh at Regional, and Kyle Timbrooks 8th place at Fort Wayne. Dragonite also saw play in the Seniors Division, where Umair Shaikh finished 9th in Madison and Sam L finished 9th in Melbourne. As time went on, however,
anybody got a mic?
started to catch on to Dragonite's Weakness Policy shenanigans and simply burned it or ignored it. As a result,
Hey yo, block Reyna throw. How's it feel not getting Reyna?
On the team of Australian national 4th placer Andrew
That's alright,
Brophy. Andrew actually opted
it's just a meme. It's just a meme, man.
Can anybody get Sage, please?
I'm gonna take your place. I'm gonna throw this game.
Andrew's team was built around letting his unorthodox Gengar Starmie pair
Come on,
sleep
dude,
with
it's my
the
rank up
Clefty
game,
Scrafty
please.
lead. Dragonite was there to
Yep.
remove Ferrothorns and Aegislashes that might threaten this strategy.
Yo,
Dragonite
I'm
had
new
a
to these kinds
smattering
of
of
games.
2014 representation.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Introduced a powerful foe for it in the
I don't really play
their
games.
universal presence on
Can you guys hear me?
meant that Dragonite had
Yes.
to come into many battles in the face of an Intimidator.
Love
one of
you.
its biggest weaknesses. While
What the
Dragonite could
hell?
ignore the fakeouts of the very popular Mega Kangaskhan, it also
What is wrong with
Be
you?
mad cute, on God.
in the form of a Mungus, who could divert extreme speeds into a painful rocky helmet and cripple Dragonite with sport. However, Dragonite still saw one exciting outing at the hands of none other than his 2013 devotee, Jonathan Neville. Jonathan used the same core strategy of forcing priority 1v1s from 2013, using old standbys to on Mega alongside the new threat of Spec Sylveon. He also swapped out Metagross for Bisharp and slapped on his own Mega Kangaskhan, then adapted his EV spread to outspeed opposing Bisharp. This weakness policy version worked well with Jonathan's strategy, as opponents would frequently click spread moves to handle his threatening sweepers and be surprised to suddenly be facing a +2 Dragonite. In the end, he placed
Oh yeah, I hate attaching on this map. Oh my god.
If we don't win this game, I'm gonna cry.
Dragonite was basically a redux of what it was in Oran.
Also reporting all of you.
Which was understandable
This is my
very late in metagame. With Magearna and the
I'm literally 0 out of 100 in Iron 1 because I've gotten shit teams.
It's okay, Phoenix. We are gonna make you go Iron 1. Iron 2.
We better win, because I need this win.
I'll help you. I'll help you guys. So, Sage, give me spike. Give me spike. Give me spike.
We went like 11 and 13 last game, and I cried. Because we were making a good comeback.
Wait.
Dragonite's extreme speed, bulk, and multi-skill were also
What was that,
It
bro?
just fell. It just fell.
Oh.
Alright, this is just hacking.
Yeah, facts.
But even Rotom Sweeper, who came wasn't meant to be an unstoppable.
What are these kids?
It was meant to provide important defensive utility for high Gyarados was more dangerous, but
Okay, I did 110 to kill the boy.
Okay, where is this guy? Goddamn. Plant, what the heck you doing?
I don't have my red.
Plant. Plant. You have healing 20? 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 7, 6,
Oh my god, he just. Oh, fuck. 55 on him. 55.
Maddie, what are you doing? Maddie, what are you doing?
Oh!
Dude, are you trying to throw?
Let's go, Andrew.
Thank you.
Were you born on January 36th, 1985?
Yes,
Seems oddly specific.
Yeah, it is.
You were born in 1985? What the hell?
He was born January 36th,
1985? My dad was born 1972, bro.
Dude, that's not a date. You're spreading false things.
Look at his name, dude. That's his birthday.
It must be old.
No, you're actually spreading false things on the internet. That's not very nice.
Look at Andrew's name. It's his birthday, dude.
I don't know. What are you doing, Phoenix? Oh my gosh.
Play in this corner, play in this corner. Alright, clear, plant.
Plant! Who, oh my god.
Get this full, get the ghost, bro.
Hacking. I'm glitching. Where am I?
Bro. Oh my god.
Shit. What the fuck was that? Did you see my ping?
Bro, what was happening there?
Did you see my fucking ping, bro?
I saw you, yeah.
No, my ping.
Bro, like...
I have 1k ping, dude. What the fuck?
Let's go, A.
Okay. Would you guys care if I turned my fishy top off?
No, don't do
What are
that.
you gonna be doing, bro?
If you're doing weird things, bro, please don't do weird things, please. Thank you.
The basic plan was to bulldoze first, gaining
I'll flash you.
Nice flash.
I'll flash you. Yeah, he's flashing,
At this point, you're just trolling.
I'm healing,
I know
I'm
there's
healing.
one heaven.
You can play on the generator now. Play on the generator. It's a new patch.
Dude, oh my god. You said you weren't gonna throw.
I got 2 assists. I'm hitting people. Alright, let's go. You're already in sight.
I'm gonna try to go plant. Oh.
Beautiful.
Abe led this team to second place at September's
I'll
Fort Wayne Regionals, and he wasn't the only Dragonite there. Case Bungirne, inspired by Yuma Kinugawa and other Japanese players, used his own choice band Dragonite with a set of aerial ace, fire punch, dragon claw, and extreme speed to also reach.
Oh, Fred! God damn. He almost got out of us, bro. What the hell?
Dude, Phoenix, what were you doing? I'm gonna watch flank.
Oh, here, kick flick. Yeah, I watched the video from Game Leap.
Oh, you watch Game Leap?
Oh yeah.
Oh, me too.
What's up, everybody?
Alright, we are doing really good right now.
We're doing pretty poggers, I'd say.
I have my ult ready too, so the mini needs a rev.
Phoenix, don't you use your...
Oh my god, I did 98 to the killjoy. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, behind us!
Behind
God
you.
damn it, guys. Oh. Goodness. When did this guy come here? Smoke, Jet! Smoke! Sir, there we go.
Jet, use your ult. Oh my god, Phoenix.
Oh, don't do that. He died. Oh!
Wait, heal me.
Everybody go B. I mean, hey, my bad.
Oh shit. Phoenix play the game challenge.
Bro, I play without a mouse, Phoenix, bro. What the hell?
You guys are pretty funny. Funny. Guys, I think Maddie and Phoenix are in cahoots.
Okay, oh my god, man. Oh, shit.
Rotate.
Shit.
They're behind you.
Yep.
Dash, yep.
Pull out your gun!
Yeah, report this Jet.
You guys are literally in cahoots, I know it.
We're not. I reported.
Guys, buy me a freaking fan.
I'll buy it.
Thank you so much, man.
Guys, can we please not float?
I'm seriously. It's not fucking good.
Yeah, like, please listen to Sage.
This is my fucking rank opinion.
Yeah,
I know what you're doing, Phoenix. It's not funny like you think it is.
I'm trying to be funny. This is seriously my rank opinion.
That Sage is going ham. God.
Alright, go. They heard us. Flashing.
Watch the corners.
Clear that. Wait.
Hi.
Alright, I'm shutting the door.
I got above you.
Jet plant. Oh no. Jet, what are you doing?
Okay, this nigga's right behind me. Come on, guys.
Jet.
Come on, Phoenix. Jet. Come on.
What are you doing? Why would you do?
Boy, what are you doing? He's on site, bro. Don't spike. No, he's on spike.
Phoenix, what in God's name are you doing?
Cover me.
Let's go.
No.
Thank God.
You're really not funny at all, Phoenix.
Yeah, and the Jet is throwing.
You and the Jet are throwing. Me and Sage are basically carrying you guys.
Not throwing you. I swear. I swear.
Your name is literally local Reina Throw.
Okay, and that's just a meme. My buddy hacked my account, dude. It's just a meme.
Okay.
Oh, definitely. I believe.
I swear, dude. Alright, if I get a kill this round.
Me, Sage, and Raze are the only people playing seriously.
If I get a kill this
yeah,
round,
I'm not with that. Oh yeah, I'm really. Oh shit.
Yes.
Yeah, what is? Nice.
Imagine if Phoenix is actually really good. He's just throwing for fun.
Yep. That would be sad.
Nobody's covering me. You guys are fucking.
Nobody's covering me. Oh no!
Okay, what the hell was that? 142. Freaking.
I'm salty.
Okay, why the hell did you even do that?
Exactly. What was that? What the hell? How did he? What? I don't understand. What the hell was that?
Bro, I'm about to throw. I'm about to throw too.
Yeah, I'm throwing. I'm not bad. Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is so annoying.
Sage, it's just you. It's just you, Sage. Hey, yo, when did I ask though?
Phoenix, you're going salty.
You're the one throwing, Phoenix.
It's fucking kids like you that need public schooling.
Oh, wow. I take full offense to that.
God damn, Phoenix, bro. What the heck's wrong?
Oh, no.
No.
Fucking public school. You know where I go? You know where I go to school? Church. Learn about God. I only go to school one day a week, Sunday.
You still go to school? God damn.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I'm in 5th grade. Where? Only mid? I got mid control.
Alright, Rena, you got.
Where's team? I got mid control. Where? Yo, where are my callouts?
Let's go.
Oh my god, I almost aced. Why did you have to take that kill?
I'm sorry. Fucking callouts, dude.
It's alright. Dude, shut up!
If I had
please,
callouts,
please, I'm literally gonna mute you.
If I had callouts,
let's go,
I'd be top frag.
Okay.
Yo, Raina, you tell me to shut up?
What? No, I was telling Phoenix to.
Alright, hold on.
Phoenix, you're being an asshole, bro.
Escape. Report.
That's fine, they got the kill last round, Raze. I'm not mad. I'm mad at Phoenix.
Tom's abuse. He told me.
Yeah, report me. Yeah, report me. Haha.
Oh my god, this guy sucks. Phoenix, you suffer.
Yeah, report me, Phoenix. I'm gonna get banned.
Yeah, you're getting banned, bro.
Yeah, you know what Game League said? You know what Game League said? You know what Game League said? They said that after this patch, Game League said that after this patch, you're gonna, if you're a comms banned, then you can't play comms.
Okay, what is wrong?
Thank you, Phoenix. You're funny. Hey, yo, Phoenix, imagine taking my Vandal. What are you aiming at, Phoenix?
Dude.
What are you doing?
Oh my god!
Jet, I swear to God, Jet.
Jet! I hope you die.
How are we still winning?
Dude, Jet and Phoenix, you guys are both getting reported.
Ow, why are you reporting me, dude? I'm not even fucking toxic. What would you report me for?
Throwing.
I'm reporting you as well.
Alright, okay, hold on. Escape, report, and there's no option for throwing, so good luck.
Yeah, I can write something down, though. Yes, I can. You can write down a complaint. Yes, you can.
The bots can't understand English.
Phoenix, Jet, going first.
Then why would they let you write a report then?
Alright, Reyna's entry. She can heal faster than I can, so she should go.
Phoenix, I hope you die. I'm not.
Oh. Is that what they're teaching you now?
What? He's camping right there. What are you doing? You're capturing an ult orb!
Oh my god, what's wrong with you?
Phoenix, I actually hate you so much.
Yeah, hope you die, bro. Hope you die. Hope you die in hell.
Where's my cover? Where's my call-out, dude?
Yes, I didn't know where the fuck he was.
Phoenix, why don't I have the spike?
Okay.
You're annoying, Phoenix. I hope you die in hell. I'm not even kidding. Just go AFK. Just go AFK.
How would I die?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. He's just being an asshole by throwing.
Let me answer me this. Riddle me this. How the fuck would I die in hell? Explain. Because if I'm in hell, if I'm in, wait. If I'm already in hell.
Okay, I'm muting you.
Wouldn't I already be dead?
No, you won't. You'll be 7 stars.
Okay, I'm gonna also.
What?
Oh! What are you guys doing?
Watching this in. The flash in. Turning the door.
Why would you heal Jet?
Because he's not fucking toxic like you.
Sorry.
Hey, yo, can I get a res stage? I'm over.
Hold up.
When was your last sex ed class?
Last night with your mom.
56. Oh yeah.
I said last night with your mom.
When did they? Where did they?
Oh.
I guess you live in New Jersey. You've never seen a blue sky.
What is wrong with you, bro? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm reporting all of these. I'm in the FBI.
Can I get a drop, please?
Oh yeah.
Thank you. But you buy guns, bro. What's wrong with you?
I just fucking.
Are you recording a video for YouTube?
I just bought you and you're complaining?
No.
You should be grateful.
Why would you buy it?
This is why you got nothing for Christmas. Or Hanukkah.
Why would you do that, bro?
Sorry, I got your...
Let's kill them all. Jump on them.
Oh, we can fit through this one. Fit through this crack. Don't waste your ammo.
Bro, what?
What the hell? Who shot me? Where's my fucking team? Okay, flank.
敵残り1名 最後の1人だ
I hit it for 60. Nice job.
Yeah, good job, Toxic.
God damn.
攻守交代前最終ラウンド
Let's go, eh?
We got this, guys. We got this. Yo, Phoenix, just letting you know, you're getting carried. I mean, like, not carried, but like, I have more kills. And freaking, I'm 13 years old, bro. What the hell?
Oh, you're through. Dude, I told you I'm in 5th grade.
Not, oh my god, you sound like a freaking 20-year-old man.
I'm in 5th grade, and I'm in the FBI.
Hey, yo, Phoenix, stop talking challenge.
I'm checking your IP address now. And you live in New Jersey?
This guy's nice, let's go.
Okay, yeah, keep saying that. Whoa, you said it again. Whoa, creative.
Let's go, Rainer.
Hey, Phoenix, just so you know, you're literally getting carried right now.
How am I getting
And
carried?
you guys...
How am I getting carried? I'm looking on the leaderboard and I flashed everybody. I have 5 flashes.
Hey, look at your 1 kill.
It doesn't matter. My utility's carrying you kids. Or sorry.
Oh yeah, your flashes that you throw
Phoenix,
in the completely wrong
can,
direction is carrying us.
Phoenix, if you can help me defend B and get a kill, then I'll admit that you're carrying. All right.
Okay. You have to say it though. You have to say, Phoenix, you are carrying the team.
Yeah, only if you help me defend B and get kills.
Okay. Alright, so if I get 1 kill this round, if I get 1 kill right now, you have to say that I'm carrying, okay?
It depends on how you defend though. If you die immediately after you get the kill, then I won't say it.
Okay.
Yep, Andrew's right. Yo, Rain, don't go with this Jet, bro. He might kill you. He might kill you. I know, dude. He might just smash in his face.
Okay, how's that?
Alright, that was good.
Nice. Oh my
okay.
God.
Nice. Alright, yeah, you're carrying.
Okay, yay.
The Sage is in hold.
I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear.
Oh, that's a good accent, dude. That's a really good accent. You should do voice acting.
Hey, yo, stop talking.
You should do voice acting. No, seriously. You should do voice acting.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, can you I'll send you a job application to voice act for Attack on Titan season 5.
Isn't it ending this season?
Yeah, they're on the 5th season.
Oh, they're on the 4th season.
No,
Who would I voice act?
You could voice act the voice actor for
Levi,
he died. So. The English voice actor. So you could voice act him.
Got a spike. Oh my God, beautiful kill. Beautiful kill.
B.
Right in your crack. Right in your crack.
You guys just camp spike.
Camp spike. Beautiful right now. You're cracked. Right in your crack.
What are they going
to
Yeah, thank you, Toxic. You too, bro.
Crack.
Oh, talk to me. Toxic. You can't. Don't fucking talk to me until you go positive, okay?
You're abusing me right now. You're abusing me.
Nobody on this team talk to me unless they go positive.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
Okay. You're on What's 24 divided by 7? It doesn't go anything.
32.
Like 3?
24 divided by 7 is 74.
That's a public school education. You know where I go to school?
You go to school at church.
Yes, I go to school at church. I learn about the Lord.
Every Sunday I go to school. Shut up.
Sunday's the only day I go to school. I learn about the Lord.
Yo, Andrew, I need... No, what the hell?
Hey, yo, I don't think the Lord would approve of you throwing in a comp game.
It's okay. I'll confess it. He's holding my hand right now. He blessed me with this magnificent aim.
Oh yeah, look at your magnificent aim.
You're actually distracting me. I was staring at the mini-map.
I still don't know how we're winning with somebody throwing.
Well, there's 2 people throwing, actually.
Who's throwing?
Oh my God!
Oh, okay, the Raze is throwing.
It's literally just me, you, Sage, and Raze.
Yes. Yeah, me, you, Sage, and Raze.
Ayo, stop talking, challenge.
Yo, Andrew, buy me a shorty, please.
What is that?
Please, Andrew, please.
I just googled that on TikTok and it's not.
Andrew, buy me a shorty.
there's no TikTok, top 10.
There's a challenge for you.
Thank you.
I'm on TikTok right now, though, and I don't see it.
I don't care.
So don't give me fake challenges, dude.
The challenge, it's personal to you.
Whoa!
Oh, really?
Wow.
Why for me? Oh, mid.
It's actually B, there's a B.
Middle?
No way.
You're fucking throwing right, dude. You're fucking throwing. Bro, when was the last time you breathed in fresh air?
You cracked, Reina. I don't know what else to say. Reina is the one. Oh my god, we're winning because of Reina. Oh no. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, then you're gonna lose your next game, and then all this hard work is gonna go down the drain. I'm telling you.
Reina crazy. Reina.
Get this ace.
Oh.
Go!
Let's go.
Good shit, bro.
You should join Faye.
Thank you.
No toxicity.
Yeah.
No toxicity here. All good vibes. Good shit, King. Good shit, King.
Alright, Phoenix, let's do it. Let's defend B again.
Thank you.
I'll buy you a gun, King.
Thank you.
Why do people call other people King?
We'll answer that question yourself. You literally just called me.
Well, because I only follow trends on TikTok, and people call each other King on TikTok.
What the hell? When I come to help you?
Oh, I don't think I should be on TikTok though.
Yeah. No.
What's it? What was it like? What did it feel like when you went from 12 years old to 13? Was it like, did you feel different?
Oh, Sage's gonna die. I told you.
I hit the jet for 60.
When was the last time you turned 13?
2 years ago.
Oh, that's cool, dude. Does it hurt when your balls drop?
It depends. Like sometimes they
job
like
talks.
fall off.
What does it mean when your balls drop? Your balls like
They fall, and you grow a new pair.
Oh really? I'm kind of like
yeah.
a nut tree.
Yeah, we all.
Oh my god.
Oh, yay, guys, we did it. We're winning, haha.
We should have won 3 more rounds.
So like,
shouldn't be too hard, right?
Okay, so in the Bible, when
Dad, can you buy me?
In the Bible, when Eve ate the forbidden fruit, was she really talking about Adam's nuts?
I really don't want to hear about this, dude.
Did his like nuts fall off like an apple, like because he went through puberty?
According to the Bible, yeah.
Okay. Mid. Lot mid. Flashing. You guys are flash?
Lol.
Everybody mid.
Oh, Andrew, you cracked.
No, I had to reload.
Andrew, you cracked us.
Look at this fucking cons. What the fuck do you kids do that?
Ah, I did 78, so,
You would do better.
Nice job. Nice job! Let's go!
Good shit. You like my wall?
I don't care,
Yeah,
actually.
I love that. Thank you.
Good wall, right? Because they couldn't.
No, like, actually, I don't care.
Why don't you care, dude? What do you care about besides TikTok?
Winning. That's what we care about.
Winning the game, yeah.
Yeah, winning kills everything.
But this game has no story. How can you beat the game that has no story?
Right. Didn't ask for you to speak.
This game should have story mode, right?
No, it shouldn't.
Why not? It would be a cool story. They should make a story mode. Like Overwatch. That'd be
Right,
cool.
right behind.
Does anybody here play Overwatch? Can you add me on Overwatch?
I did.
No, I'm not adding you.
Who did you main, bro?
I mained Reinhardt. I was on East Coast.
Oh, you're one of those people. Okay.
Yeah, I play for the team. I play for the team. I play for the bigger picture. I play for the bigger picture. Play for the
I hit the killjoy for 111.
Oh my god, I didn't know it was coming!
Last player standing.
There you go. Come on, man. You got this.
Get those exits. What is this fucking jet doing?
Watch the defuse.
Shoot him!
Shoot him!
This ain't Metal Gear.
No way it diffuses. No way.
Oh, when? You have no time.
Lol.
How do you not have time?
Lol. Hello, L boy.
Its impact was such that after its arrival, offensive coverage shifted to. Speaking of amazing transitions, yes, you heard right. Previously, Gastrodon was largely known for being an NU Pokemon. Thank you. But this time around, it topped that by being a PU Pokemon. That was great.
Phoenix, is this the jet associated with you?
I would not doubt it.
I think he did he send you guys a friend request too? I think he did on action. Okay, I'm ulting out of this. I'm ulting out of here.
Oh my god. Literally just use your ultimate. Use your ultimate.
No way, Jet.
Nice.
Bruh.
Alright, one more round.
Guys, can I have the last one? Because I'm going to clip it from a montage.
If you can get it.
Sure, like, don't kill him hardly. Please, thank you.
Alright guys, we got this, we can get this dub. 100% right now. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I'm gonna tell my dad about you guys.
Make him proud.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him that
Daddy gonna be proud?
There's some people who are
I did 40 to the Jet, she's at mid.
Okay,
Can I get a res?
Yeah, I should probably res.
Get a resurrection?
I'm at mid. I'm like top left of mid.
See who's gonna rest, because don't arrest the Jet, please. Thank you, please.
Yeah, don't res the Jet. Report him. Actually,
oh, okay. Okay, Phoenix. Okay, Phoenix.
He's the only one.
Yeah, I'm like right there. Ah!
Oh, I was so close.
Damn, good
Yeah, you're fine. Phoenix, what are you doing?
Where is that? Where's my comms, dude? I can't hear anything.
They're planting at B.
Okay, I'm on my way.
They planted at B.
I'm coming. The fuck, dude? Stop yelling in my ear.
Phoenix, if you kill all three of them, then I'll say that you carried the entire game.
Yeah. Kill all three of them.
Okay.
And I'll admit it.
That's
You got this, though.
Okay.
Behind you.
Oh,
on the box.
that looked like rings. I thought those are rings.
You can do it next time, sorry.
We could do it. We could do it. We could do it.
Yo, did you see the ult, bro?
Come on, we got this. We got
You're on the box, dude. Sorry. Shit.
I went half.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm fucking sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Honestly. Yeah, Reina, we both like cried, man. God damn. Thank you. Andrew, you good with the res though?
At 30, you're only 13.
Yeah, I still have my res ready.
I can't wait till I'm 13. To be as good as you.
Yo, you're freaking 90 or 20 years old, bro. God damn.
I'm not 90 years old.
19, I'm sorry. My mom says shit, bro. With my
The
accent.
Jet hasn't.
I'm in 5th fucking grade. I stood back like 4 times.
Oh my god! Yo, Sage, can you res me, please?
I'm only 9 years old.
Oh my god.
I'm only 9 years old, guys.
Hey, res me. Sage, res.
I'm probably gonna have to res the Renner.
Yeah, res me.
Sage.
None of those shots hit.
Res the Reynolds. Res the Reynolds. I'm gonna grab the sword.
No, are you serious? Oh, Jet, oh.
Nice job.
Dude.
We got this. Next round, I'm gonna pop off.
Did nobody hit this kill zone? Did nobody hit this kill zone?
Can I get something, please?
Alright, let's just all go mid.
Yo,
Okay, let's all, yeah.
Jet, can you buy me, please? Can you buy me, Jet? Jet, buy me, please. I need a phantom.
I can't afford it.
I just checked. They have us muted. They have us all muted. See the X next to your microphone? Muted. I think he's trying to throw in something.
No, I think he's trying to throw.
Flashing mid? Dude.
Just don't.
I thought you said let's all rush mid, and nobody's with me.
Sorry, I'm throwing.
Oh my god!
Okay, just kill that Sage and me.
It's all up to you, Toxic.
Player standing.
Bro, where are you, Toxic? Are you fucking selling
Yeah.
us? Are you selling us right now?
Are you selling us? Oh.
Dude, look at the... Look at the fucking...
Okay.
Giselle? I mean...
No!
Oh, right, dude.
Okay, guys, we have to
We need to win this game. We need to win this next one.
Okay, Phoenix, if you can get a kill, then I will say that you carried the entire game.
Come on, please somebody buy me Vandal. Please somebody buy me
But
Vandal.
you need to... Yeah.
Buy me something, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
One thing I want. If I get a kill.
What is
Yo,
it?
buy me, please. Yo, buy me.
I can't say it. It's pretty NSFW.
What the?
I'm okay
what
with
was,
that.
What was that?
Are you at work right now? Are you at work?
No.
You're
It's a
not at work
Sunday.
right now? Okay, so it's... Okay. Oh yeah, it's Sunday. I should be going to
That's
school.
we won.
You know, I only go to school once a week.
Nice right now.
TPA. La A.
Anna, can you leave the last one for me, please? Just, I'll beg of you. Can you leave me the last one, please? I'll take them both back.
Are you French?
No.
You have a French
Let me get this ace.
Alright, you can try.
One of my friends...
He's on site.
We had a foreign exchange student.
Oh, I'm running.
Oh, I wanted the ace, but okay.
Alright, let's
We
go.
already got it. Let's go, BBGG.
way to gain momentum. And if his teammates use Protect, Gastrodon could easily top off with a free turn and recover. With an application of Gastrodon that was specifically tailored to use its strength, Paul was able to make history for Latin America and for the Little Slug, who after years of being derided, had a world championship under his belt. And to top it all off, Christopher Kahn placed 8th at the Melbourne Open with Gastrodon as well. A nice cherry on top to Gastrodon's best year yet. Maybe it was just the rush of winning worlds, but Gastrodon was actually able to piece together a couple of good performances in the 2019 unrestricted meta as well. Javier Valdez returned to the proverbial well of slug power to place 16th at the North American International. But Gastrodon also got a surprisingly big victory in the form of Hirofumi Kael Kimura's first place at the Japanese Nationals. Hirofumi used an incredibly tanky team with sets like Assault Vest Rayquaza, Trip from Solgaleo, and
Oh my god.
with Heal Pulse and Legs. Hirofumi picked
What
up
happened
Gastrodon for the
when
ability to have a ground-type Pokemon that could take on Kyogre. And with Expert Belt, it could throw Mega Gengar even through bulk or
You were like
Dark
talking,
Finally,
and then you
Hirofumi
like
opted for
started
Sun as
laughing
the
and it
easiest way to get around players attempting to raise
Oh my god.
I was like, I walked up and I just see like a puddle of shorties and I was just like, what?
But that one win is quite an accomplishment for a meta filled with Pokemon whose damage far outstripped what Gastrodon could keep up with. Gastrodon's time in OU came to a close in Generation 8. It saw some early use as a method for staving out Rotom Heat while using Sticky Hold as
Are you
its
excited
ability
for
to
the
counteract
snow?
the trick and knockout stance that had become prevalent with the lack of Mega
No, because I still have to teach.
However, it never
No,
really
when is it
established a
snowing?
true defensive
Tomorrow, it's supposed to snow all day from like 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then it's gonna snow again on Tuesday, I guess. I would like it better if we had like a snow day, you know? What is the little icon at the bottom in the chat? Is that like to lock who you're talking to?
No, it's to keep the
It's like
terrified of Rotom and Magneton, Gastrodon completely countered them both. Now Jellicent's move pool was more offensively threatening, whereas Gastrodon could struggle to really strike fear in the opponent, which is why Jellicent was one of the most common Pokemon, as it was
Oh, I
easier to
messed up my
swap.
career.
However, Gastrodon was no slouch in the usage department either. It saw plenty of
Of all
success and was a
of all
thoroughly
brim
solid
stuff.
Pokemon in the Isle of Armor.
Yeah, I saw that.
And as a result of the increased amount of Pokemon, the NU metagame is in relative disarray. However, Gastrodon has remained a useful Pokemon, standing in the way of threats as it
Alright, we're gonna play triple
I
controller.
shouldn't have killed the I shouldn't have killed the Omen, but I couldn't resist.
Finally, Gastrodon has frequently been a key player in the 2020 VGC season. Gastrodon is as good as ever at redirecting water Arcanine, Excadrill, Rhyperior, and Rotom Heat. And as always, its coverage
I
is still
switched my
useful.
thing to
It can
German.
pressure all members of the popular Togekiss, Excadrill, Dragapult Core, as well as Arcanine, Incineroar, Duraludon, Rhyperior,
Go
the
word
list goes on. But Gastrodon's real utility comes
Why
from
is
the way it
why are
interacts
German
with
words
its
so
timing.
ugly?
Slog is a way to prevent the stat snowballing that can come with repeated maximums. But the real coup is
Easy.
Yawn, a way to
Wait, there's a
continually
new.
pressure opponents' max
Oh no, this is
Pokemon
the same
or their
season.
support. Unlike
right?
other Yawn users, Gastrodon is also immune to max
I just
Life,
never looked
meaning
at this
opponents
stuff.
have to target its partner if they want to use that method of getting out of sweep. If Gastrodon got boost itself, it could sometimes be a win con by itself due to recover stalling the endgame. As such, Gastrodon has seen high-level play from the start of the format, usually with some mix of its covers moves like Recover, Protect, Yawn, and the occasional Clear Spot. Items were most commonly a Citrus Berry or Rindleberry to maximize longevity. In Bohum, it had 3 separate top 8 appearances, between Florian von Hogendonk, Eduardo Cona, and bronze medalist Francois Xavier Laganeste. Justin Krubab placed 6th at the Dallas Regionals, and Simon Consti managed to win the Perth Regionals. But perhaps the biggest show of Gastrodon's strength was the Oceania International, where Gastrodon had a whopping 7 appearances in the top 16, between Diego Ferreira, Kevin Nim, Yusuke Ikeda, Yuki Zananovic, Zachary Kelly, and 8th placer Eric Rios, and repeat Gastrodon user and runner-up Eduardo Cuna. Of course, the end of in-person events changes things a lot, but the bigger change for Gastrodon was the release of Grassy Terrain Rillaboom, who virtually invalidates Gastrodon. Now maybe it'll see some play with Series 6's ban, but its results have already been impressive enough. All said, Gastrodon has a checkered history in VGC. It has now escaped its reputation as a bad Pokemon that had undeserved usage, but it's also understandable why it garnered that title in the first place. Gastrodon may be an okay answer to Rain, and an okay answer to Trick Room, and a nice redirector for Water-type Mon, but it falters when used as a Gloomon. Proponents of
対戦を確認
are those who make sure its strengths fit their team, as opposed to using it just to blood pull. With some impressive victories under its belt, it's clear its unique traits can bring plenty of value to the table.
Hello?
What's going on, dude?
Not much, do you?
Oh, same old shit.
Mm.
Same old shit. It's on my my rank up game. I always lose on my rank up game and then I win the game after. So I'm just stuck at 98. What's your secret?
What do you mean?
Like, what's your secret to getting to Iron 2? Or 3? Is that 3?
I'm not in 3 yet.
Shit.
Pretty much.
Very sweet.
Well, pretty much what I do is I don't usually practice, but I just keep going no matter how many times I lose.
Okay,
And I just keep trying and trying.
So don't practice.
No, practice is perfect and stuff, but for me, I don't usually practice. What I do is just keep going, and it really depends on the team as well, for me.
Okay. So I'm not gonna practice.
No, you should practice. If you want to practice your aim, yes, you should practice.
But I want to be as good as you.
But you should practice to be better than me.
But you don't practice.
Maybe, but you want to be better than what I am. If you want to do better than get Iron 2. I was at Bronze beforehand. Bronze 1. And I got deranked because of my team.
You admitted to Bronze, dude?
Yeah.
And without practice? Does that mean I can?
It's possible.
Nice. Alright, I'm not gonna practice.
You should practice your aim.
How do I turn how do I turn push to talk on? I don't know. Everybody keeps telling me that, but I can't find it in settings.
There's usually different keys that you can set it to. Either you can have it at V or other buttons if you want it to.
Yeah, but it's like how do I turn it on, like, in general?
Oh, just push to talk. Just push on it.
Oh, okay.
And hold on.
Okay. Oh, there's a fireball here?
Yeah, they're expecting us.
There's a green lady over here. Sorry, I'm new to the game.
There's a
Oh, purple lady's here. Oh, she's dead. Purple lady's dead.
Rain.
Old man. Old man's running back. Okay, we just have we got Chinese lady.
Sage and Raid. Sage and Raid.
Okay.
It's good to learn their name.
Is it? Okay. I'll learn the names.
But also you could like represent them from Overwatch.
Oh, hat. You got the hat. I'm dead. The hat girl and the Chinese lady. Nice. Oh, the hat goes in. Oh shit, dude. Is this guy smurfing? I think this guy's smurfing. He's got no rank.
I like Phoenix's German voice.
Oh, thanks.
On a Monday.
We're throwing hard. I'm gonna peek out here in the field.
Mid.
What is it called?
Catwalk.
Catwalk?
Mid catwalk.
Okay. Like a supermodel? Like I'm a supermodel, so I walk on the catwalk.
Rim.
She at Bucky.
Rain is gonna come from heaven probably. She'll Bucky.
time, but he does.
Damn.
Good try, my guy.
Brimstone's gonna come from heaven. Raiden's heaven.
What are you doing, Stinka? You mentioned?
Oh, sorry about that. I have to go potty.
For nothing.
Can I buy for somebody? Is that for you?
Why do they go Ares?
Damn, sorry. My calls are bad that round. I'm trying to focus more on my callouts and my gunplay. GameLeap.com says that it's better to work on your callouts and your good sense. Do you live in New Jersey?
Rain is over.
Hello, team? to stop using Aries.
Perfect.
Oh, you know, I'll be right back.
Yes, please. No, you can use this. Just rinse it. I just brought this. Just throw the tea bag out and rinse it, you stinker. But only fill it up like halfway or less. Yeah. It's okay. Did the app not work on your phone?
Sage is gonna be under hell. They're defusing at A.
Oh no.
Why were 3 of you like AFK?
Sorry, I was watching Flank. I was watching Flank and then my headset died, so I couldn't hear that they were defusing. I'm using
You have a wireless headset?
Yeah.
Huh.
Sorry. It's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
What do you have? What do you have for a headset?
Razer. It's not wireless, but it's connected to the lap.
Alright, I'll cover you. I'll cover your body, Phoenix.
One's heaven. Run! Brimstone is heaven. Don't get the... I mean the... He's up heaven. Plant. Come, Brimstone.
Oh, come on. Okay, so what's the name of the people on the team? So what's the purple lady's name?
Reyna.
Okay. What about the green lady? Is that Snake?
Viper.
Viper. Okay, so not Snake. Okay. What about the guy with the red hat?
Brimstone.
Is it Shredder? Shredder 42?
Brim.
Brim?
Brim.
What about my character?
Omen.
What about you and your character?
Sage.
Sage. Is that the real name or is that like the
Real name.
It's the real
And by saying that, Omen's not a human. He's created.
He's created by what? Created by God?
Shadows, technically.
Shadows.
Darkness. One's heaven.
Just like Shadow the Hedgehog?
Not
really.
One's diffused. Red. They diffused.
I'm running out of bullets! They should give the guns more bullets.
Wait, didn't you realize they were in heaven?
There was a guy over in where we come from. Here. Flanking us. This is why I should always watch flank.
There was one heaven.
Yeah,
they were all heaven.
But if I went to the guy in heaven, then the guy flanked me.
How about I wall off our flank then?
Oh, if you wall off flank? Okay, oh smart. That's good. Good play. Right. Good play.
Oh. Yeah, you watch heaven, I'll wall off flank.
Okay, so this entire effect would have been
Right,
level 4, but not only does this 2000 attack level 5 specifically have to give someone to make a token, which is not optional by the way, this is all right now, but the card was made for so if you didn't destroy that token during the turn you summoned it, you gave your opponent
I'm smoking.
because you wasted resources on summoning Royal Knight of the fucking guys back.
One's come from tree.
What's a good spot to hide? Wait, is here a good spot?
Under hell.
What's under hell? What's under? I didn't learn about that in
Why are you AFK, Brimstone?
Yeah, report. Can you report the Red Hat? Can you report Red Hat, please? Wait, what's his name again? I forgot.
Brim.
Brim. Okay. Brim. That's Brim. You're who?
Sage.
Sage. I am Ghost.
Omen.
Omen. Okay. But he is a ghost.
Yeah.
I'm a ghost from the shadows. Okay. What about this guy here with the British accent?
Brim. I mean Phoenix.
Phoenix. Brim Phoenix.
No Phoenix, just
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Okay. Here, I'll give you my gun. You're doing better than me. Okay, I'll smoke over here. I learned that on I learned that from
What's happening?
Oh, there's a bunch of smokes over here. There's a bunch of smokes over here.
Come here, falling flank. Come here, Omen.
Oh, I have a sniper. I have a super sniper.
You didn't.
No, I'll smoke this so they don't see us.
Healed it.
I'll smoke this so they don't see us. They can't see us.
Run.
Run? Okay.
Run now.
Okay, I'm running. Where do I run? Where you guys are?
Away from the spike.
Oh! Fuck, I was right there. Is it true that if I take my knife out, I run faster? I thought somebody was trolling me. Is it true? Is it true? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Is it true that if I take my knife out, I run faster?
Yes.
Why?
Okay, hello? I'm Yeti.
Because you have less,
Sorry.
you don't need to aim in.
Oh, okay.
I had to email someone.
It's okay.
But isn't that kind of weird how, like, you still have the gun on you, so...
Yeah.
You know? So, like, even if you have your knife out, like, you still have the gun on you, so... Yeah, you should run the same speed. I'm gonna smoke here so they don't see us. I'm gonna use my abilities.
It blinded me.
Oh, sorry.
スパイクを設置。敵を倒したわ。
敵残り1名。
Raina's up there, hit 64, she's healing. Left.
I have mid control.
Omen, she's near you. Nicely done.
Aww. Fuck, I didn't want to get a kill.
攻守を交代。
Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I was wondering where my gun was, but the round switches, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where should I go? What's a good spot for Omen? I don't... I've only played on this map like 4 times.
B site. B site.
B site? Okay. Like on... Like... Where? Like here? Here good?
Just watch. No, just stay on that site and smoke off B in when your enemies or wherever you hear them.
Okay, okay. Okay, tell me if I'm... You should do coaching. You're pretty good.
Maybe, but I don't know.
I hear a lot over here on B side. I hear a lot. They're all here. Okay, I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot, and hopefully they don't come. Oh, I don't have any more bullets. What am I supposed to do? What do you do when you run out of bullets?
Pick up a new gun.
Okay.
敵残り1名。
You have spec?
解析するわ。
Alright, I'm gonna watch you over here. Oh, where was he?
Back here.
Okay.
Pillar house.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna make my mini map.
コミュニケーションを怠るなよ。そうすれば勝てる。
But fuck that, I know why you're all here. To see Yu-Gi-Oh's equivalent of a WMD. Give it up for the Central Legend, Crystallized Dragon of the Ice Barrier. Level 9 with 2700...
My hand could go in the...
I think they're gonna come in.
See, you wanna touch it?
And they have Airy.
I don't wanna read it.
But some of the reasons would certainly involve her fairly generic summoning condition, 2 non-tutors notwithstanding, a ridiculous effect which is unpreventable once it goes off.
They really want it?
And multiples of Trishul used to be a very real threat, hence her limited position on the ban list. Once again, Ice Barriers get screwed out of their best monster in the most brutal card game equivalent of NTR ever since Grand Mall became a free public utility. Ice Barrier build are able to summon it, there's really...
スパイクを設置。
No, you planted B?
The first Ice Barrier spell is
Yeah.
Medallion of the Ice Barrier. And 1 Ice Barrier mounts up to your deck to your hand.
See,
It's as simple as it gets, my friends. What do I even say about this one? I can list about 20 archetypes right now that would kill to get out, but apparently Konami thought Ice Barriers of all
I'm
things
right
deserved
behind
more
you,
than anything
meowdy.
else, so enjoy this short victory while it lasts.
There's me. You scared me.
敵残り1名。
Good. Diffuser.
Oh no, I gotta move his meow. Fiesta, fiesta.
Oh, just in time.
Siesta.
What's your name?
Taki Taki. I was in a Selena Gomez mood today.
I don't think I know that one.
Taki Taki. Taki Taki. I think it
Oh,
has.
never mind.
I was so close
Yeah,
to
it has
Matt.
Cardi B.
Ooh. Did we like her or is she canceled? I can't remember.
I don't really like her, but I don't know. Like, I guess like her political views are supposed to be good, but she also used to like drug men and take their money, which is kind of.
Oh yeah.
Like I get it, stick it to the man, but also that's not really morally right. You know. Two rights don't make a wrong. I'm gonna play on Kyle's, I guess. What are they coming B?
Yeah. Or they're in garage right now. I think. They might rotate. I don't know what the stage.
Sage and Rain are still in there. They walled it.
I don't know what mouse button 4 is.
Oh no, you're about to walk in. You're walking me. You're out in the open.
Oh, I don't know how to use only.
あと30秒。最後の一人がスパイクを設置。
Nice, sir. Nice, sir. Hello?
I get a PP.
私がついています。
Who do I want to listen
Okay, I fixed
to?
my minimap. I was looking on a YouTube guide on what the best minimap is. I think I got it. What's better, the Phantom or the Vandal?
Both equally good. Depends on your skin.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point of...
I prefer Phantom.
Well, so why does it have two guns if they're gonna be the same?
They're A? Difference is...
Spike at B.
I know, Rain is A. I was saying, difference between different guns, Phantom and Vandal. The Vandal does a lot more damage than the Phantom. Brimstone has an operation.
Let's go.
Just Phantom.
Would you ever get acupuncture? Would you ever?
Hi guys, BKC here. I've been the writer for the
I kind of want to.
which means that every joke
I should. I got a crick.
in my fault. You're welcome.
まとめて相手になります
Grabbing the spotlight for myself so I can tell you about one of my favorite Pokemon, Skarmory.
装備をちょうだい
Oh, cute by Mugen.
装備をちょうだい
Yeah, well.
ありがとう
That's cool.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Until I was old enough to realize what they were about the types of people that were surrounding me till I went.
Oh my god.
If you grew up watching Nickelodeon, then you may have heard of Nick Schneider. Hit shows during the 90s and 2000s, such as The Amanda Show, Carly, and my personal favorite, Drake and Josh. In recent years, Nick has been brought into controversy due to rumors about abusive and possibly sexual behaviors between him and his young female co-stars. None of these rumors were grounded with any hard evidence.
Nice.
Until March 26th, 2000, when Nickelodeon announced that they will be parting ways with David Schneider. The news surprised many people, Why would Nickelodeon fire one of its biggest producers seemingly out of nowhere? Were they aware of all the...
How much did he say? How much did he say?
What is
Oh god, no.
あと30秒
I have a class.
スパイクを設置
What's a bunch of guns in their spawn?
Benson has a all up, and you know where he is. Corner. No, no. I don't have it. I wish it.
outside of television?
Oh, I forgot Swamp was.
In Victorious, Tori hosts an online show called Tori Takes Requests, where viewers can ask her to do all sorts of random things. In the very first episode, Tori gets a request to have ketchup poured all over her feet, and then she does a little dance at the end. In another online show called Cat's
Don't stay there. I'm gonna wall it.
There's a moment in the first episode where she sticks her big toe in her mouth. I didn't really watch these stories growing up, so I don't know if these played on television, but I do know that
Middle?
Now here's more unusual. On September 13th,
Wait, what do we call that again?
Mid.
Cat's Twitter page asked the callers to take a picture of their feet with the hashtag Sam and Cat Saturday, and a number of people did. This is one of many now infamous few-related tweets from Dan Schneider and his shows, but this is the most well-known. You can find several if you look around long enough. During the same year, there was a post on Reddit about how Dan Schneider is the most successful writer/TV executive in children's television for the last 30 years. A user commented, "I grew up in LA and was an extra on the Amanda Show a few times. He, being Dan Schneider, paid me $100 once just to tickle my feet." The user further elaborated, "To make a weird story
Top
short,
mid?
in between takes, Dan
Top
asked
of
me if
mid?
I was ticklish.
Where's the top?
Then he bet me $100 he could make me ticklish.
So like,
I was expecting him
top
to reach over
to
and tickle
us
me
or
on my
top
arm
to
Heaven.
Heaven? Yeah, okay. So heaven.
I mean catwalk.
Oh,
She was on catwalk.
And a lot
Oh,
of compliments.
Yeah, catwalk today.
These calls are
Later
confusing. Huh?
deleted his or her account.
Yeah, very confusing, but you get to learn the game. It's kind of simple.
Or if this person
Oh,
was
okay.
even telling the truth. A small YouTube channel known as Revenge of the Sis has done a number of videos about Dan Schneider, and during one of their podcasts, they received a call from an anonymous source stating that she went to an audition for one of Dan Schneider's shows. The call was what she had to say.
Coming A.
Middle?
Mid.
Basically,
Isn't that
we
the
would
same
go
thing?
out
But they're at A.
to different places,
Yeah,
and eventually I got a manager and an agent.
They tried coming A,
Send me on
but they're
rotating
rotating.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
little things like commercials and everything. And then
Don't come to me. Go to B. Go to B.
Go to B? Okay.
in 2007, my agent
When is a good time to take my
contacted
notes out?
my family about possibly getting a good Nickelodeon gig. And we flew out to LA.
I got a BB.
Get a baby.
This episode is sponsored by
仲間は死なせない
They're both mid.
あと30秒
I'm gonna smoke so they can't see me.
最後の一人だ
The raise was hit 14. Go to A side. They might be going there. Yeah, they are.
スパイクを設置。
However, the idea that turtles all have the same fate is far from true. They're a diverse faction with many low-tier and high-tier species. So today we're going through the turtle tier list. Turtles are divided into two main groups: side-neck turtles.
Oh, can he turn the smoke off?
No.
Oh.
彼らの罪の重さを思い知らせてやりましょう。
Seems like it, because as soon as they defuse, he turned the smoke off.
It was there for a long time, so it deactivated.
Oh, it deactivates? How long does it stay for? Like 10 seconds or something?
Yeah, probably. Maybe 15, I don't know. I don't count.
Oh.
Wait, bye. Oh my.
Oh, sorry. They're at B. They're here at B. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Smoke off, and
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Match point.
Sorry. Are you gonna de-rank if you lose?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna try my hardest. I don't know if we can.
Try not to panic, okay?
Pin what?
Panic.
Oh, panic. Oh.
Don't panic.
Sorry. You have,
Just stay calm, keep your head up.
It almost seems like you have an accent.
An accent?
Yeah. Like an
Fine.
accent. I don't think you have an accent. It kind of sounds like it. Do I have an accent? English is not my first language, but, so some people tell me I have an accent. Oh, they're a B.
They're mid two. Oh, no, thank you.
The rain is still not moving. Just push.
ようこそ私の世界へ。スパイクを設置。最後の一人だ。アタッカーの勝利。
Let's go.
That was such a nice guy.
Yeah, he was pretty nice, huh?
Yeah, he was funny.
Yeah. He had a high patience. High patience. Most people would have been like pissed as fuck by that point.
It can even block attacks from all types of cats, which, as we know, are some of the most overpowered builds in the game. It's for this reason that these players dominate the high scores for total game time on a single character. Now, of course, this level of defense comes at a cost, and in this case, it's a severe reduction in speed, but even more so a reduction in intelligence. Because of this, most can't really do well as hunters and have to go for the herbivore playstyle. But don't be fooled, they've got the same powerful bite attack that other turtles do, and can do a surprising amount of damage to any player who underestimates them. Speaking of bites, if dealing massive damage with a bite appeals to you as a player, then the snapping turtle build is for you. These guys break into A tier by opting for high power level. They aren't as abysmally slow as tortoises are, but they're not speed demons by any means. So in order to eliminate their targets, they opt for the bait and punish strategy. They've got solid stealth, but what really helps them is their lure ability. This rare and powerful ability allows the user to disguise themselves as loot, which I think we can all agree can be pretty irresistible at times. Because they function as ambush predators with great offense, but have low to medium mobility, they actually occupy a similar niche in water as vipers do on land. And so I think it's only fair that they earn the same rating of low 8. And now for the real standout, the turtle who's brave enough to take a build normally only viable in ponds and rivers and takes it out to a much more competitive server, the sea turtle. Sea turtles are proof that even in a server full of power and intelligence peers, defense tanks can still be a completely viable option. By speccing into the omnivore playstyle as opposed to obligate herbivore or carnivore, they never really need to pick fights that they can't win. They can always just eat plants while waiting for the next easy opportunity to score a high XP kill. This kind of build is a pretty cookie-cutter survivalist scavenger build, which would already be solid on its own. However, where sea turtles really shine is their additional defense points placed not into physical resistance, but into venom resistance. The venom of a jellyfish has the potential to one-shot just about anything, but sea turtle players have recognized that aside from venom and stealth, they're almost completely defenseless, and so by taking the venom resistance perk, they've got an almost completely uncontested source of XP. Now, I don't want you to think that sea turtles are easy mode. Because they live in the ocean, there are players with a high enough physical attack force to pierce their shell. The tiger shark's serrated teeth are specifically evolved to cut through armor, and so a sea turtle needs to rely not on their armor, but on their size and shape in relation to the shark's mouth. Shark players can only pierce armor if they secure a grab, and so by facing the ungrabbable face of the shell towards the shark, they can repel a strike that would otherwise be a game breaker.
対戦を確認
Sea turtles have any good defensive options at all is a testament to the excellence of this build. It earns the rank of A+ tier. So why aren't any turtles in S tier? Well, for this build, as well as all other turtles, there are some very good counterplay options that can be nightmares for turtle players. Turtle's main weakness is intelligence-based strategies. Using creative and critical thinking to bypass armor is the best way to crush any defense build. For example, a tortoise may be resistant to all forms of physical strike, but even they cannot defend against the physics engine of the game. And so an experienced bird player won't waste any time attacking it, but will instead carry it high into the sky and let gravity do the work. In the case of a sea turtle, while one shark may not be able to land a grab because of the turtle's defensive posture, any form of coordinated multi-directional attack will be unblockable for a solo turtle main. The last thing worth considering is that a turtle must make it past the
誰だろう片っ端から相手してやる
job. Safety in numbers can mitigate this to an extent, but it's definitely not the best strategy when it comes to attacking griefers. The best way to deal with this is to have experienced players guard the low-level ones, but doing so requires an intelligence level that turtles sadly just don't have. In fact, turtles have such low intelligence stats that a tortoise with its brain removed can still function relatively normally for a while. So with that in mind, I can't give turtles a top-tier spot. It's definitely a build worth checking out, though. Unlike some other stats, intelligence is pretty easy to buff. For example, if you've watched this channel for a while, you've probably seen the quality of various things go up. I've had some support from fans for things like icons and graphics, but I'm also boosting my own stats on Skillshare, the online learning community with thousands of classes, like this one on graphic design. An annual subscription is less than $10 a month, but Skillshare is offering the first 2 months for only 99 cents to the first 1,337 people who sign up using the link in the description.
Okay. I don't know, that was weird. Maybe it was last second. Yeah, that's fine, it's only 2 minutes.
Long ago,
what? It's only 2 minutes.
reptiles ruled the meta in Terra. No
Oh,
off-meta builds could
never mind.
stand the expansion.
Benny said play one without her, but it's only been, it was only a 2-minute ban.
But at the height of their dominance,
So I think she's trying to help her papa.
Oh, okay,
for a while, this created a huge power vacuum. But once the jank strats fell by the wayside, it became clear what the new best guild was. Today,
Hello? Sorry, I got back like right as it closed, and I picked a character, but I guess didn't load fast enough, and it...
We could wait for the game to finish, it's only 2 minutes.
You only have 2 minutes.
Oh, we'll have to wait.
Did your phone not work for the photo scan?
Instead, all of them are
Oh no, I told my dad about it, and he just said he was gonna do it with the printer, so I was like, okay. But I do have it, I will use it in the future.
Yeah, I mean it'll be helpful in college. I use it for like everything.
While you might think of primates as being really intelligent
I'm scared, I don't want to go to college.
actually quite average compared to other mammals.
I'm just gonna buy stocks, and I'm gonna buy GameStop stock, or GameStop stocks.
No outsmarting opponents or setting traps. No, these builds generally focus on fundamentals like foraging. The one special perk they have
Thought
is superb
tuition
night vision.
was like a yearly thing, but apparently tuition, you pay tuition every semester?
Yeah.
Like what? What?
And fees. Tuition's like the cheapest part.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna commute every day.
Why are they all nocturnal? The reason
An hour's not that bad. I did an hour when I was in grad school. I did an hour to like, so I had my grad school, which was like a half hour away, and then I wanted to do Japanese classes because I had extra credits. And the class, or the college where I did Japanese classes was like 57 minutes away or something. But like the drive was pretty nice. You just listen to music and you get to like look at stuff. That's. Oh my gosh, there's so many knees.
Knees?
Ants. Oh. There's like 4 of them.
Kill them.
Oh god, he's crawling. Oh god. Help me. Please. Kill it, kill it. Did I get him? I don't know if I get him or if he fell. I think, oh, maybe they're coming in from your window. Huh? Looked like they all came from this general direction. Pretty disgusting. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. There might have been one that fell. He was crawling out when I was trying to do the squish.
I forgot I had that. Bag of food that was in here.
That's attracting him.
Yeah, it's not
Making the most of their kit is essential to securing the best loot. You simply can't settle for common or uncommon drops. You have to be constantly pursuing epic and legendary sources of sustenance. In addition, their low stealth across the board means you have to remain vigilant at all times and always be prepared to ward off more aggressive players. So let's talk about where each simian build falls and how to maximize their effectiveness. So at the bottom of simians we have monkeys, which are also divided into 2 groups, Old World and New World. These 2 groups play on different servers and are also rather different from each other. New World monkeys easily have Old World monkeys beat when it comes to mobility, due to their special ability, Prehensile Tail. This gives them much higher arboreal mobility and makes reaching loot such as eggs and fruit very easy. Spider monkeys are the best example of this, and are the best New World monkey build. However, what they gain in mobility, they've clearly sacrificed from their other stats, having lower intelligence and much lower power. Couple this with the fact that the jungles of Central and South America have some of the fiercest competition imaginable, and it's undeniable that Old World monkeys are in a much better spot in the meta. They don't have the prehensile tail ability, but this is because they're much more versatile. Unlike New World monkeys, which rarely ever come down from the treetops, Old World monkeys are well suited both for climbing and for running on the ground. Since they don't need to worry about whether or not trees can support their weight, ditching this restriction also allows them to bulk up, leading to some genuinely beefy builds, such as the baboon. The best Old World monkey is the mandrill, which combines power and intimidation with aesthetics for a truly threatening fighter. Monkeys are a great build, but to really take primate gameplay to the next level, apes are the answer. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip over lesser apes, because to be honest, gibbons and siamangs are about the same as monkeys in viability. I rate them the same as I rate baboons. What I want to talk about are the great apes. Great apes are the pinnacle of versatility, combined with high intelligence, mobility, and power.
Isn't that piggy
The
cute?
first great ape on the tier list is the orangutan. Again, all apes
対戦を確認
one of them has to be most. And while orangutans are strong, they aren't the strongest. They're mobile, but not the fastest. And they're smart, but not the smartest.
Take it?
They're also the least social of all apes, and they are
Discord.
片っ端から相手してやる
such as snakes and leopards. Perks include opposable thumbs, clues, and nest building.
No.
I see them as a great beginner class, since they're great for learning the basics of primate gameplay. before
Did you
getting
see this
into
game
more
that I
advanced
sent in the Discord?
Next up is the chimpanzee. Chimps are the fastest of
Devour?
apes, being extremely quick.
You go
It
around
looks
like
scary.
While they have
yeah,
the
it's like
means to access
Phasmophobia,
high-level loot spots,
except like
canopy fruit or bird eggs,
scarier
are also
apparently.
excellent pack hunters.
You like you're like you go around and you're supposed to like you burn 10 you have to like kill 10 goats to like reverse like a cult ritual. And while you're doing that, you're like being hunted.
It's terrifying.
High-level social structure and insanely high base strength.
Looks pretty
I think he's so bad.
As long as they remain in the party.
What, the Devour game?
Yeah. Did you see the watch the trailer at all?
There's no question humans are by far the most successful class
Looks fun.
ever seen in the game. I've gotten a fair number of YouTube comments, Reddit posts, and Twitter DMs saying something like, I don't know if humans are really all that OP. Listen, not only are you wrong, but you've also got to be in denial if you think there's any...
Yo, anybody got a mic? Hello?
Obviously, we have to talk about...
Yeah, it was good, man.
What's going on, dude? Hey, I'm stupid. Do you have a mic? Okay.
Hey.
Oh, hey, what's going on, dude? Oh, don't worry about the name. One of my buddies changed it on me as a joke. Cause I play a lot of Reyna.
Lock Reyna throw.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I just locked Jet and I hope not to throw.
Yeah. It's just my buddy's just messing around, you know. Anybody else here? Like,
I mean, you didn't lock Reyna, so I guess you're good.
Okay, there's a Viper. There's I don't know the call.
Up top.
Where is that? I don't know the call. I'm gonna get the bomb.
Spike.
Oh my God. Got me. Good try.
命を与えるものと奪うもの、私たちきっと気が合うわ。ごめん。
俺が突破する。デコイだ。
Viper to teleport. One TP. 2 TP. I hit Jet for 100. 2.
This kick is kind of nutty.
Good shit, Sage.
Innovations made by players have been the main driving force behind the biggest meta shifts in the entire history of the game. And today I want to highlight one of the most important, the implementation of the move Bite. There's actually a fair bit of debate on which guilds can take credit for pioneering this move. But there's no question that one of the first to really perfect it, to the point of being meta-defining, were none other than the Sharks. And since then, they've been holding on to that top spot tighter than Ice Climber players hold onto a wobbling victim. They've been extremely relevant in every expansion since the Silurian, something very few guilds can do. All over the tier list of the Sharks.
How's your day going?
Wait.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
The ability to sense any player near you and special abilities.
Are you from the UK? I'm stupid.
Oh shit, I'm ass.
You kind of have a British accent. Are you from the UK?
Now let's talk about individual shark builds.
Me?
We'll start from the bottom of the tier list.
Nah.
No, aw, I heard a pretty thick accent there. Not from the,
Bro, just let it go.
You're not from the United States.
Nah, I'm stupid.
Bro, let it go, bro. Let the man be.
Wow, dude. It's pretty, you got a pretty smooth accent there.
Nice and smooth.
Are you studying abroad? Like, are you normally from?
However, they do have the strongest.
How do I get an accent?
They don't have many terrible matchups.
Or aren't accents like relative? Right?
Shark players.
Like, I don't sound like I have an accent to people over here, but if I go to like another country, they would like speak English. They would say I have an accent. Right? Isn't that weird?
So weird.
Isn't that weird? Like if I go to like the UK and I talk, they would say I have like, an accent.
Yes, it may be easy if you make it to the late game, but without good weapons and low mobility,
do it to
the majority of your placement is a huge risk.
Bro, if you choked that, I'd been pissed.
Now we're in B tier, and we're almost
You should have let him defuse the bomb first.
sharks are meant to be played. Almost.
No.
But first, we've got two
It's okay,
more
Bobo.
unorthodox
I think they know
Some
what
of
they're
my
doing.
personal
I
favorites.
think they're smurfing.
Just call me Bobo.
Shark who decided that
I said Bobo Cisco, man. Isn't that your?
Oh, there you go, Cisco. You good?
Okay, so you want me to call you Cisco instead of Bobo Cisco?
That works.
Okay. What is the Bobo for?
My dog.
Oh really? What's this? Okay.
Cute.
Breed dead.
What kind of dog?
Dead.
Is that a cocker spaniel?
Dead.
Dead cocker spaniel?
No, dead shit.
Dead as shit? What is that? What kind of breed? What kind of like UK? Is that a UK breed?
We have a shark which uses one of the only AoE
Is Cisco your alive dog?
In order to even catch a single fish.
No, it's part of my lesson.
Unless you can hit them with
Oh, that's pretty cool,
which
dude.
is essentially what retro
Creative.
sharks do. Retro sharks have and they use them as a whip, creating waves which stun
I don't know any
small
other
creatures.
names.
Is your first name
Negating their
Sam?
normally excellent evasion abilities. They
Is your
do
first
this
name Sam,
without
Fran?
deviating too far from the great base stat.
Your last name Cisco?
So they retain decent mobility and attack power while wielding this weapon. In A tier, we finally get to those
So
famous
like
core
your full name would be
everyone
San
knows and loves
Francisco?
for fears. It's also very easy in relation to each other.
You're so
No, I can't say it is. But
Tiger sharks have higher stealth than most of the well-known shark bills. They also have uniquely shaped teeth that make them more effective at cutting through armor.
That'd be pretty cool for once. Are you like
One left.
Are you the
Good shit, bro.
Are you the king of San Francisco?
Burst of speed to snatch it before it can react.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Are
Bunch of
you-
niggas my
The
Discord.
mako shark,
Are you the king of
which
San
has the
Francisco?
highest mobility of all the sharks and uses them to chase down its
Like you know.
No, I'm barely the king of Lawrence.
Oh, Lawrence. Lawrence, UK.
Nah, no UK up in here, sorry to tell you.
No, you can't. Okay, so it's only I'm stupid. It's from UK.
What's
What's it like?
I give up.
I'm stupid. What's it like over here in the United States? Is McDonald's different? I heard McDonald's is different.
The ocean's other premier speed demons, the swordfish and marlin, can be tough matches.
Nice, dude.
At the top of A tier, we have
Good
the
shot,
shark.
Mike. Good shot, Mike. You say cheers instead of thank you?
The first is that they have the highest bite rates of any shark. The average teeth in terms of cutting utility. The second ability is that bull sharks can enter freshwater surface without receiving the energy sapping and damaging
Alright, watch this.
obligate saltwater builds do. This allows them to travel into rivers and streams where they have no real competition. This makes bull sharks the best build for griefing
Okay, I'm
local
watching
players.
Flank.
And judging by the bull
Flank is
shark's
clear.
reputation for being the most aggressive shark, it's clear that this is exactly the type of player that this build attracts. And here we are, the head honchos of the shark.
Are the team carpets over here as good as they are in the UK?
And honestly, I can't place one above the other. They're both just awesome.
敵残り1名
How well they use their tracking gear, blood sense, and reception. Great white shark is no doubt.
Wait, get my
the closest thing to the god-tier megalodon still in existence.
They don't have
So what's better, the Phantom or the Vandal? Or the Operator?
More than makes up for it. And usually it takes the
It's
Hunting's
opinionated.
because they're clever. Try to avoid putting themselves at risk when they don't need to.
So what do all the like the UK pros do? What do they use?
I have no idea what the fuck the UK pros do. I'm sorry to tell you.
I'm stupid.
I don't know any UK pros.
I'm stupid. What do the UK?
I'm a UK.
Nowhere near to the extent of the last build on my list. The Hammerhead.
You don't know?
Now, if you aren't a Hammerhead player, I'm willing to bet that when you look at this build, you think you fell asleep during character creation, you accidentally set I would. But if you think this option is purely a skill, Hammerheads have the best.
Alright, I'm gonna plant A. Oh my god.
They have full panoramic vision. And a huge evasion.
Help me out, team. Help me out,
And
team.
electroreceptors.
Dead, I'm dead.
Perception, putting their spatial awareness almost. Their snout shape also lets them turn.
Two of them are at B. So watch teleport.
Furthermore, while they
Hey, if you're playing from the UK, how come you're so well?
causing intimidation.
最後の一人だ
So that's the tier list for the sharks. As you can see, they're an amazing class with a lot of.
It was a lag.
And a few other top tier fish like swordfish and marlin. Thanks for watching. You may have noticed that this channel went from less than 10,000 to well above 100,000 in a single week. Which happens because YouTube started recommending my videos. So to repay me for shooting my sub count to the moon, I'm gonna make a few recommendations of my own for channels with low sub counts. First, I've got to shout out Metacurio, an educational channel on disease and medicine. Second is Vlogs of Knowledge, a channel dedicated to putting the cool and interesting parts of history in historical context and providing much needed background. Last is the
How do you have so much money? What the fuck?
Eddie, can you buy me a gun?
Isn't there like a
Be sure to leave in the comments.
Oh,
You don't miss it when I actually
isn't there like a monkey named Bobo?
yeah. Or there's Bobo the clown.
Was your dog?
No idea.
Sponsored by Wix.
They're like the same animal, right? Okay, A site's clear. A site's clear. Rotate.
The Cetacean class is one of the most powerful build types in the history of the game.
Flank.
Some of the most broken abilities
Cleared
and
A
some of
site.
the most powerful stats can be accessed by playing this build. When it comes to the
There might be one holding B. Just watch back left.
敵残り1名
Yeah, good, just play.
You're a fucking pro.
The story of the Cetacean
Are you boosting detective Lincoln? Are you too cute enough?
The Cetacean build some low-level mammal players. It didn't work very well catching players on the shore.
I've been iron
Because warm-blooded builds have a higher
for like
food
my
count.
entire life.
Yeah, you're a fucking.
I don't think you realized you could just spam the sniper.
On your US account, probably.
Just watch your right. I don't know what the hell the characters.
On your UK account, you're probably.
Boys, good shit, boys.
Skipping forward to today, we've got a multitude of powerful cetacean.
I can tell by your tag that you're.
So as always,
How much are they paying you? The boost.
Just smurfing on my US account?
Yeah. How much are they paying you to boost? I'll double it. I'll double it if we party up with me.
All of them are
I'll pay you.
Here we have two cetacean moves that are specifically adapted.
Jesus Christ, what have I joined? Had some crazy lobbies today, but this one's just the top.
I'll pay you in shillings. Gold shillings.
Pay me in GameStop stock.
That's the wave, you can't even buy it anymore.
You can't buy a GameStop stocks in the UK, can you?
That's how valuable it is.
I've become a millionaire overnight.
I hit Jet 117.
I'm a millionaire. The only thing that kind of sucks is that you can't sell the stock because nobody's gonna buy it.
If you're playing as a fish, crustacean, or cephalopod,
Oh, is everybody dead?
know that you've been detected.
All right, if you clutch this up for me, I'll buy you a plane ticket.
I mean, why don't you clutch it up? You're still alive.
I need to get boosted. If I don't win this game, I don't wake up.
So let's see the clutch. You have 42 seconds.
They're already quite well suited to taking out fish players. Their attack range certainly does not hurt. The only reason I rate them is because the other
あと30秒。敵残り1名。
At the top end of B, we have the Boto, a smaller cetacean build specifically adapted for the Amazon.
That's a big inini.
This build is special because it has the maximum amount of evolution points into the echolocation skill. Along its
Oh, I'm so ass.
What happened the one time?
I'm so ass at
Very
this game,
total
dude.
blindness of the Boto.
I'm so fucking ass at this game.
Competition in its local meta, so it's tough to gauge
Should I leave?
how
Would you benefit more from an ultimate orb?
Jaguar and the Otter. But neither of them are big
He said it from an ultimate orb.
to bring down a Boto.
Yeah, I think you guys would probably benefit more from an ultimate orb than a fucking shit fucking duelist player. Why did I play this fucking character, dude?
I feel like you're just holding back and you're not trying. I have a weird feeling.
You think I have another form left?
Yeah, I think you have like some kind of fucking Kenpachi eye patch that's holding back your pressure.
What's a Kenpachi? Is that like
Okay, you've never watched Bleach. Don't worry about it.
Watch Bleach? I use Bleach. I use Bleach on my clothes. On my sometimes. I don't watch it. It's like watching paint dry, right?
Let's go, eh?
Kind of, but with like big tits on it. Pretty good.
Big tits.
Big tits and paint. It's a good.
What is it? Is it like a movie? Can I find it on Pornhub?
They also traded their teeth for an entirely new style.
Probably if you look hard enough, but fuck. Bro, Reno, they're all. Do they have heals? Yeah, literally all of them are under like. Well, actually, I have no idea what Jet is at, but they're all at like 7 HP, and then Jet's at like probably full.
Clutch up, clutch up.
I believe in the Reno ult.
It's okay.
It's unbeatable.
I guess it's fine if you don't. It's not your fucking name.
That doesn't sit right with me.
Never mind, I don't believe in the Reno. You got fucking feed.
Damn, dude. Good try. Good try.
Still retaining what makes the cetacean build interesting. The sperm whale retains all the awesome cetacean abilities and has some pretty powerful stats to back it up. To fight against some of the most powerful opponents in the entire ocean surface, the giant squid. Sperm whales have mastered the giant squid magic. And despite the size
Yeah, I think the Vandal's the Vandal's better than the Phantom.
That's it for 18.
I don't know, I'm a Phantom guy, but sometimes I feel that way.
Why? Because the Phantom doesn't one tap. You have to be like inside of him to one tap.
Yeah, the fire rate's so high that usually you just one tap and get a body shot by accident.
Even though they didn't spec into the Baleen trait, they can still using their intelligence. Meaning that a coordinated assault
Viper's left. Sage, show me.
Oh shit. Alright, we can lose this. We can lose this.
Charge get it up. 俺がやる
Just point.
Sharks are a different story. Sharks are perhaps the one building even
戻ったぜ
reception allows them to sense any movement made by a new
You wanna play it?
Probably play.
360-degree circle around them.
I got peened.
Like sonar does.
Is it heaven?
Sharks would be a huge problem for
Holy fuck.
Charge get it up
heck? Where did he go?
最後の一人だ
few good head bashes to the gills.
Fuck, I thought I heard him dash.
Dolphins are even good at messing.
Good shit.
I thought I heard him dash. It must have been the somebody else.
攻守交代前最終ラウンド
Holy shit. The Omen and the Viper are fucking free, dude. They're fucking free, dude. They're going
That is facts.
He's going 1 and 11. I should be getting those kills. Oh wait, I killed the Omen. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna try to fancy again. Alright, where should I look up Bleach? What is that?
Oh, we're still on this topic. I don't know. Just a Bleach and then put an A after it. You'll find it.
Bleach and then the number what?
Put the letter A after it.
Bleach A?
Yeah, you'll find it. Shouldn't be too hard.
Bleach A, what is that? Is that like a new strain that you can use on colored clothing?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Oh, okay.
So one question that I get a lot is whether or not I think a cetacean build could
I'll give it a good
claim the number one
Google
spot.
search.
And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
If I use Yahoo, I don't wanna mess with my algorithm in case it's something like NSFW.
敵残り1名
Hit her for 103. She's right corner. Okay, I just played A. She's nowhere near. She's on the stone.
Fuck, dude, I had to reload.
I hope I'm trying.
They still might be able to build a website using Wix because of how easy they make the design process. Wix is a website builder that's so intuitive.
I had to fucking reload, dude. What the fuck?
Was able to make a fantastic page to showcase my
You
work.
got this, mate.
I mean, just take a look at some of the stuff I was able to make here.
He faked
It's pretty
it.
cool, right? I think it's pretty cool. They take care of all
You can
the
do that in this
behind-the-scenes
game?
stuff and do all the heavy lifting for you, leaving
Cheers. Cheers, dude. Cheers. Am I using that right? Am I using that in the right
攻守を
context?
交代
online store or something else.
What else do you say? Do you say buddy?
I
Button?
actually had a ton of fun tinkering around with
Instead of
all the
sandwich, you say button?
And I think you will too. So if you want to build a professional looking website, head on over to wix.com.
Do you say,
or click the link
You don't have a couch in your house, you have a Chesterfield.
Thanks for watching, and thanks especially to my patrons on Patreon.
Is that what you say?
For supporting me and
Chesterfield?
suggesting this video. I hope this video will help you in your quest to succeed.
Are you from Australia? Are you an Aussie?
Good luck out there.
When was the last time you saw Blue Sky? I heard the pollution over there is pretty bad. I'm gonna push out of here. Hey.
Sponsored by Skillshare.
Oh, you got this. Come on.
That is Jesus.
Yeah, I gotta go see Jesus today. Actually, after this game.
It is Sunday.
Controversial balance updates the devs have ever introduced. Patch 1.3.
敵残り1名
Banned and nerfed the vast
クラッチ
So it should come as
ようやく静かになった
that the devs get the most is to reintroduce dinosaurs back.
Huh?
The devs have never unbanned any classes.
Damn, you're gonna be hard stuck on
What
it
would the meta look like if the devs actually obliged and allowed players to spawn as dinosaurs again? Well, to answer that question, we first need to understand why dinosaurs were banned in the first place. And believe it or not, I was actually given the opportunity to ask one of the devs.
Whoa,
this
I'm
very
stupid. Did you
question.
ever have you hit bronze
So a lot
yet?
of people have been wondering, why were the dinosaurs
Pretty
banned?
good. He muted.
I have before, never stayed for long.
What happened? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I never stayed for long.
Oh, okay. Probably just this account, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought.
T-Rex players just expected to higher attack.
I hit the jet for 66 in the head with one bullet.
So eventually we figured it's not worth dealing with all these complications and we should just go.
Oh, she's dead. Never mind.
You pick me yet?
Are you from New Jersey?
To be honest, even now.
Do you live in New Jersey? When was the last time you saw a blue scale?
I really appreciate you taking the time to comment on this matter. Okay, so what would it look like if dinosaurs were unbanned? The dinosaur build's main advantage is its massive size. At fully grown, dinosaurs that could take it down were other giant dinosaurs, and potentially while size is an advantage, it can be a challenge for overall survivability. Dinosaurs require a massive potentially more than
What should I do here? Should I buy a gun or should I save?
Honestly, doesn't matter.
Pretty modest when it comes to speed.
It doesn't matter.
Having speed comparable to an elephant.
What does matter?
That you break your teeth, that you brush your teeth and you wake up in the morning and shit like that.
Oh, okay. Like hygiene.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think
do you think masturbating is part of good hygiene?
Depends how you.
Like, let's say I want to cut a hole in a watermelon.
To your home.
Like if I cut a hole in a watermelon. Like flashlights are too expensive.
Now you might be thinking, oh, that's no problem. The herbivores could just outrun them, but
watermelons are like, I can go to the local grocery mart. You call it grocery marts, right?
No, I'm sorry.
You say grocery shop?
Store.
Is this how you say shop? Hold on. This is how you spell shop in
I don't know why I'm agitating this, but I feel like I'm just so far in this hole, it's not gonna end.
Do you spell shop S-H-O-P-P-E?
So Triceratops may find itself struggling to fend off attacks that come from
spell, how do you spell color? It's like C-O-L-O-U-R, right? You add a U.
Especially for canine and feline. Sauropods were at an interesting place in the back during the Mesozoic, and would definitely still be if they were brought back today. Their late game stats were simply impossible to beat one-on-one. No other close to the same.
Spike is on the road.
I have Spike in this area here. I don't know what it's called.
And had relatively few defensive options during early.
It's the bomb. The bomb is over here with the snake lady. What's the snake lady's name again?
Predators would just about never be able to sneak up on a sauropod clan in open field.
What's the snake's lady name in UK? Is it Vipa?
Big cats tend to target the neck of their opponents, and well, it would be pretty hard to miss. Even the top tier jaguar.
How do you spell armor? Is it A-R-M-O-U-R?
Big cats would definitely be a problem for juveniles.
Like
Potentially so
armor?
problematic that not enough of them would be able to reach the late game to defend the lower level players. It's hard to say. Overall, they could be completely viable or completely helpless. Not much in between. In my opinion,
when was the last time you drank tea?
Current meta would be the ones with tail weapons, specifically stegosaurs and
Do you drink tea every morning?
As previously mentioned, the top predator builds tend to attack from behind, avoiding a face-to-face confrontation.
Do you drink
and staying
English
out of range
breakfast
of being
tea
hit by
every morning?
counterattacks with horns, tusks, and bites.
I had some English breakfast tea this morning.
But an attack from behind would be
It's good
an
for
awful idea against a build with a club or
it's good for getting me up, you know.
In addition, the armor on their back would make it much harder for assassin builds like Big Cat to land those critical strikes. Of all of the herbivores, I find these to be the most likely to
What do you think about
become
cats?
if they were unbanned. Now onto the carnivores.
You like
An
cats?
unpopular opinion, but I don't think large tyrannosaurs
You think they
would
muted
fare
me?
well in the current meta. Tyrannosaurs are min-maxed to
I hope they didn't
optimize
mute
for
me.
damage, which was great when their goal was to be able to bring down tanks with HP levels as high as the dinosaurs. The only build of present day that this would be important to have against would be the elephant. And while that is important, having only one good matchup is not a top-tier strategy. All Elephant players would need to do to counter this specific tactic is spec into slightly higher mobility, since the T-Rex's top speed is extremely low compared to builds in present day.
Some good tea.
Smaller Tyrannosaurs like Albertosaurus and Daspletosaurus would still be viable though, since they haven't sacrificed as much mobility as the T-Rex has. Mobility really is the name of the game.
Oh, come on, Sky, please, I swear to God.
As the best contenders for being too OP for the current meta. And not just because of their excellent mobility, but also because they really would get playstyle in the Cretaceous. Raptor builds in the Cretaceous prey like prehistoric mammals, and occasionally banded together to take down midweight and heavyweight builds. This niche is still very much available today.
Alright, buddy. Hold on. Ready? Watch this. Watch this. Excellent tactics.
Decoy. So the question then becomes, could Raptors compete together?
Look at that.
Raptors have the edge. While Raptors do have lower HP than any canine, they also have much more burst damage potential. Oops. Strategy. Raptors, on the other hand,
sorry, buddy.
both employ team strats.
Sorry,
Both
mate.
have high mobility and intelligence.
Are we mates?
So all of these
Are we mates? Like, teammates?
So overall, if individual dinosaur builds were unbanned,
Do you
the
spell
Stegosaurus
partner
and
P-A-R-T-N-O-U-R?
while the others might end up struggling. Dinosaur players would need to learn a lot of new abilities to be able to contend with how advanced the meta is, especially when it comes to how OP humans are. Luckily, if you're looking to quickly and easily learn new skills, Skillshare has you covered. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 20,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Unlimited access to high-quality courses on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities.
Alright, I'm gonna grab this ultimate orb.
I especially love their course on motion graphics.
Hit the bomb bitch for 50.
Join the millions of students already
Who's the bomb bitch? Is that
offer that's just for my subscribers.
is that the orange hat?
You can try Skillshare for free. And start learning today.
Oh,
And
he was
special
camping
thanks to my
there.
patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to support me, Patreon and social media.
Hey, he's 100% going there. Guarantee it. I'll pay you, I'll PayPal you 10 pounds. 10 pounds and a sixpence. Oh! Ooh, look at that. Actual fucking lamps. It's kind of pretty.
Maddie, you good, bro?
You should say it's not Maddie, it's Sharks. I hear some over in this area. Well, I don't know what it's called though. The king of switching.
I'm both in the thing, just spray the shit out of Maddie.
Nice.
Looked at you and kept running.
Oh wait, we're supposed to be losing. I keep failing.
マッチポイント。さ
あみんな最後まで気を抜かずにね。
Let me get the 40. Let me get the 40. Watch this.
行くぜ。デコイだ。デコイだ。
God fucking like.
うせな。
Oh no, Moo, you walled me in! Sorry! Oh my god.
Hit Jet for 60.
If I live, I'll res you. Oh god. Oh god. There's too many.
Charge killだ.
There's another one that's gonna hit the door.
Charge kill だ.
GG's, boys.
俺がやる。戻ったぜ。
ありがとう。
切り開く。
うまくいくとでも。
ディフェンダーの勝利。これが私の真の姿よ。
How do you put a link? Hold on, I gotta figure it out. I think you have to put an at. Oh no, hold on. Nope, can't put a link. Okay. All right. How much did you go up by? Oh, well, you're unranked. Damn, 24. Guys are cracked. I need more angry people in my lobbies. Not enough people getting pissed off. Ugh.
I'm kind of hungry.
Hungry?
A little bit. Yeah?
Not really. I'm having hot cocoa.
Okay, I gotta eat my yogurt.
This episode was sponsored by Skillshare. Humans are the most overpowered class this game has ever seen. Even
I
builds
threw
with
it
only
away.
a max power stat have little chance against a fully armed human. And conversely, even builds with the highest defensive stats in the game still can't block attacks from the ridiculously OP weapons humans unlocked by a craft. Shifts in the meta reflect how overpowered they are. But what would happen if humans were nerfed? What if their intelligence stat was lowered back below the point where they gained the ability to make tools? Which builds would become the new top tiers? And which ones might actually become less viable without humans? Well, with their intelligence stat lowered, it's expected that humans would return to their playstyle as persistence hunters in the savannah. Even without advanced intelligence abilities,
What? We're
like
with the
full use
same
of fire
guy.
control, they would still excel at this because of their unique ability to regenerate stamina by sweating.
What?
They would also still retain their unique and powerful ability to throw things, although they could no longer craft high damage items like spears to throw. After a nerf like this, they would no longer hold the record for highest intelligence in the game. That honor would fall to the elephant,
Arenas
followed
in the
closely
game,
by
my best
dolphins
friend.
and parrots, and then finally back to primates again. Without the ability to control fire or craft clothing, humans would be limited only to the hotter servers again, due to their lack of fur, leaving the vast majority of the game's resources freed up to be competed for once again.
Hello?
So which builds would dominate
Hello?
this new meta? There's an endless number of things to consider here.
Anybody-
the meta right now
anybody
is
here got a mic?
completely centralized on humans, to the point where even the abyssal
What's up, man?
servers are affected.
What's going on, dude?
The easy answer would just be to say that things would revert
Just
back
trying to
how
rank
they
up
were
to be able to
before
play with my
humans
friends.
were dominant. And in some
Oh,
cases,
really?
it's certainly true. For example,
Yep.
builds which are grief,
Agent
like
選択.
rare drop ivory, wouldn't have to worry about
All my friends are in fucking silver and I don't play this game enough.
Silver patch 1.3.6 would quite capture the full story. First of all, the climate has
Shit,
changed
dude,
a lot
I
since
might
the
be out
Ice
of my
Age.
league right
And
now,
second, there are a lot of builds that are at a distinct advantage because of how
You,
overinflated their
you must be like
populations
relative
are, how
to
plentiful
your
their
skill
food
level
source
then,
is,
huh?
or how easily they could conquer the mostly vacant city
Not
biomes
really.
left
I'm
behind
usually
by
bottom of the barrel.
nomadic humans.
How come they don't like
Also
make alta
builds that
counts
have
and
essentially
boost
been
you?
playing on easy mode because of humans.
They don't
would
want
now have
to
to
waste that
actively change
time
up their playstyle
having to
and
get
learn how
competitive
compete
again.
competitively again.
Damn, dude. Sounds
A
like
few
you
quick
need
examples of this. Cockroaches, while they do have many
sounds
impressive
like you need
resistance
to
abilities,
hit the aim
like
labs then,
radiation
huh?
and
向こうのブリーチは気が
they're
短い
actually very weak to the
よし
I was gonna say get new
すぐに
friends,
攻
but
撃して
like
くる
it's
ぞ
not really.
back to warmer servers.
You know, like
Artificial
it's not really that big of a
only
fucking
allow
deal.
it to persist in areas
Oh
where-
shit! Is this I'm stupid?
Also likely experience
Yo.
popularity,
Let's
cities would no
go,
longer be
dude.
The other
protected
two were in our last game too.
and without humans to
No
feed them,
fucking
cats would
way.
also have to step up their game.
Big Chungus
Arguably the
726.
most carried builds in the game
Bagel
are
pizza.
While they
No, no,
are
Maddie was Sky last time.
dominant matchup
Oh
with
yeah, you're
they've
right.
lost many of their abilities because they think
shit.
I'm just glad none of you are guys, like none of you are like 5-year-olds, because that's all I've been put with recently.
many of these bird players would be completely lost. Even if they did know how to hunt for
Oh
themselves,
yeah,
Bunch of
yeah.
squeakers.
fish to birds is too low
Oh,
to
don't worry,
support
don't
the
worry.
vastly inflated player
My
base
balls
they
are
have.
like
Game of
fucking
control.
This guy's fucking hacked. This guy's hacking.
Player base adapts.
We got Jefferty 42 on their team. Oh
First of which
shit.
is the cattle.
リロード
That guy's a Smurf. I played with him like 2 games ago.
With an active player base of
It's
over a
Smurf.
billion. With their astoundingly high
That's
base
fake.
power stats,
Never mind, it's you.
最後の一人だ
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm just gonna. If I'm dead, I'm gonna just shut
you
up.
have to imagine the current top two predators having a good matchup against cattle.
I feel like, yeah, I don't want to, I don't want to be a backseat gamer. I just want to have a good, nice, clean game.
Not all cattle would succeed after the balance patch. Some cattle builds are actually unable to respawn without the assistance of human players. But some, like the Texas Longhorn, don't have this issue. And
No,
would
I've never
excel
paid
in that
attention to my cape.
could crush any player's stand. The only builds I could see not having any issues competing with them would be the
Well, you're too busy making minimum wage. That's why.
arguably match the cattle's
True
base.
that.
The second potential breakout class is the horse. Horses are actually already invasive in the American West, having been taken by the public use. They already are there aren't many predator builds in the area that can challenge them. Their unique ability to sleep standing up with self-based offensive strategy
This soldier fucking sheriff, man.
back into more powerful damaging moves to ever pose a real threat. The last of the domesticated builds I would bet on would be the pig.
Are the Euro is it for 90? Euro is it for 90? I don't know where he
No
is.
problem returning to the wilderness. And they devastate casual players because
Euro is he has no utility now?
feral pigs have great anything within lynx and wolves can't really compete.
スパイク敵残り1名
However, humans
Nicely done, dude. Silver tactics, dude. I think you're smurfing. I think this guy's smurfing.
outside of their territory.
必ず掴み取る
Doubt it.
Builds from the north, like the grizzly, and builds from the south, like the jaguar, would no doubt become optimal choices in the region again. Lions used to exist on every major server, so it makes sense.
I'm also trying to rank up to play with my friends.
We can't talk about a humanless meta without speculating on what would
I don't know if I'll ever get there though.
support classes, cats and dogs.
Why you gotta call me out like that, man?
You're fucking smurfing, dude. You're ruining this game for the rest of us by smurfing. I'm mad. I'm livid right now. I'm livid.
However, dogs are no strangers who's transitioning from their support role back to This is what happened in the Australian
倒された
as the dingo.
Heal him, heal him, heal him.
Trying to heal some.
さ
最後の一人
Nice, thanks. Reload.
そうばあなたの目を私たちに
Yeah,
If there's anybody who's fucking smurfing is their Yoru.
Yeah, the Euro's definitely smurfing, dude. Bacon pizza. Who would pick a fucking ridiculous name like that?
Why do Germans use commas instead of periods?
And agriculture has only been unlocked by antelope. None have unlocked all three at once, aside
You know how like Germans use like commas as decimal points?
I do.
Is this what happens when we win?
108 to the Phoenix.
They both have the ability to pick up items.
Wait.
Both have long life, and both are herbivores that would benefit greatly.
最後の一人だ
The other simians start suspecting bipedalism, higher
Oh, this is
intelligence.
cute. Handcrafted pottery. Like, share this.
Pottery?
Yeah. Man.
You know what I need to so I can do today? I'm gonna look up pottery plates near me.
Animation, essay writing,
See, you said I'm smurfing, now they're trying hard.
great classes, as well as over 20,000 others, can be watched for free if you use the link in the
Yeah, because you're
description.
smurfing.
These are so pretty. I love this.
Thanks again for watching. And thanks especially to my patrons on Patreon.
I think I'm gonna get a panini soon.
Panini.
A panini?
You're close to that Sunday.
What the hell?
Nutty arrow.
How come? I just horrible timing.
I feel
This episode was sponsored by Humans have the ability to party up with This isn't a unique
Yeah, Yoru was back of B site.
Let's fuck him up.
Humans have by far the popular choices.
敵残り1名
I'm gonna split them into three categories. Mounts are characters that players can combine.
Oh!
The most popular example of this is the horse. And
Go, let's go.
Stamina regeneration can be useful for fast travel.
That's how you play this game. You just crouch peek everything.
Which is powerful enough to one-shot midway players. Now,
Crouching
one thing
is a
about
bust?
mounts is that in order for them to work, they have to have spec into the social abilities, but they also need an intelligence level that's a good deal lower than the human player in order for them to gain full control. Horses happen to fit this criteria perfectly. Humans have tried allying themselves with other similar builds, but with a lot less success. Anyway, it's important to know that horses aren't the perfect build. Their most obvious point is extremely low HP. Most animals can recover from slight injuries, but horses will actually get a good instead. So if low mount HP is actually elephants are the tankiest land build in the entire game.
You can grab the orb. You can grab that orb and rest.
Of course, opting for the elephant is a huge difference in terms of mobility. Not only are they much slower, but elephants also don't have access to the move jump, meaning they get hard countered by any obstacles. These mounts are by far the most powerful, but if you need to fast travel in a server that has a special environmental damage effect, like let's say the Arctic or the desert, you'll need a mount that can resist those effects. For the desert, your best option is the camel. Camels have heat resistance. Don't incur the blindness debuff from sandstorms.
次はドイツだ。
Stamina using their hump ability. They also have one more bonus ability related to their upkeep cost. Now, as the human player, it's your job to make sure that the support player
Why is everything closed?
XP in return. So you have to provide that XP.
Makes me so sad.
He could be in a.
They can feed on grass or grain basically anywhere, so they have a relatively low upkeep cost. Elephants, on the other hand, require mass. So they're really practical doubles partners, as they'll either use
Why is everything closed on Sunday?
Getting back to camels, they have the same relative damage and upkeep that horses do, but with the added benefit of being highly resistant to defense mechanisms. Cacti are worth a ton of XP if you can get past their powerful defense mechanisms. Camels can straight up ignore the damage from cacti, so this is a huge advantage if you're trying to traverse desert servers, where cacti may be the only route available. Camels are also no slouch when it comes to combat, being more than capable of fending off attacks from mid-range characters like dogs and rams, due both to their height advantage and their surprisingly powerful bite attack. All three of these builds make awesome additions to your party, greatly increasing the survivability and defensive capability of your group. But sometimes it's not survivability that which, as
Negative.
the builds that are small and evasive, difficult to hit even with projectiles, and able to not only outspeed them, but merging in second category of support class. What I party up with like say a field containing wheat that you're growing, you might want to opt for a different
敵を倒した。
since humans Of course, because birds have hollow bones, it'd be pretty irresponsible for a human to command their bird teammate to attack any large target that could counterattack with blunt force. But then again, humans generally don't need help in that matchup. Perhaps one of the most effective team combos in the game consists of the human, the dog, and the raptor. The dog can use their high-level smell abilities to find players that are using stealth. And then when they try to flee, the raptor can use their high damage and high accuracy pounce strike to score the finishing blow. One thing birds can't do, though, is reach players that are hiding underground. And this is where the ferret battle summon comes in. The ferret matchup against burrowing builds like rabbits, rodents, and hugely favored, and humans can use this since like birds don't have any immediate counterplay options. Opponents burrow where they can reach. And the second is builds which curse their party members.
Complaint?
Many players Octopi would make great party members. But the main thing to remember is that in its also the moral support. More attention is required. And as discussed, the issue here is that because Octopi and many good options for either of them to support the other. And as a result, octopus players often try to terminate the relationship with the base they can use to provide for them. This also ends up terminating the current playthrough.
合図を待って
Lung's ability. The next build on our list also has the high intelligence stat for its own good. Parrots don't have the same issue of being unable to cross over into the human circle, but they have an even higher intelligence stat than ours.
So what's better, Phantom or Vandal?
They require even more attention and support to occupy. Actually being comparable
What's
to a
Duster
low-level
31? What's better,
While they do have
Phantom
a
or
pretty high
Vandal?
morale
What do you mainly use? Oh, Spectre.
on the
Oh,
same
okay.
level as cats.
I want to try to use. I want to try to use.
Humans can't effectively function as their
I'll
teammates
help out.
unless their skill tree has allowed them to work from home. Admittedly, this build does have
確定する
It's an unfortunate fact of reality. There are many which actually offer negative stat checks, especially human players who already have Archicons often experience this. Most intimidation runs completely contrary to any charisma skill that the human player attempts to use. While this can work really well for deterring other players in most biomes, in the city biome where most human mains play, pretty much every important quest and achievement will be harder if you have low charisma and high intimidation. So in my opinion, the downsides really outweigh the potential upsides. If you have experience with one of the ones that I left out, I encourage you to leave a comment detailing what you think. Today, I have yet to see any good arguments for any support rivaling the incredible usefulness of the dog. Topic I covered in this video. Dogs are also
敵残り1名
give humans a charisma bonus, which basically elevates them to god tier on support tier list. Teamwork is a difficult skill to master, but if you need to learn new skills, it's really about Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 20,000
Yeah, I think the Vandal.
classes,
I think the Vandal might be better.
technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality courses on
Is
must-know
my
topics.
mic
You can
echoing?
improve your skills,
Is
unlock
your mic?
opportunities,
It
and
was
do
for a
great
little bit, but
work.
now it's better.
Join millions of students already learning on Skillshare today with a
So
special
major
offer
request.
for my subscribers. Get 2 months of Skillshare for free. Go to skl.sh/link in the description. Thanks for watching, and thanks especially to my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to support the show directly and get cool rewards like being able to watch videos early, or have your name show up at the end of videos, head to patreon.com/peers. Thanks again for watching, and good luck. This episode was brought to
Where
you
was
by
this
Skillshare.
guy?
スパイク確保
Every so often, the metagame of Outside breaks into
敵残り1名
or the horse-sized duck or a But perhaps the most famous example is the
私を
simple
見ながら
question
死ねる
posed
な
by
んて
Jim Halpert
よく
in season 3, episode 21 of The Office, where he asks what kind of bear is best. But before we answer that, let's take
We
a
can
step
actually
back
lose
and
this
hear
one.
how Dwight
This would be
responds.
really easy to lose, actually.
He doesn't get to finish his sentence before he gets cut off, but he's right. There are two schools of thought. Those being generalist approach and the specialist approach. So which school of thought is better when trying to optimize a bear build? I think to outline each approach is most
But we're not
relevant
getting
and
anybody
rank
who's
each of them on a tier list. So without further ado, let's get into
We're
it.
not getting anybody.
Perhaps one of the most famous examples of a specialist bear is the panda. I don't think many players would dispute that pandas are easily one of the worst builds in the current meta. What they will dispute is why. Pandas are garbage because they have an extremely low charisma. But pandas actually give birth just as often. Yes, it's rare, but that doesn't stop the higher tier bears. What's really holding these bears back is their absence.
Oh god, there's another one.
One on the right.
Decided to stop being straight up for us.
敵残り1名
スパイクキャリアが倒されたビーコン展開
Stealth as low as theirs, there's no way
yes.
they'd ever reach make
最後の1人だ
use most of their evolution points on their special ability pseudo thumb. The rest of their evolution points, I assume.
前半最終ラウンド。
必要なものは全て
all
完了。
the way up to C tier before we get to the next build. Next on the tier, we have the Sloth Bear and the Sun Bear.
Do you want anything from Bellaroma for later?
This time focusing on
Can you get Bellaroma now?
Now, Sloth Bears and Sun Bears.
Well, I mean, it won't come for like 45 minutes.
I thought you didn't want Bellaroma. Or you don't like Bellaroma.
I don't love it, but I'm hungry and everything else is closed.
Unlike bamboo, insects are pretty much everywhere. So habitat loss due to human
No, I was just
What
making
keeps them down is that they're tearing into well-fortified bee bases.
Let's go, let's go, let's
They're actually
go.
not very good defending themselves.
Let's go,
They have
let's go,
losing
let's
matchups
go.
against every other key player. But despite their ridiculously high
One heaven.
Charge
matchups
it.
against the other popular Arctic classes.
Ooh,
There's actually done an entire video on the Arctic meta, which you can watch here. But the long and short of it is that their immense strength doesn't really come in handy against seals is to catch them off guard when they reach out down.
One heaven.
仲間は死なせない。
Seals down in the water. Nor do they have the strength to wall them. There's far too much luck
敵残り1名。
to right them.
Heaven.
That's all the specialist bears. Now we're on to the generalist bears. Generalist
視界を
殲滅。リロード。
Nice.
攻守を交代。
You want anything, Stinker?
hibernate.
Kind of want a
Hibernation
calzone,
is
maybe.
key to the success of the bear players.
Just
because
give
it
me like a
allows them
meat
to
lover
completely
calzone.
skip the time of year that they're least
Oh, should I do
suited.
meat lover or steak
Now,
and cheese?
this does incur some difficulty on the player, since
I kinda
if
want
they fail
steak and
to
cheese.
collect
Can you give
enough
me
food
steak
to
and
get them
cheese with
through
no
the winter,
mushrooms?
hibernation will actually drain their HP and possibly even
Thank
take
you.
game over. But if the bear's abilities are used correctly, this should
Oh.
be a big issue. The first of the generalist bears on the list is the brown bear. Brown bears have one of the highest power stats in the game, with their sheer force being outclassed
How
only by
come-
bull, cattle, and elephant.
It only lets me build a castle.
Although it can't quite match
There should
that
be like
of
special
elk
teams.
on their server.
Calzone.
But both of these stats are particularly used intelligence, one of the highest amongst all. This lets bears use their strength to
Oh, dang,
successfully
that's
raid the
so
trade
funny.
ships
Bake
like
me,
human
love
settlements.
bake me.
Now, unlike its specialized counterparts, it doesn't have the same venom resistance as the
壁を展開。
sun bear itself, which can easily take out insect venom. It's certainly not invincible by any stretch, but it can make up for these inconsistencies by doing what it does
回
best.
復するわ。
Grieving salmon mains. The salmon quest line and unfortunately this exploit is pretty common. Brown bears have almost as good a matchup against fish as ospreys do. It's really unfair, honestly. There are a few varieties of brown bear, of which the grizzly is actually the weakest, sitting at the high end of A tier. The strongest variety of brown bear, the Kodiak bear,
There's still one here.
barely sneak its way into
There's
S
one
tier,
in
along with
Wizards.
the last bear on our list, the black bear. Black bears are true champions of adaptability.
Pushing B.
Dropped. Every other North American bear actually quit the server, including one of the Ice Age meta's top tiers, the cave bear.
あと30秒。
And the spectacle bear were both specialists that were unable to adapt to the new meta. But the black bear player
Wait, is
base
that somebody?
flourished.
Someone's in
Thanks to having
sewers.
slightly scaled back versions of all the brown bear's abilities, plus extremely high
Oh, they
armor.
just flashed over here.
This allows them to get access to valuable
あと10秒。敵残り1名。
right when he says the classic line. Skills are essential for any
Nice Sage.
but instead of spending millions of years saving up the evolution points necessary to get them,
ソナーで
you
炙り
unlock
出して
skills right now by using
そこを突
Skillshare.
く
Skillshare is an online learning community with over 20,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality courses on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. My favorite course of theirs is their one on motion graphics, which is taught by Chris Stock.
Yeah, what I call pretty Brad.
With a special offer that's just for my subscribers. You can try Skillshare for free for 2 months by using the link in the description. Thank you so much for watching, and if you've got an idea for a build that you'd like me to cover, please leave your suggestions in the comments below. And special thanks to my Patreon.
Water sewers.
If you'd like to see more from me, my Patreon
I
and
got
social media
stuck.
are in the description.
You don't have to push that Sage.
This video was made in partnership with Curiosity Stream.
Oh, their gyros are pretty yummy, right?
I've never had one of their gyros.
Yeah, we got gyros there last time. Remember,
Was
you
that
got beef?
aroma?
Yeah, you got beef, I got chicken.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did
That was pretty yummy. Do I want a grinder? No, I don't want a grinder.
Size makes you much harder to defeat, simply by nature of having a higher HP stat, and also possibly. However, size alone typically isn't enough to let any particular build reach a high tier spot in the meta, because large size comes with a lot of disadvantages too. The two most important ones are that being a giant makes defeating you worth a lot more experience, and that sustaining giant size requires significantly more food and water. Despite these challenges, there's no question that elephants have carved out the dominant niche in the African meta, which is saying a lot given that Africa is basically the Grandmaster League server of outside. Elephants also boast a sizable player base in the Asia server, so how is it that they're so successful? For that, we'll need to look at the elephant build stats and abilities. So it's probably no surprise that the elephant's HP and defense stats both are quite high. The massive size of the elephant means it can take hits that would cripple or kill other players, such as the head bash of a fellow elephant. But the elephant also boasts a thick hull that allows it to negate damage with low power attacks. The elephant boasts a multitude of ways acts as a powerful disjointed hitbox that can both and impale any player. The elephant build is also one of the only builds in the game for knocking down trees. This means that despite them not having the height advantage that giraffes do, they can still access the same treetop loot if they need to. It also means players cannot escape an elephant's attack. The elephant's trunk can also be used for but honestly that only scratches the surface of what a trunk is useful for. We'll come back to that. In the mobility department, we find one of the elephant's only weaknesses. Their top speed is nowhere near sufficient to let them outrun an attacking player or chase down a target. Luckily, their other stats generally mean that they don't have to worry about this. However, low mobility has other implications too. Elephants are easily blocked by environmental barriers because they lack the ability to jump. They aren't particularly fast swimmers either, although they have ways of managing this weakness too. Their last notable stat is their incredible intelligence level. It is among the highest in the game, tied for second place with the cetaceans like dolphins and whales. This gives them access to the tool use ability, problem-solving capabilities, cross-species cooperation-based strategies, and the ability to remember places on the menu for survival, such as watering holes in times of drought. Due to the elephant's long lifespan, their intellect can cause them to gain incredible amounts of playthrough, to the point where an experienced elephant may have better knowledge of its territory than even a
Oh, I think so.
Twice.
Lacking only but this alone would not be enough for me to give them a top tier rating. So what abilities do they employ to make use of their competitive meta? There are two that I want to discuss. The elephant's ears serve multiple purposes. They're more sensitive than human ears to sound, particularly low frequency sounds, aka the kinds of sounds elephants can make. Because of this, elephants can communicate. This can be critical for coordinating team strategies and warning your teammates when danger approaches, or if another herd is approaching your territory. In addition to their auditory use, the elephant's ears also grant the elephant a heat resistance buff. Their ears can be flushed with blood and flapped around to lower their body temperature, ensuring that they never take damage from overheating. This buff is much more integral to gameplay in the African server, and so players tend to spec into larger ears when trying to compete there. That's a good ability, but I'm going to cut to the chase. Basically everything OP about the elephant can be traced back to their signature ability, their trunk, because this ability does everything. Because it's a modified nose, the trunk grants a bonus to all detection and search rolls based on smell. This lets elephant players pinpoint which direction they need to head in order to find more food or water, and lets them know if
Good stuff, mate. Cheers,
but smell
cheers.
barely scratches the surface of what a trunk can do. The trunk's core use is I
think they're bees.
The elephant's actual limbs aren't very versatile. Outside of standing and walking, the most advanced move they can do is a pretty simple kick. The trunk, however, has multiple combat moves, including a simple dash attack, and more importantly, a highly effective grab attack. Honestly worse than a kick in terms of damage, although it does have better range. But the grab attack can make certain matchups downright unwinnable for the other player. Grabs aren't just useful for attacks though. Being able to pick up and carry items is the hallmark of a high-tier. Elephants are known to use sticks as weapons, massively extending the hitbox of their trunk swipe attack. They can also throw items, which theoretically could give them an absolutely massive attack range. They aren't very
Is anyone else with like a missing texture right here?
Masters this tech, I wouldn't be surprised.
Like is it like a square for you?
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Elephants can use their trunk to execute the move Trumpet Blast. This AoE attack all surrounding players, and is extremely effective for clearing an area. Control over a watering hole can be the difference between blast attack is integral to the elephant's success in driving away other players from these control points, without actually needing to risk the slow swimmers. Normally this would be a problem because it means elephants would have trouble crossing the water. Depth enough to sink to the bottom and gallop across like hippos do. However, even though it might take them a while to cross, elephants have no reason to fear drowning, because they can use their trunk like a snorkel, completely negating the need to worry about their O2 meter draining. Aside from humans, elephants have no losing matchups. While they are vulnerable during the first few levels of their playthrough, before they are bulky enough to shrug off most attacks, the elephant's team strategy is usually enough to protect the noobs. Hopefully this video convinced you how overpowered elephants, and particularly the trunk ability, are. You may have noticed that my last video... While I hope to have the video restored soon, you should know that the block video as well as the completely original video of both of them. Or YouTube's demonetization policies. And because of our business partner, CuriosityStream, us creators are given opportunities to pursue much grander projects. Both of the videos I've currently got only on Nebula are exactly that. Both videos feature footage from CuriosityStream's documentary, the brand new CuriosityStream original.
Oh, I thought he was in heaven.
Want to learn more about pachyderm builds? There are plenty of other documentaries on it. Such as Ice Age Giants. The pioneers of the pachyderm build. So head on over to curiositystream.com/tearsu and start your free trial of both services. Last but not least, special thanks to my patrons for
Server request.
and thank you for watching. Today I want to talk about the 5 most common pitfalls. Mobility is a common mistake. Careless overuse of it can drain your stamina to a dangerous level. If your stamina gets low, your HP will start to go down too. So inefficiency can pretty quickly lead to a game over. For example, the hummingbird needs to find an energy source every 10 minutes or it's game over. Being able to hover in place and having full distance is super easy for them to burn through their stamina and eat into their HP reserves. The same can be said about shrews, which have 2 times their own body weight per day just to not burn out. Cheetahs experience this issue to some extent too. Their top speed outclasses all other levels and an extremely long cooldown because when it's used, it burns through a ton of stamina. Cats can't sweat. This heat cannot be dissipated on the move. Personally, I think this style of gameplay is extremely risky. It's high risk, high reward though, since obviously all 3 of these builds offer pretty unique advantages. Match that of the dragonfly. Cheetahs have record-breaking speed, and shrews have a venomous bite.
1箇所崩せばそのまま総
So, tool
崩
use
れに
is
な
one
る
of the most broken abilities in the game. Among other things, tool use allows humans to ascend to top tier and dominate the game. Other builds can use tools and can mitigate the shortcomings of their stats and abilities. Chimpanzees can't dig particularly well, but they can still access termites by using tools, and can do so because they've spec'd into hands instead of paws or hooves. Cephalopods have horribly low defenses, but they can still block attacks using tools. They can do this because they don't have the intelligence required, but also because they have suction cups that can grab items instead of just having fins. But there are a lot of builds that have the intelligence required but can't. Dogs, dolphins, and pigs all fit that description. Now, obviously all those builds are anything but low tier, but I do think it's their biggest shortcoming. One of the biggest pitfalls I see struggling players fall into is that after they get bodied in the server several times, instead of continuing to evolve and instead invest some points. That sounds like
Pretty.
but all you're doing is nerf wasting precious evolution points and playing on easy mode. So daytime players have gain experience. You notice how pro simians are always nocturnal, except on Madagascar, where they don't have to contend with 8 how bats are nocturnal, except for ones that are spec'd into a bulky enough build that they don't have to worry about hawks and eagles as much. More and more players are making this mistake because of human activity during the daytime, and it's severely hampering their ability to improve and overcome the increasingly challenging human matchup. This next one is a two-parter having to do with teeth and tooth regeneration. Teeth are one of the most common weapons in the game. There are a lot of special parts teeth can have. Hypodermic needle teeth are perfect for dealing venom damage. Serrated teeth deal bonus bleed damage. Pointy teeth make it harder for the target to escape a grab combo. Large teeth give you a passive intimidation bonus and can work as a disjointed hitbox. The list goes on. But for players that use teeth as a main part of their game plan, the ability to regenerate teeth can be critical. The first mistake I see players make is having brittle teeth without spending the teeth regeneration perk. Game ender for players like lions or wolves. So if you rely on teeth as your main source of damage, be sure to choose the regeneration perk as one of your It might seem like something that you always want just in case, but many players end up running into the opposite problem. They don't use their teeth enough and actually end up taking damage when their teeth grow too long. Many warthog, rodent, and rabbit mains lose the game because their teeth weren't used enough to keep them from growing out. So the point here is, if you're a DPS player, tooth regen is a great perk. If you're a non-DPS player, you may want to think twice and make sure you really need it.
次はドイツだ。
The techniques that a high intelligence stat grants you access to are the most broken techniques in the entire game, but they require time to master, and are also best learned by having another player use the teach skill. If your game has a short lifespan, it's very difficult
There's so
to gain
many
the experience
yet.
required to perfect these techniques.
Oh, there's one in our
Builds
spawn.
like the crow and octopus, although just as fast as elephants, can never hope to achieve the same level of knowledge and wisdom. A build with an extremely long lifespan but low intelligence is being equally wasteful of their potential. Thanks again for watching, and thanks especially to my patrons on Patreon. Until next time, good luck out there.
Oh, cute. Can you imagine if I got it?
Oh, that would have been so
Creating a
funny.
character is important to determine which server you plan to play on, as well as the current state of the meta on that server. Most builds don't have the mobility required to change servers, so you want to make sure you know what you're getting into. But which server is the best choice for you, and which abilities can give you a leg up on the competition? This is the first of a new series which will examine all of those things and more. Today we're taking a look at one of the more notorious servers, Australia. Australia is known for being one of the most dangerous servers in the entire game, and this is by no means unwarranted. The meta there is so scary. Reptiles as a whole are generally mid-tier. We've talked on this channel a good bit about how most snakes are garbage, and how the unique moves available to lizards generally don't end up being worth the investment. With that said, the Australian server seems to be the one with the most high-tier reptiles. It has not one, but two different groups of crocodile builds, one of which being the saltwater crocodile, the highest ranking crocodilian build in the current expansion, due to its death model and health. We also have most of the top-tier lizards, the monitors. While the best monitor players opted to play almost exclusively on the island server of
Oh, you knew I was thinking.
It's also got plenty of the more gimmicky ones, but I digress. Australia is the only server which means snakes on average are actually one of the top builds there. You may remember from the snake video that the top tier snake build is the Cobra, and while they don't have the Australia's inland taipan, brown snake, and tiger snake are all technically Cobras. They've got the same well-rounded base stats and neurotoxic venom you see in your classic Cobra build, which brings me to my next point. Venom is so dangerous that it takes only a single dog to bite or sting to kill. More than happy to do just that. I've already talked about snakes, but it gets worse. Going for a swim but pick the wrong spot, one brush with the box jelly and it's game over. Reaching into a confined space, pretty risky when the piercing bite costs you everything. There. Most experienced players will be able to jump into a new playthrough on a new server and have a general idea of what to expect.
That's right.
But what on earth are you supposed to expect when you meet something like this for the first time? What are its weaknesses? Nothing about its appearance gives you any idea at all about how to go about combating it, and the same goes for quite a few of the most popular builds there. The relative abundance of jank makes Australia a really unforgiving place for newbies. While all of that can definitely be frustrating to play against, it's important to also recognize all the things Australia is lacking in. Number one, a lack of tanks. The best tank builds tend to be mammals, which opted for high defense and HP. This tends to come at the cost of mobility, making it difficult for tanks to function as carnivores. So most tank players tend to choose the herbivore faction. Unfortunately, Australia's abysmally low rainfall means the spawn rate for plants is too slow to support a large population. This leaves the rushdown and ambush-based builds without a counter and lets them get away with strats they otherwise shouldn't be able to. Number two, the lack of power. One of the reasons reptiles do so well is because instead of having to deal with their worst problems, they instead are faced with different animals, marsupials and monotremes. I won't beat around the bush here. Mostly low tier for one very specific reason: low intelligence. The majority of marsupial players go for the small generalist approach, similar to rats. They're missing what makes them problem solving. Marsupials, such as wombats, wallabies, opossums, and kangaroos, all lack the perks that allow most mammals to access higher intelligence-based abilities, the corpus callosum. Since they don't have this, the best strategy is to drop the generalist playstyle in favor of the mobile herbivore. This is actually what makes kangaroos the only marsupial builds to break out of low tier and find their way into actual relevance in the meta. While they aren't tanks, they've essentially taken inspiration from the rabbit or gazelle build and made it bulkier at the expense of intelligence. But even so, if you compare competing builds that have similar stats and strategies, intelligence is almost always the tiebreaker. It's why even though they're relatively new to the server, dingoes and feral cats are marsupial counterparts, like the thylacine and the quoll, which brings me to my last point: lack of stability. The Australian meta is at a major tipping point. While there's no meta that went unaffected by the Anthropocene expansion, Australia saw the highest influx of new players and also the highest rate of quitting of any current server. Even though more unique builds exist there than almost anywhere else, the high tiers are mostly full of invaders. Dingoes, cats, humans, cane toads, rabbits, and yellowjackets conquered the server because they exploited the weakness of the meta. It's difficult to offer advice on how to succeed in Australia, but I'll give it a shot anyway. First, Venom is one of your biggest concerns when trying to break into the meta there, so putting some points into Venom builds like like the Mongoose, Honey Badger, Boar, and Secretary have done well in other servers, Neurotoxin Optimum. And I could see builds like these being serious contenders if they gained a foothold in this region. Second, and this would be much more difficult, but kangaroos are kind of getting away with simply overpowering them with strength and bulk. Supreme. But I could even see cheetahs pulling it off, especially since there aren't lions and hyenas to bully them. Bears would also be an grizzly. Lastly, in my allowed it to spread across the Australia server unchecked. While they're definitely a tough build to kill, found a way to defeat them without triggering their poison effect. Australian corvids could potentially have a niche all to themselves without spending any points to unlock poison. So there you have it, an in-depth rundown on the state of the Australian metagame. This is a bit different from my normal tier list style videos, so if you enjoyed it and want to see me cover other game servers, the comments below are your best way to let me know. Special thanks to my patrons for bringing my monthly pledges out of freefall and allowing me to continue bringing you guys top tier content. If you're still here, I do have a shout out / wholesome story I'd like to tell. I'm not going to drag this video out, so instead I'm just going to let you guys read the story in the video description. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I'll see you all in 2018.
Can I help you, sir? Oh shit, we gotta get more cat food. Who's the baby? How many do I have left?
Right, so in my video on dinosaur builds, I casually referenced the fact that cheetahs are low tier, which ended with me getting a ton of comments from angry cheetah mains asking me to explain myself. And fair enough, I probably should. But instead of just making a video on cheetahs, I figured I'd kill two birds with one stone by also finally releasing the tier list for the cat dynasty. First, let's talk about the place cats as a whole are at in the meta. So I don't think it comes as a surprise to anyone that cats are exceptionally effective builds that have held a high tier spot in the meta for more than a while. And though this isn't true of every cat build, of which there are more than 40, cats carved out their spot in the meta by being the best choice by far for anyone looking to play an assassin or rogue class. Their weapons and movement kit are carefully crafted to allow cat players to have an easier time scoring critical hits on their targets than most other carnivore players. Like I said, there are more than 40 different builds possible, so I can't really fit them all into a single video. So instead, I'm going to go over the most popular ones, and hopefully the way I analyze them will help you make your own call if you're interested in one of the less popular builds. So anyways, I'm going to start from the bottom of the tier list and go up from there. Right at the bottom, we've got the cheetahs.
What?
They have the highest movement speed of any land build, which is definitely an impressive title to hold. When it comes to scoring kills on builds with high mobility like gazelles, antelope, and ostriches, there are a few better at it than the cheetah. But while this works against those particular targets in that particular situation,
You gotta be kidding me.
defending the kill. And as a result, a high percentage of the kills the cheetah gets end up getting stolen by lions and hyenas. Cheetahs need higher power and defense stats to actually be able to reap the benefits of their high mobility. The cheetah's inability to defend itself makes the early game extremely difficult for new cheetah players too. High-level players can't prevent stronger builds from griefing the new cheetah players, and as a result, very few cheetahs even reach the late game where they can abuse their high mobility stat. Long story short, F tier because they get bombed way too hard by competing builds.
This thing I paid for last year, I paid for like the year, but I didn't want to renew the membership, and it fucking automatically renewed.
On what? Through what card?
My credit card. I mean, it's like, it's not like, I'm not like in trouble for it, but like, I don't want that. I don't want to pay $400 for something. I got it at like a discount. I got it at a discount last year.
Actually a bit lower than the lynxes. All other stats are a good bit higher, especially.
Give him a call.
However, it's not quite strong enough to overpower mid like deer and elk without putting itself
It's international.
While it can climb pretty well, it's most comfortable duking it out on the ground. I've never discussed troll builds on this channel, but honestly the trolling potential with cougars is too good not to mention. Cougars lack access to the roar move, but that doesn't stop them from trying, and as a result, they have one of the craziest battle cries in the game. Instead of actually being useful as an intimidating sonic AoE, it instead sounds almost exactly like a woman being brutally murdered, which is one of the few ways to seriously mess with human players that invade their territory. There are two major styles players opt for when going for a cat build, the feline style and the panther style. All of the builds so far have been in the feline style, which generally has higher mobility but lower strength. Panther style cats, on the other hand, are stronger, bulkier, and also have access to the panther signature move, Roar. So we're finally going to switch gears over to the panther builds as we continue up the tier list. The leopard build is the next rung up on the tier list, being Africa's premier solo rogue class. Of the panther style builds, this is the smallest. This offers the leopard players maximum mobility while climbing, a trait they use to the fullest.
対戦を確認
Still no match for tank squads like hyenas. But unlike leopards actually have a way to avoid getting their kills. Leopards can climb much better than any of their competitors, and they do have high enough strength to carry their kill up a tree. This allows them to gain all of the XP they deserve. All these traits together earn the leopard high B tier. Now we're at A tier, and this is where the tier list gets a little muddy. Since we've only got 2 tiers left, we place quite a few more builds. If I'm being honest, even though I placed leopards in B tier, the snow leopard players, with their extra stealth bonus,